Kousta is our launch chief editor of Nature Human Behavior. Prior to joining the Nature portfolio, she was the editor of Trends in Cognitive Sciences, then joined PLOS Biology, where she managed the journal's magazine section, handled research manuscripts in neuroscience, and introduced metascience as a core discipline covered in the journal. She has been a strong advocate for rigorous research practices, the responsible communication of science, and interdisciplinary research that directly addresses pressing social challenges. Stavroula is going to talk for about 20-25 minutes, I believe, and then a 5-minute Q&A. Please help me welcome her to the platform.
Thank you also to the organizers for inviting me. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person, and I do need to apologize. I have a cold, so my voice isn't at its best. I just hope it lasts for the whole half hour. So today I'll be talking about ethics guidance that we developed at Springer Nature for research on human population groups. This is guidance that was referenced by some of the speakers yesterday, and I want to provide some background on how it came about, why we put it together, what the aims of the guidance are, and what they are not, what it does not intend to do. Science doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's not a private pursuit. It's a fundamentally social activity. It's embedded in the societies in which it is carried out, and it is also a public good. It is common to all, accessible to all, to benefit from, and that's also a fundamental human right included in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The fact that we consider science to be public good is what justifies it being funded by citizens, at least partly, through taxation. Science and scientific knowledge can affect policy and can affect people's lives. The positive examples abound, and there's no reason to enumerate any here. There are also ample negative examples as well. For instance, research of dual use that may be applied to develop weapons of mass destruction, or the legacy of eugenics and the role it played in involuntary sterilization policies in the previous century, and so on. It's because it's a fundamentally social pursuit that science, the scientific endeavor, is also governed by the same principles that govern individual behavior in free democratic societies. Scientists have the right to free inquiry, and that is also codified in the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. But at the same time, as with any individual behavior in organized society, it is subject to the harm principle. Scientists need to respect the dignity and rights of the individuals or groups they study, and to prevent harm. These ideas, codified in international human rights treaties, are also underlie research ethics frameworks. There are numerous frameworks. There is a variety of principles, but fundamentally, they all include the requirement to respect the dignity and rights of participants, their biological material, and also the right to the responsibility to minimize harms and maximize potential benefits. This is something that is very well known, certainly to this audience. There are considerations, however, on how do we conceptualize the scope of assessments of benefit and harm, and what sorts of harms and benefits should we be examining. The Belmont report is instructive in this respect. The authors of the report noted that it's not just physical and psychological harm that needs to be considered, but also legal, social, and economic harms, as well as, of course, associated benefits. And with respect to who should we be thinking about when we're considering benefits and harms, it's not just the individual participant and their families, but also society at large or special groups of people within society. And then the Beaumont report notes the problem is to decide when it is justifiable to seek certain benefits despite risks, and when the benefits should be foregone because of the risks. These are the principles, these ethics frameworks underlie the considerations and a review of prospective projects with human participants that research ethics committees undertake. However, the remit of ethics committees is limited to primary data, so data that will be collected for the specific question that the researchers intend to ask. But the research landscape, especially over the last 20 years, has changed substantially. A lot of research does not carry out primary data collection. A lot of research relies on secondary data sets. There are now large-scale administrative data sets available, commercial, digital traces, social platform data, large-scale biobank data, which are collected after broad consent, reuse or repurposing of primary research data, as well as new techniques and methods such as machine learning and AI. But these types of work are not covered, are not within the remit in most jurisdictions of ethics committees. To give you an example of what I have in mind, this is hypothetical, but it is inspired from actual cases that we've dealt with. Let's say that a group of researchers use machine learning that they apply to pre-existing questionnaire data that they link to social media data. And their aim is to develop a method to infer with as high accuracy as possible individual responses to specific questions that some participants who filled in the questionnaires explicitly declined to respond to. These specific questions asked about characteristics that are sensitive and many people prefer not to disclose, such as sexual orientation, mental health, and so on. So this is a type of project that is typically outside the remit of ethics committees and IRBs, but it raises some of the same questions that human participants research raises, in this case, consent. However, this project would not receive ethics review. It would just be received by a journal intended for publication. Some of the harms and considerations of harm, therefore, especially when considering secondary data sets, do not arise prospectively before research is carried out, but they arise when a paper is submitted and intended for publication or communicated. It's these considerations that led us to develop the Springer Nature editorial principles and guidance on content that may be harmful to human population groups. The group was convened by Sir Philip Campbell, then chief editor of Springer Nature, in 2020. Our group consisted of editors, publishers, research integrity experts, legal experts, communications experts. And we worked over 2 years to develop this guidance, which underwent internal and external consultation before being adopted in 2022. We relied a lot on the International Bill of Human Rights and related UN treaties, as well as ethics frameworks for research with human participants. And also we examined and relied upon ethics codes of disciplines such as sociology and anthropology, because these disciplines have considered potential harms in a broader scope, more in depth than other disciplines, as well as related academic research. The guidance consists of three main sections: a section outlining principles of scholarly freedom and scholarly responsibility, a section on benefits and harms of research, and a section on research on human populations, which also has two subsections, one on race, ethnicity, and racism, and one on sex, gender, and sexual orientation. So the first section recognizes that researchers should be free to ask the research questions they wish and to communicate knowledge without repression or censorship. At the same time, however, there is an ethical obligation to uphold honesty and rational examination of evidence and minimize preventable harms that may arise in the course of research or its communication. When considering benefits and harms of research, we wanted to ensure that the scope covers types of research that are not subsumed under human participants research or research on non-human animals. We relied a lot on the principles of non-maleficence and beneficence, which are fundamental in all research ethics frameworks, and explained that harms can be direct. For instance, they can arise during the conduct of research, causing injury to human participants or unnecessary suffering of non-human animals, compromise of tangible heritage, and so on. But those are not the only harms. Harms can be indirect as a result of the publication of a research project, for instance, stigmatization of a vulnerable group or potential use of the work for unintended purposes, for instance, to undermine human rights or misuse the information to threaten public health. In the section on research on human populations, we specify some requirements for reporting, and we also ask authors to be respectful of the dignity and rights of the human groups they study, to consider the potential implications of their work on the groups they study, if those are defined on the basis of social characteristics, to contextualize their findings in order to minimize as much as is feasible preventable misuse or risks of harm to the populations studied. And finally, to use non-stigmatizing language. The additional subsections on race, ethnicity, and racism, and on sex, gender, and sexual orientation also specify reporting requirements, as well as considerations for research that is or could be perceived to be racist or misogynistic, sexist, anti-LGBTQ+. In submissions, we pay attention to content that may be perceived to undermine the dignity or rights of specific groups or actually does so. Research that assumes that a human group is inherently superior or inferior over another simply because of a social characteristic. Work that may include hate speech or denigrating images, or work that uses potentially stigmatizing language. There has been a lot of discussion of this guidance, and I hope to be able to clarify some of the issues that have come up. And one is whether this guidance intends to suppress socially controversial results. And the answer is no. This guidance is primarily about the assumptions scientists make that are not evidence-based, or how conclusions are drawn based on the presented evidence, or how data drawn from the broader population are used in their studies, but not about the results that scientists obtain in their research. For example, let's look at this group of researchers who examine whether there is an association between workforce gender diversity and business profitability using existing data from a specific country. And let's say that the authors find that there is a negative relationship such that gender diverse businesses are less profitable. The finding may be controversial, but it is what it is, and this is a legitimate research question and a legitimate scientifically obtained answer. This is not what the guidance does not intend to suppress results like this. Another issue that has come up is whether the guidance is about content that might offend. There is a distinction between harm and offense, most clearly drawn in philosophy and in law, not always clearly drawn in everyday conversation, but we draw a distinction between causing harm and giving offense. For something to be harmful, it needs to undermine or violate someone's rights as set out in international human rights treaties. Offense can be caused because something goes against our beliefs, but that's not harmful. So not all content that gives offense is harmful. For example, research on evolution may be offensive for people who believe in intelligent design, but we don't consider the study of evolutionary biology to be harmful to those people who believe in intelligent design. Another question is whether this guidance applies only to historically marginalized groups. And again, the answer is no. It applies to all human groups. All human groups have exactly the same rights and are worthy of exactly the same considerations of harm, regardless of their majority, minority, or any other status. But marginalized or minority groups are more vulnerable to harm, and this is reflected in international human rights treaties with respect to the rights of women, of people with disabilities, the elimination of racial discrimination, and so on. Yesterday, we heard from Bill von Hippel and Ivan Oransky on some of the reasons why research is retracted. Another reason that the Committee on Publication Ethics recommends considering retracting a publication is if it reports unethical research. For example, if it reports an experiment with human participants that did not undergo prospective ethics peer review, or a study reporting results from genetic data that were obtained without consent, and so on. The answer to whether all potentially harmful research in the context of these guidelines, whether there is an ethics reason for rejecting or retracting, is that that's extremely rare. It needs to be unequivocal that the rights of the populations under study have been violated in some way, or that there is clear incitement to discrimination. As with research involving human participants, there's always a consideration of the balance between benefits and harms, and in the vast majority of cases, the benefits outweigh any potential harms. So how can potential harms be minimized? Because a lot of the issues that I've been discussing arise with research that is exempt from ethics review. We recruit, if necessary, ethicists or bioethicists or other research ethics experts to participate in the peer review process. We also advise authors to be careful in reporting research findings, which the same principle and encouragement applies for any research project, but it is even more important in these contexts to be precise in definitions of terms and concepts, to stay close to what the evidence actually shows, and to also be transparent about limitations. We publish a companion commentary that places the research in context and discusses controversial issues. We may publish an editorial that also provides context, and we will draft careful press releases that aim to place the research in the context, in its broader context, discuss limitations, and prevent, as much as is possible, misinterpretation. To give you an example, this is a paper we published a few years ago. The paper asks, the question the authors are addressing here is why does same-sex sexual behavior persist through evolutionary history, given that it does not seem to have an obvious fitness or survival benefit? What the authors found was that among people who only have sex with people of the opposite sex, variants, alleles associated with same-sex sexual behavior are associated with having more partners, more sexual partners, and that confers a mating advantage. The authors were very careful in presenting their work. They were very precise. They were very transparent about the limitations. They also wrote frequently an FAQ to accompany the publication of their paper. It was written in lay terms so that any reader could understand. We also published 2 accompanying commentaries that addressed ethics issues associated with this type of work. One addressed the question that some people have as to whether this type of research should be carried out, given that it is subject to very broad abuse in social abuse. The other addressed questions as to whether the data provided in the context of biobanks, whether there are limitations and considerations with respect to consent for follow-on projects that may not be necessarily related to health. And we also wrote an editorial. The editorial presented the editorial process as well as our ethics considerations. So in sum, the social character of science, I have argued, requires consideration and assessment of potential benefits and harms, as well as care in how scientific results are communicated. There may be cases where it is warranted to reject or retract a project, and the guidelines do specify that, but those are very rare, and there needs to be unequivocal evidence that there is a violation of the rights of the population studied, or a clear and ambiguous incitement to discrimination. It's important that ethics frameworks evolve to encompass new forms of research. This is happening, for instance, in the context of the Declaration of Helsinki, with the accompanying declaration, Type A declaration, that deals with biobank data and data that I have discussed, secondary data. And finally, journals and publishers, we should be transparent as to how we deal with ethics concerns around harm in the manuscripts that we handle and publish. Thank you for your attention.
We have a few minutes of Q&A.
Hello, I'm Jesse Single. I'm a journalist. First of all, thank you for talking to this conference. I think you have a different view than a lot of people here, and it's incredibly valuable to have your voice. You had said that a paper that showed gender diverse companies perform worse would not run afoul of your guidelines. One of the guidelines is, I'm reading directly, content that undermines or could reasonably be perceived to undermine the rights and dignities of an individual or human group on the basis of socially constructed or socially relevant human groupings. If you had evidence that female participation in male-dominated industries caused those companies to perform worse, couldn't that undermine the rights and dignities of women seeking to break into those industries?
I think the operative word here is cause. You used the word cause. I didn't, and I would ask the authors not to use the word cause. The cause is not because women or any other gender group. This is an observation, whether it is something specific about women, whether it is something about the way women and men interact, whether then follow-on research should provide evidence to support a claim that there is some specific characteristic or a collection of characteristics or a collection of evidence explains the association. But the study I've presented is a study of association. That's really important, and we ask researchers to be very careful. If their data do not allow causal inference, then the cause should not be assumed.
I think my critique here, which you've probably heard, is that these are just very general guidelines open to wide interpretation. So content that undermines the rights and dignities, a mere association could undermine the rights and dignities. I'll leave it at that, but.
I don't believe that evidence of association, when properly presented, undermines dignity and rights. I don't believe that causal evidence does so either. But any scientific project needs to stay very close to the data, the evidence it has, and what it can support.
Well, hopefully get a couple more questions in here. Off to this side.
So I was thinking about a situation where you could have conflicting claims of harm in a single study. An example that comes to mind is in criminology. PNAS retracted a study on showing no support for racial bias in policing. And this was in the post-George Floyd era, and a bunch of scholars demanded its retraction because of the harm, and it was already used in congressional hearings and such, of toning down the defunding of the police, and it was considered harmful for vulnerable populations in effort to address this apparently real problem of racial bias in policing. So that was a harm argument but then we also know, I would say more solid research, that the type of deep research and rhetoric around defunding the police and the advocating for these policies has actually harmed minority communities. Depolicing has had negative impacts on homicide and lack of law enforcement in motor vehicle accidents. So Black people have actually suffered from these programs. So you could have same study have a very, and we have a field that obviously is dominated by these luxury beliefs that, that signal their, support for these defunding type of ideas, but do not actually care about. So we have a situation where the dominant harm narrative is of the first kind, but there's a very strong opposite claim about harms about the single study. So how do you litigate against these conflicting claims?
I can't speak to the specific paper simply because of insufficient familiarity, but a lot of the research happening in the social science, a lot of the research Nature Human Behavior publishes is research where there is a lot of complexity and the considerations of harm are multiple, complex, perhaps conflicting. Our purpose is not to resolve those. Our purpose is to provide a platform in the same way as the genetics paper I presented, where there are conflicting. Some people believe this research shouldn't happen, others believe that it should, and there are different arguments from different ethics points of view why it should or should not happen. Such research is important to contextualize, so not to publish a paper alone, but to frame it with accompanying commentary that provides different perspectives. When topics are actively debated in society, any single research paper cannot resolve them, cannot provide an answer. So framing, providing a forum for discussion within the journal at the time of publication provides more context and can also be utilized in the public sphere in a much more responsible way.
Okay, so Thank you for your many questions. Sam, there's a young woman in black here down the middle. She's had her hand up for a long time. I don't know if we can do too many more questions. I'll leave it to Anna to decide.
Thank you so much. Julia Shaletsky from UC Berkeley. I try to be brief. My question is, the wider social harms thing, I think brushes many people the wrong way because it's so abstract and it's so arbitrary. You clearly spent 3 years now looking at all the standards, thinking deeply about it. But in the end, we have editors that are overworked, very quickly have to make a decision. Often the decision will be wrong. The thing that bothers me about it is two things. First of all, we assume we kind of minimize the agency of the communities we actually talk about because we assume we know what's best for them. So that's an oddly paternalistic attitude, that has harmed people in the past in many ways. But the other element is also sometimes we prevent long-term good outcomes by focusing on short-term harms. So I give you a concrete example. For example, in San Francisco, monkeypox spread. I work in epidemiology a bit, and it was completely politically incorrect to talk about the populations that were affected because of fear of stigmatization. And that has led to more infections and more morbidity around monkeypox in the long run. But the California Public Health Department was really concerned about these indirect effects of stigmatization, basically putting sexual promiscuity out there in context of a community. But that harmed people because then more people were infected with a disease that couldn't be cured really at the time. So this is what I struggle with, this whole approach of focusing not only on direct harms of participants, which is fully valid, but also focusing on somewhat nebulous harms for the community, while at the same time not knowing things about you that are true or about your community that are true could also harm you in long-term ways because you can't really fix them in any way or address the issues.
Thank you. That's a very important question, and that's one it's really very central on our minds when we editorial minds when we make considerations about work. That raises potentially ethics questions. It's really important for our decisions to be transparent. So whatever decision we make needs the rationale needs to be apparent to the authors so that we can be held accountable. Our effort, the reason why we developed these guidelines is so that the criteria that we work with are not nebulous, and that political correctness is not the reason why any paper should be rejected. Attending to using non-stigmatizing language is a copy editing level change that's important, but it's not something that would ever lead to rejection of papers. We do focus on fundamental human rights and values, and cases where there is explicit incitement to discriminate by saying that group with cultural values X should not be allowed to live in a free society. That's a paraphrase of a claim that has been made in the recent scientific literature. It does go against the human rights, but it has to be as extreme as that for something to be rejected. So the considerations that I think matter are sensitizing scientists to the fact that scientific knowledge is extremely powerful in people's lives, and to consider as much as possible what consequences the research might have, so attempting to minimize harms. The aim is not to suppress research projects because they are controversial, and definitely not to stop having discussions around topics where there are societal divisions or differences.
All right, everyone, we're going to start our next panel more or less straight away. I like these chairs. They're very Hollywood. Make me feel like I'm directing a movie or something like that. I'm Alex Arnold. I'm the Director of Research at Heterodox Academy. And this is a panel on sort of justifying censorship by appeal to harms. And I want to start off by, before I introduce our panelists, I want to share a few of my thoughts on the matter. I'm a philosopher by training, so you'll see very quickly the various tics of a philosopher in reasoning about this particular problem. So there, in my mind, there are at least two strategies that people employ in order to censor science that involve invoking harms of some kind. So one strategy one, is really just persuasion via argument. You provide reasons, you provide evidence, and then you're hopefully able to justify censoring a scientific activity or a research product thereof. The second strategy is, in my mind, a little more suspect, and that it basically involves something like manipulation via carefully crafted rhetorical strategies, to the effect that a piece of science should be censored. And actually, some of our panelists will be talking about a concrete case example of something where this kind of strategy is employed. This sort of strategy is what you get in a lot of op-eds. So let me say a little bit more about each of these strategies. So the first strategy, since it involves argument, and here's where you see the philosopher really shine through, this is an argument schema for employing strategy one. And this, so it's an argument schema, so there are a lot of details that are abstracted out. But basically, this argument schema involves two premises that, when properly constructed, validly entail a conclusion. So one premise will always be some moral premise or principle to the effect that, if a research activity or a result of a research activity might or would contribute to, in some to be specified sense, to harms that are otherwise not counterbalanced by worthwhile benefits, then censoring that activity or that research product is either permissible or obligatory. The second premise is an empirical premise, that this particular research activity or product, might or would contribute to, in some to be specified sense, the harm of a person or people group without a benefit sufficiently worthwhile. So that actually involves a whole lot of empirical work or causal modeling or something like that. And then, so long as you've, again, constructed these premises in the appropriate way, they will validly entail the conclusion. So all the action in getting these sorts of arguments to actually work, to be sound, is in establishing the truth of the two premises. The second is, this rhetorical strategy. I don't want to say too much about it, but oftentimes it seems to rely on the tender conscience of academics. So yesterday, my esteemed colleague, Professor Musa Al-Ghabri, was sort of unflatteringly talking about how academics are conformists and very status conscious. The more positive way of putting that is that, and actually, there's a great paper by Corey Clark and colleagues that academics are pro-social, and actually some of their motivations for being censorious are in fact pro-social. So, we're actually good people, guys. Come on. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not a good person. But here the rhetorical strategy is to get someone to vividly imagine some kind of harm taking place as a result of, perhaps in a really Baroque way, their scientific activity. Now, of course, I think you can kind of know this, that persuasion and manipulation dance an intimate waltz. Their steps so closely matched that even the keenest eye struggles to tell which partner's leading. So it's never the case that you're purely just an argument robot laying out evidence, or that you're basically the equivalent of some slick used car salesperson trying to manipulate someone to act in a certain sort of way. That said, I do really think that it is befitting of scholars and of scientists to demand, if people are going to be censoring stuff, they should demand rigorous defenses of censorship, right? And I think we should be skeptical of most defenses of censorship because, I think actually getting arguments of the type that fit the schema I just described to work, enormously difficult. I'm not an economist or an econometrician, but causal modeling, causal inference, verifying that empirical premise, very hard. It is, in fact, a scientific endeavor all unto itself. The other thing I would say is that actually our academic freedom rights as scholars, as thinkers, as scientists, create a pretty strong, a rebuttable, but very strong presumption that scientific research activity and the dissemination thereof should be free. It should not be censored. And so, when people trying to censor scientific activity, we should demand rigorous defense of those censorious activities and not the sort of speculative stuff that I think we oftentimes see. So with that, I want to hand it over to my esteemed colleagues. First up, we've got two evolutionary psychologists and a philosopher, kind of a motley crew. We've got, I think first up will be William Costello, who is a graduate student at the University of Texas, Austin, followed by Diana Fleischman, and then Dr. Hrishikesh Joshi. So here, hand it over to you guys.
Good morning. So my name is William Costello. I'm an evolutionary psychology doctoral researcher at the University of Texas at Austin. And one of my main lines of research that I've published on most so far is on the psychology of incels, or involuntary celibates. Incels are an online group of misogynistic men who form a strong sense of identity around their perceived inability to form sexual or romantic relationships. And the old joke in academia is that research is me-search, but no comment on that. So I'm going to talk to you today about my early experiences throughout my short career so far on censorship, kind of topics tangential to censorship, and some more direct attempts at censorship. It bleeds into the topic of how much responsibility should researchers take for how their findings are used and misused by others once they're out in the world. So the case study that Alex kind of maybe mentioned is a Boston Globe article that was published by a very influential evolutionary psychologist called Dan Conroy Beam, who I admire very much and holds a lot of influence in our field. He published an article about how incels warp his research and the research of other evolutionary psychologists. So the whole, I'll read to you a quote from the article just so you can get a sense of the claims he was making about how evolutionary psychological findings are misused by the online group known as the Manosphere. The sinister core of the movement is a group calling themselves incels or involuntary celibates, an identity they've cultivated in a larger online ecosystem dubbed the Manosphere, composed of Reddit groups, TikToks, blogs, podcasts, wikis, and influencers. The Manosphere tells men that women's psychology, empowered by feminism, makes happy relationships impossible. Because of our evolutionary psychology, women will never date a guy like you, and even if they do, they'll eventually leave you for someone else. Incels maintain a wiki page of scientific citations that they claim supports their worldview, an annotated bibliography of misogyny. In one case, in a sort of Russian Russian nesting doll of misrepresentation, the Incel Wiki quotes a paper citing a study of mine, of Conroy Beam's, as demonstrating that women prefer dominant men, which they further twist into the incel notion that women actually prefer violent men as romantic partners. Peering into the Manosphere has been like walking through a funhouse mirror version of my science. The Manosphere view of evolutionary psychology is distorted, filtered, selective, and embellished. I am embarrassed to have ignored the appropriation of my work for so long. My complacency and that of my peers has allowed the Manosphere version of science to fester, grow, and to borrow against our field's credibility to suit its own interests. Because of our negligence, our science has a body count. The article was quite polarizing and inspired a lot of threads and responses, including an article from my fellow panelist Diana and a thread from myself. And you can follow that QR code to have a look in detail at some of my initial thoughts. But ultimately, I think the article is far too heavy-handed with the claim that there's a body count associated with evolutionary psychology's negligence. There is no evidence at all that any of the few high-profile incel killers that they've been motivated by evolutionary psychology. And in the case of incels in general, the body count of incel violence is actually far overblown by the media. There's been 59 people killed overall, and I've published articles talking about how that's overblown. Although perhaps the misogyny in and of itself could be considered a harm in and of its own right. So rather than censorship per se, these sensational claims about complacency leading to a body count constitute more of a post hoc policing of how researchers should ensure their work is being received. So an interesting question for us to consider might be, to what extent should researchers consistently focus on the potential misappropriation of our findings rather than just getting on with the work that we're interested in? And what might we be able to do in the first place to stop such misappropriation? I spoke with Diana before we came on here, and I don't think it's an information problem. I don't think if our papers had been written a little bit more carefully and nuanced that manosphere influencers would have had the correct interpretation. They're motivated to misappropriate them, and as Dan highlighted in his article, their interpretation is very divorced from the reality which we depicted. So it's very difficult to see what we could do to persuade such manosphere influencers. I take them to task in Twitter debates all the time, and several other of my colleagues do as well. Another good point that Diana makes in her article on the topic is that academia and the credentialism in academia doesn't hold much sway in the manosphere. They prefer to see themselves as kind of underground and challenging the mainstream. And just to illustrate that point, I find myself in the unusual position of receiving insults from manosphere influencers online that myself and my supervisor have been bought out by big feminism because we disagree with their interpretation of evolutionary psychology rather than our own. So that's about as distant as you can get in terms of, tribalism. I personally spend a lot of time and energy challenging the misappropriation of evolutionary psychology, not only by incels, but also by far-left, ideologically motivated influencers who endorse a blank slate ideology. So I'm kind of caught in the middle of two storms there. However, back to the topic at hand. Heavy-handed and sensational accusations do provide a chilling atmosphere in which to do research. Are there many fellow graduate students who would like to jump into researching a topic if it may land you with accusations of being complicit in having a body count or having blood on your hands? I've personally had uncomfortable experiences of being invited to talks at universities and had senior professors there and then in the room accuse me of having blood on my hands because of this interpretation of incels, which I think is a hell of a thing to accuse a graduate student of when we talk about power dynamics and all that, but that's a little bit aside. So again, back to the topic, are evolutionary psychologists negligent on this front? I would say quite the opposite. In the last 5 years, there's been over 15 talks on incels alone at evolutionary psychology conferences. Lots of work published from myself and others talking about which mating ecologies lead to the proliferation of incels, the link between low mate value and misogyny, and even how incels dismiss evolutionary psychology findings that women value intelligence, kindness, and humor as well, something Dan points out in his original article. And Diana's husband, Jeffrey, has actually, who in the article is described as a bad actor, which is neither here nor there, he has been actually at the coalface of trying to wrestle evolutionary psychology away from manosphere influencers for decades now. So evolutionary psychology hasn't been ignoring this topic. Where I might deviate from Dan and others is that I think not only does evolutionary psychology need to distance itself from this misappropriation and highlight that there is a misappropriation happening. I don't agree that we're complicit in a body count, but I do think we have an obligation to use our research skills to research the problem with a view to intervening. We're mating psychology experts. If there's a generation of young men who are so disgruntled with the modern mating market that they become incels with all the ugliness that that entails, then perhaps we have an obligation to try and do the dirty work and actually research how to plan appropriate interventions. But to do that, you actually need to do the research. And that's where I will tell you about more concrete examples of censorship that I've encountered. So early on in my career, in about 2021, we received a large grant from the UK government, Commission for Countering Extremism. And we had to go through an IRB, of course, but we encountered a lot of significant delay, which we feel were very ideologically motivated by the IRB in question. So despite this being funded by the UK government Commission for Countering Extremism, we encountered delays saying that the research must be considered high risk because we wanted to ask a few questions of incels about how much they admire other incel killers. And this is something that's been asked in other studies of incels, but the interpretation from the IRB, or the person on the IRB, was that asking incels this question, if they hadn't already heard about an incel killer, they may Google him, admire what he's done, and go out and emulate him there and then. The IRB person in question also tried to initially insist that we get ID checks to make sure that every participant was over 18, which would probably throw out most psychology studies. The whole experience has just left me wondering how often our ethics process is abused to suppress work that reviewers are just ideologically opposed to. They also tried to insist that we needn't bother asking questions about the political orientation of incels because everyone already knows that they're far right. Turns out to not be true at all. So that's an unusual one. One learning point that I've learned from the whole experience is that I no longer go through psychology IRBs when I can. I go through criminology, which is actually a much faster and smoother process. Then we come to the idea of what we do when our findings are published. So some of our quite striking findings from our initial research was the massive overrepresentation of autism in the incel community. We find that they are likely 30% of incels would meet the cutoff point for a medical referral for autism based on the AQ-10 scale that's used by clinicians for referral. We've encountered a kind of significant rhetoric in the literature and in pop science saying that these findings should not be used. So I linked to two examples why mental health and neurodivergence should not be used to explain incel violence. Now, I should be very clear, we don't make that causal link at all. We just have the findings that there's this likely overrepresentation. But I do think it's worth investigating if you have such a stark overrepresentation. Why might young men with autism be vulnerable to incel ideology? And when captured by incel ideology, might they be particularly prone to extremist violence, which a lot of kind of converging lines of evidence does seem to suggest. So it does warrant further explanation or further investigation. We've also had these attempts are not the type of censorship I'm so worried about because I do get the opportunity to publish commentaries and replies and tackle them in the academic sheet, so to speak. But it is an attempt to problematize some of your findings and to kind of, the idea, and we've encountered this particularly with the autism findings, we've approached a number of autism journals because that's where we'd like to publish these findings most of all and investigate them. And many of them have just dismissed the topic out of hand because they say it's too dangerous, it may stigmatize an already stigmatized group, which is of course perhaps true and you have to approach the topic sensitively, but I would have imagined that groups would be able to, advocacy groups for people with autism would be concerned about this topic and want it investigated rather than just prioritize potential stigmatization and not investigate a problem that could have real consequences for people with autism. So that's everything I'm going to say in my opening remarks, but I'm interested to talk to you more in the Q&A about anything you've heard today and more experiences of censorship. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Diana Fleischman. I'm an evolutionary psychologist at the same lab that William comes out of. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I also want to praise their wisdom in putting the editor of Nature Human Behavior on as the first speaker today. You barely need a cup of coffee after a talk like that. It's so invigorating. So evolutionary psychology is very commonly targeted and has been very commonly targeted before even evolutionary psychology was called a field. So if you look at E.O. Wilson's book, Sociobiology, that came out in 1975, all this stuff about ants and elephants and everything was fine, but his chapter on humans was considered extremely problematic. And in that book, he says something to the effect that eventually we're going to be able to harness our own genetics in the future. And this was considered a smack of eugenics, and of course it does smack of eugenics, but it was also very prescient in that now we are considering altering our genomes and doing embryo selection. So E.O. Wilson was way ahead of the curve on that. So evolutionary psychology is controversial for many reasons. It challenges, do not have this up. Turn it off, please. It challenges the core assumptions that humans are, the idea is that humans evolved and are animals, right? The idea that anything, love, cooperation, altruism, can be boiled down to a self-esteem perspective. So it really offends people on many different aspects of their ideas. And these ideas provoke discomfort, especially like biological determinism and evolved sex differences. So Stephen Jay Gould and Lewontin and people like that really were angry with E.O. Wilson's book because they said it upheld the status quo. They said it could uphold sexism. And, you know, Steven Pinker in his book, The Blank Slate, talks about this at length, that we like the idea of the blank slate, many of us do, because progressive ideologies say that human nature can be fundamentally altered, whereas evolutionary perspectives have the somewhat opposite view, that aggression, selfishness, tribalism are all sort of baked in, and we have to learn how to work with those in order to have a society that can function. Another thing that's controversial about evolutionary psychology and other similar views is that the idea that if you win out in competition, like if you win out in capitalist competition, or if you win out in a clash of cultures, then in some way that makes your culture or whatever mores and norms and morals that you are endorsing at least better in the competition and better in a specific way. So evolutionary psychology has had a lot of controversial research topics. Randy Thornhill, who's my neighbor in New Mexico, he's written a book on rape that basically said rape has an evolutionary reason behind it. Men don't commit rape because they're trying to enact their misogyny on women. They commit rape because sometimes they would get women pregnant that way. And also, David Buss, my former advisor, said that things like murder and stalking have evolutionary reasons behind them. There's a famous book from Daly and Wilson called Homicide, which has at length explanations for why infanticide has over human evolutionary history been the most common form of homicide. So you have things like stalking, rape, and baby killing, very popular topics in evolutionary psychology. And so these have been considered, very, very controversial. John Tooby, before he died recently, he's one of the founders of evolutionary psychology, he said that modern medicine makes it such that people can reproduce who previously would not have survived, and he said that this could lead in the long term to a genetic meltdown. He basically espoused the idea of dysgenics, which has been an idea that has been called to be censored by scientists like Rebecca Sear and others who say that if you endorse dysgenics, you're saying that some genotypes are better than others, which is basically endorsing eugenics. So a lot of evolutionary scientists want disclaimers about the use of these ideas. They want to say, okay, we're going to teach evolution, but we want to teach people also that there's these social Darwinism misuses of these ideas. I've seen recently somebody calling to say that if we teach high schoolers or university students Mendelian genetics, we have to combat the idea that these genetic traits are hardwired, or otherwise they might inadvertently become eugenicists. So professors are having a hard enough time teaching Mendelian genetics to high school students, but now they also have to teach them how not to be eugenicists. As William was talking about before, there's this article in the Boston Globe by Daniel Conroy Beam, our colleague, and he said that evolutionary psychology has a body count. And he said, evolutionary psychology is a safe space for provocateurs. And he said that like it was a bad thing. So I wrote a response that you can look up. It says, does evolutionary psychology really cause mass shootings? And I refuted a couple of his claims. For example, he cites Elliot Rogers and this Sydney stabber who stabbed a bunch of people in a mall in Sydney, Australia, as examples of evolutionary psychology causing murder. Neither one of these guys talked about evolutionary psychology at all. Elliot Rogers wrote a manifesto. I looked up the word evolution in it, and I found he was talking about the revolutionary World of Warcraft game. There's also a big problem with censoring ideas on the basis of perceived harms, right? So right-coded ideas are going to face harsher criticism than and backlash. So one thing that if you read population genetics articles or sort of calls for censorship in population genetics, you will see this Buffalo shooter from 2022 mentioned over and over again. So this guy, he goes into a supermarket, and I think he kills 10 or injures 10 black supermarket shoppers. And he misused population genetics, they say, to justify racist and anti-Semitic views. And this has sparked calls for geneticists to censor research or to prevent graphs and charts in a different way. So he's got these two population genetics charts in his manifesto. And the idea here is that if he hadn't found these population genetics charts, he would have stayed home and read White Fragility instead of going out and murdering people. There's no evidence at all that these population genetics charts had this view. And somewhat close in time to when these calls for censorship were being made, there was a chart that showed discrete racial groupings that was in a journal. And there was a call for this chart to be changed because it made racial groupings look different. So we have no idea if censorship would actually really prevent violence. And I don't know if you guys know this, the vast majority of murders are committed without a manifesto against people who are close to us. So left-coded ideas are really questioned. There was this Nashville shooter a few years ago, potentially a trans man, it's unclear exactly. And this person wrote in their journal, it was called a manifesto in some places, it was called a journal in others, that essentially white privilege was a major problem in our society. And this did not, as far as I ever saw, call for censorship calls for ideas about white privilege. Nobody said we should censor ideas about white privilege, and certainly nobody said that non-binary people, being non-binary, as this person may have been, is going to be a problem for violence. So there's also a harm of alternative explanations. Think about hereditarianism. Hereditarianism is the idea that some ethnic differences in success or IQ or different kinds of metrics are caused by genetics rather than by culture or rather than by discrimination. If you look at hereditarianism, it's maligned like as much as gain-of-function research in terms of the harm it could potentially cause, but rarely do people grapple with what are the alternative explanations. So if you completely say that there's no biological basis for ethnic differences in outcomes, what you must, by implication, endorse is that things like microaggressions, discrimination are causing these disparities. And you could see, if you were aiming to, all kinds of places in society where the idea that discrimination is widespread, that discrimination is causing some people to be oppressed to such an extent that they can't get ahead no matter how much DEI is imposed, is an idea that could cause aggression and violence. And if you look at revolutions throughout history, the idea that there's an oppressive class has been pretty popular as a rationale for violence. So there's a bigger picture here. Evolutionary psychology is basically about how, in the competition for survival, certain psychological adaptations won out over others, that human psychology has been shaped by iterated competition over time. And I also see that in the university system. So we've been talking a lot about how universities can get better, how about universities can stop doing as much censorship, and how we should not compel speech, for example. But I see that there's going to be a competition that's either going to fundamentally change universities or that's going to make them die, basically. So I've seen recently private donors offering people money to do individual research with a 3 or 4 page application. I've seen private donors giving people money. My friend Ayla, who's a pornographic actress and sex researcher, has done research for the last year on the basis of a private donor, and she can't get published in mainstream journals because she has no IRB approval. She has, in some instances, 400,000 data points, kinds of data that an academic would kill for. And so she doesn't get published in journals like Nature Human Behavior, where perhaps dozens of people will read her article. Instead, she publishes on blogs where millions of people read her research. So over time, I think that the university system is really going to not thrive in this kind of competition. And I hope that there are some universities, like University of Austin and others, that really take up the challenge and say, okay, if we want to compete with the private marketplace of ideas, if we want to compete with independent researchers who are not beholden to ideas about harm, we're really going to have to streamline the research process. We're really going to have to not eat up researchers' time and grant money in applying for grant money and talking about how they're going to remedy social ills. We're going to really have to try and appeal to the independent discovery spirit that we see in intellectuals throughout history, rather than at the perhaps craven, I shouldn't use that word, craven desire to solve the kinds of problems that are considered most important and most likely to give researchers money. Universities and degrees are going to lose value. They're going to lose merit over time in this competition. And so while we're here talking about how these ideas can be solved from within the system, I think that the universities will either figure out how to solve these ideas or perish against the private marketplace of ideas. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm Joshi from the University of Arizona. I'm also a philosopher like Alex, so we'll do some philosophy here. Okay, so usually in these talks on censorship, people start by quoting John Stuart Mill, but I thought we would go to another 19th century philosopher to get an idea here. So this is a very interesting passage. So this is C.S. Peirce, who was what we call epistemologist, and I just want to read it out a little bit. So he says the method of authority. So he's really talking about censorship, and he's interested in the way it's called the fixation of belief, what he calls. So the idea is like, how do we decide how to fix belief, right? We believe things, how do we fix those beliefs? And he calls this the method of authority. So he says, the method of authority will always govern the mass of mankind. If liberty of speech is to be untrammeled from the grosser forms of constraint, then uniformity of opinion will be secured by a moral terrorism to which the respectability of society will give its thorough approval. Following the method of authority is the path to peace. Certain nonconformities are permitted, certain others, considered unsafe, are forbidden. These are different in different countries and in different ages, but wherever you are, let it be known that you seriously hold a tabooed belief, and you may be perfectly sure of being treated with a cruelty less brutal but more refined than hunting you like a wolf. Thus, the greatest intellectual benefactors of mankind have never dared and dare not now to utter the whole of their thought. And thus, and this is important, I think philosophically, thus a shade of prima facie doubt is cast upon every proposition which is considered essential to the security of society. So I think what he's getting at here is like, if you live in an atmosphere of censorship, that undermines what you can know, right? And philosophers have been starting to pay more attention to this. In the classic epistemology, philosophers were kind of worried about how do individuals know things. So Descartes wondered about whether he might be dreaming. Are these real hands, or am I in a matrix simulation? Those kinds of questions. But over time, people have realized, look, a lot of our knowledge we get from others, right? So I believe there's a country called Brazil, but I've never been there. So I get that knowledge from others. But then there's a question, how must society be structured so that we can then reliably rely on the testimony of others? So I want to make two claims here. One is that for interesting reasons, censorship and social pressure makes it harder to have knowledge. So where there's more censorship and social pressure, we should be like, look, we don't really know what's going on. And secondly, I want to turn the table on the censors a bit. So censors usually say, look, if we talk about this, that's going to harm people. People are going to misuse it. But what if we don't talk about certain things? Maybe there can be harms resulting from that, as the panelists have talked about. And I think the censors, or the people who put social pressure, to use body count language, they have the body count there. I mean, so they are responsible for the harms that occur due to that. Just a bit of background. So I want to say, look, and this is kind of keeping in line with Mill. I think there's a lot in Mill that is still to be thought about. So this is Mill's famous chapter 2 of On Liberty. Here's what I think censorship does. So it hampers evidence generation and dissemination. So generation, because say there are topics that there's social pressure not to investigate. Well, if you're a young grad student, you're not gonna you're gonna go to, as JP talked about with the different cases, you're gonna go to some other topic, right? So then it's hampering generation. So suppose it was taboo to question Newtonian physics, Einstein would not have gone and come out with the general theory, right, of relativity. And dissemination. So then, if we already have evidence, you collect data and maybe it supports some tabooed conclusion, you're not going to then disseminate, or you might not publish the study. So Mill has this quote where he says, this is 1859, so that's when Newtonian physics is the gold standard. He says, if even the Newtonian philosophy were not permitted to be questioned, mankind could not feel as complete assurance of its truth as they now do. So here's kind of my reconstruction of what could be happening. So suppose you have, so here I have green stars and red stars. Think of them as pieces of evidence. So the green stars are evidence in favor of P, which people want to believe, and red stars are evidence against P, which people don't want to believe. And that can be relative to community. Suppose you have this kind of mechanism of social pressure where it's kind of, it's professionally or socially costly to put out a red star. So a red star is a piece of evidence. Here's, for all we know, we can be in this following situation. Look, and you can think in terms of the peer-reviewed literature. How should you form your belief here, right? One thought is like, just look at the peer-reviewed literature and form your belief based on that. Then I look at the peer-reviewed literature, it has a bunch of green stars. Am I done? So should I believe whatever that's, let's say P, we philosophers like to use these letters. So let's say P, should I believe P? Well, on a simple kind of naive model, maybe I should. But here's the doubt, and this is what Peirce is talking about. The doubt I should have is like, look, yeah, the peer-reviewed literature has all these green stars, but if there were red stars, they wouldn't be really making it to the peer-reviewed literature. Maybe this one squeezed in somehow, like, I don't know, E.O. Wilson or something. But all these others are not squeezing through, right? So that creates this, what he calls the prima facie doubt. Okay, and there are many mechanisms, as people have discussed. You have professional incentives, especially if you're a grad student or untenured and so on. Editors may refuse publication. Okay, so what this shows is like, look, an atmosphere of censorship or social pressure creates a situation where we only have a sort of biased subset of the total evidence. So it's a biased subset, when we sample, imagine you're a pollster, right? And you say, okay, well, the Republican's going to win. And you say, okay, what's your poll? Well, we conducted this extensive polling in Kentucky. Then you would be like, okay, well, you're not giving me a representative sample, right? You have to look at Berkeley and everywhere else, right? You gotta. So that's what's happening. I mean, the analogous thing is what's happening with censorship. So I want to. Okay, so the one claim here is that censorship undermines our ability to be confident, and if we just trust the sort of peer-reviewed literature or the evidence that gets through us, we're only going to have part of the truth, right? We're not going to have the whole truth. So harm, now I want to turn to responsibility. Here's a simple case of harm. Suppose, and I just want to use this to get intuitions going. Suppose there's compelling evidence that Mustard committed the murder. So Mustard killed this person. There's compelling evidence. However, for whatever reasons, Plum hides this evidence from the authorities. So he hides this key piece of evidence, which leads the courts to convict Scarlett, who is innocent. Which, let's suppose, but she's innocent, but given the evidence that they have, it points to Scarlett, right? Because Plum sort of withheld this evidence. Who's blameworthy here? You might think, hey, well, maybe it's the courts because they convicted this innocent person. But not really, because they were doing the best they could with the evidence they had. I think who's blameworthy here is Mustard. And Mustard is basically analogous to the censor, because censors attempt to withhold certain... Oh yeah, Plum, sorry, yeah. I get these clue names mixed up. So. Yeah, right. I got 2 young boys, so I get my board games confused. Okay, so then what's the upshot here? Censors will often act on the assumption that blocking certain evidence will prevent harm, but there's the other side is, look, blocking evidence can also cause harm, and it has caused lots of harm in lots of different contexts. So the censors are the people who place social pressure in this way, and that's many, not publishing things, not hiring people, and so on for these kinds of reasons, or at least partially responsible for the resulting harm. So let me put it a bit abstractly. Suppose some policy phi, more letters, but some policy phi is rationalized by the evidence led through by the censor. But given the total evidence, the right policy would have been some other policy. Let's call it psi. Now psi is going to be suboptimal, right? Because if you had all the evidence, then that, the policy rationalized by that is going to be the better policy. So that suboptimality, that amount of, what does it mean to be suboptimal? Well, it causes a lot of harm, or some harm at least. So this is very, very common. So like what happened in Chernobyl is a case like this. So it's not like, when the nuclear plant melted down, it's not like people weren't evacuated because they literally didn't have buses or something. It's not that they didn't have the logistics. It's that there was censorship and social pressure at every point in the chain. So people at the top just didn't know what was happening until it was too late, right? So so that sort of social pressure is blameworthy. Some people have argued the pandemic school closures. So if, I'm not an epidemiologist, but at least some people have argued that, look, if all the information was made freely available and debated, we might not have closed schools, especially for elementary students, and that has caused a lot of harm, especially for people from disadvantaged backgrounds who might not have like private tutorship or something. Then a very horrific case that's kind of being talked about on social media, the recent UK scandal maybe is another case of this type of harm caused by various types of censorship and social pressure. So to sort of conclude, there's this, we talk a lot about this one side, which is like, look, what is the harm that's going to be caused if this research is done? But there's like the others, and who's responsible for that? But there's this other side, which is like, what is the harm that's going to be caused if the evidence is not kind of fully known? And I think the censors bear a lot of the blame for that. So thank you.
So I'm actually quite pleased to say that we have a long time to take questions and have wide-ranging discussion with the audience. But I want to ask a question of my fellow panelists, especially the evolutionary psychologists. So your remarks both made me think about this other kind of interesting issue, which is you talk what's the phrase you use, post hoc imposition of like obligations. So like when a scientist publishes a piece of research, maybe some people think that scientist therefore incurs some new obligations to ensure that that research is received in the appropriate ways by various communities. And I could see how that could very quickly turn into a negative incentive to not want to do certain sorts of research because you just don't want to, you don't want to have to spend your time like futzing around with the hoi polloi and trying to get them to understand your research, right? So I'm just curious, like, if either of you, or Rishi, if you want to elaborate on this kind of idea that, being a scientist and publishing research involves, the generation of these new obligations after research is published.
Yeah, I think it kind of does, and I'm willing to accept some of that, and it's for that reason that, kind of like Diana mentioned, that I do a lot of podcasts, write a lot of pop science articles to appeal to a larger audience than the 12 people who might read my journal article. So there is a little bit of that, but I don't think the claim in the Boston Globe article is that the findings are being presented in such an egregious way that it's a plausible interpretation of what these manosphere guys are doing. They're motivated to interpret it in their own way. So I can't really police that or intervene at that level. You can intervene at making sure your findings are presented sensibly and sober. You can communicate them well to as large an audience as you possibly can. But beyond that, it's difficult to see how far should your responsibility go to change the incentive structure for certain groups to willfully misconstrue your findings. Like in the Boston Globe article, there's a slew of examples of where they've directly misinterpreted findings. It's very difficult to see how you would even intervene in that. Will they listen to us if we say, hey, manosphere guys, you actually got that bit wrong? They're not really receptive to that,
A couple of points that I make in my article rebutting Daniel Conroy Beam is, one, he seems a little bit annoyed that people like Gad Saad and David Buss and others are so popular on the podcast circuit, and they get millions of views when they're on something like Joe Rogan. And when you present very nuanced findings on a podcast, you're not necessarily going to get the same kind of outreach or influence as if somebody speaks in more simple sound bites. So Rogan, for example, people have compared him to a Neanderthal in like, how does sun work, man? And a scientist. And so he asks quite simple questions, and he appeals to a wide audience in that way. And of course, people are going to misconstrue findings. Another thing that I think is fundamentally misunderstood is that the more you try to appeal to nuance and try to mitigate the misunderstanding of your findings, the more some group of people like the manosphere are going to write you off as somebody who's been captured by whatever university or whatever ethics that your university endorses.
Big feminism.
Yeah, big feminism. They're not going to see you as a truth teller because they're going to see that you're trying to mitigate their understanding in order to reduce harm rather than telling them the capital T truth, right? So the more people try and mitigate their message to prevent misunderstanding, the less certain groups, certainly seems to me online communities, are going to trust them as valuable sources of evidence.
All right, so we'll take some questions. Why don't we start with Bob Maranto in the very back corner back there.
You're way kind. This is a fantastic talk, or set of talks. I have a really horrible question. Evolutionary psychology tells us that people tend to be self-interested or not entirely moral. And I think if you look at the censorship regime, at least within universities, outside of Florida, it's mostly in the ideological material interest of the left, not the right. And it strikes me that, I think Diana sort of alluded to this, Marxist systems seem to have killed about 94 million people, according to the Black Book of Communism. Maybe it's fewer. I've heard arguments it's only 65 million people. For me, it's like, did Hitler murder 6 or 5.8 million Jews? It's like, it's a bad system. These are bad systems. Could we start making the argument that if we really take the harm thing seriously, we have to start censoring Marxist views? And I think that I hate saying it, but I think we kind of have to go there to give the left an ideological and material interest in realizing that free speech is really a better way to go. So just responses to that. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly people have compared some of the blank slate or environmental positions to Lysenkoism, which also killed many, many people. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, the right is just not censorious, and when they try to do it, it's obviously pretend. You know, everybody can see that our heart's not really in it. And so yeah, it can be quite difficult to say, no, I don't want you to promote your Marxist, blank slate views because they cause the destruction of societies and millions of people. I definitely have seen people say, I'm going to censor the other way. And I think the real purely high-minded and principle-guided free speech warriors like Heterodox Academies also, protect left-wing views. I've certainly have an audience that I've cultivated on Twitter where if I say, I think actually drag queen story hour is fine. Many children enjoy seeing men in dresses, and I don't think that's a problem, right? I would get attacked all day long.
I mean, as someone who tries to be principled in my life, and maybe fails a lot as well.
I thought you were going to say you tried with a drag queen.
No. I have been known to. My daughters have sometimes asked me if I can wear their Elsa dresses, and I say, not if you want it to survive. I think that censoring Marxist or leftist or progressive ideas backfires in the same way that censoring conservative ideas backfires. So it just, in the words of the Woodward Report, the Yale Woodward Report, much less known than the Calvin Report, but it just makes them look like forbidden fruit. So from a strategic standpoint, I think it backfires, but I also think from a principle standpoint, you shouldn't do it, right? You should let these ideas air out. Sunshine's a great disinfectant. From my perspective, I think the ideas will fail. I don't know.
And the Streisand effect is much more powerful in the age of social media, right? If you tell somebody they shouldn't know something, they want to know it.
It's a biblical story, even. How about this gentleman up down here in the front? You can state your name, rank, and serial number as well.
Keith Riles, University of Michigan. I'm in physics. I wanted to present a hypothetical scenario and get your views on it. And also, if the Nature editor is still online, I'd really like to hear her perspective. So imagine a researcher looks into a group of men, some of whom are handsome, maybe tall and handsome, and others who are not, and finds that there's a strong and a large statistically relevant cohort, and finds that there's a strong correlation between being tall and handsome and success is measured by income, net worth, popularity, many friends, and so on. And I suspect there's actually already evidence like that out there. But imagine he digs deeper and finds that, well, actually, it's not just because people are responding to this person because of their looks, but because there's actually a genetic link to intelligence and productivity, conscientiousness, whatever it might be. And they wish to publish those results because you can imagine that not only would offend those of us who are not so blessed, just seeing those results, but also might harm us economically because potential employers would be aware of that information and say, well, maybe I should pick the guy who's taller and more handsome. Might be a better worker. So I'd like to know what the Nature editor thinks about publishing an article like that.
Yeah, and as I understand it, I think Dan Conroy Beam actually has published something similar, finding exactly that. So that is interesting, yeah.
There's research on what's called lookism, which is I think Tyler Cowen calls it the overlooked-ism of our age, which is that, people who are just better looking do better. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Francesca Minerva, who's going to be on later, has coined the term lookism and talks a lot about lookism, yeah.
Yeah. Rishi, you're the handsome guy on the panel. Why don't you comment? No. I don't know if the Nature editor is still with us, if we could get her perspective. What I would want to say is, in my framework, you should actually go do some science and verify whether or not these consequences have the direction and the magnitude that you think they do, and then ask us a further step to say that is somehow something that we need to combat in some way. That's my perspective. I think we had Matt Burgess up there, and then I'll get someone over here next. You should still say what you do and where you are, Matt.
Yeah, Matt Burgess. I'm an econ professor at University of Wyoming. I want to offer a provocation to the panel, especially Diana. You said that right-wingers are less censorious than left-wingers. I don't think that's true. But I do think that extreme right-wingers are much worse at hiding their malicious intent than extreme left-wingers, right? So, for example, we started this panel talking about how extreme misogynists don't understand how they can't get dates. I'm thinking, God. Whereas, we got people on campus running basically Charlottesville rallies, being virulently anti-Semitic and claiming that they're for the oppressed. And I think that's really where maybe the asymmetry lies. Is this dressing it up in good intentions, as opposed to one side being more or less censorious than the other? So I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that the right is more overtly censorious, and they're like, I don't want drag queen story hour because I don't want my child to be a pervert or whatever. And they'll be more direct, whereas I think that the left will couch it more in language like, we want to prevent harm. No, we're not censoring things. We're just changing how you present cause and effect so that no one would infer causality, but that's absolutely not censorship. And I think it has to do with progressives just being smarter than conservatives, right? Yeah, sorry.
All right, I
Drop in truth bombs.
Capital T truth bombs. Let's put your hands up nice and high. Let's get John Wilson right over there. John, if you want to say, he's behind you, Sam. He's behind you.
Hi, John Wilson. I wonder if instead of doubling down in harm and saying we need to harm the Marxists and censors are harming, if we really need to question the idea of harm and whether it's so bad in itself. I think harm is wonderful. I try to harm people all the time. I criticize them, I denounce them, I write entire books trying to destroy the reputation of Donald Trump and others. And it seems to me, and yes, for me personally, when people harm me by, say, not hiring me or giving me a low grade or criticizing me, I don't like it. But the system is wonderful, where you have people trying to harm each other, trying to criticize each other. And that, to me, questioning that harm principle, and that's certainly in that sense of ideas, I think we need to stop worrying so much about harming people and try to understand how much we help them when we harm them.
Yeah, I just want to say that one of my mentors, advisors, Daniel Jacobson, he's a Mill scholar. He argues that Mill just does not have a harm principle, so he's sort of misinterpreted because Mill talks about he has this corn dealer example. So should I be able to write an op-ed in the paper saying corn dealers are starvers of the poor? And so Mill is a free speech absolutist, right? So. But if I write an op-ed saying corn dealers are starvers of the poor, I'm harming corn dealers, right? Their profits are going to go down. People are not going to like them, give them dirty looks. But if that counts as harm, then if harm is just setting back somebody's interest, then we couldn't say basically anything that there would be no free speech at all. So one thought here is like people attribute this harm principle to Mill and kind of take it as like, look, you have the right to do whatever unless you harm someone. That's just like not a principle that's there in Mill at all. And what Mill wants to say is like, you have a right to do whatever unless you infringe on the rights of others. But corn dealers just don't have a right not to be criticized. And you can generalize this to anything else.
I'd also say, though, John, that I think your point is well taken. There's a kind of squishiness, and the harm, there's all sorts of different kinds of harm. And John, I know that you don't just go around punching people in the face for the fun of it. You're not a harm maximizer in that sense. But yeah, criticizing people, leveling devastating arguments at a talk, right? That can harm people. It can hurt their feelings. So I think what your question really gets at is that we need to distinguish the sorts of harms that sort of matter morally from those that sort of don't matter morally. And that, in the framework I presented at the beginning is sort of the point of kind of, you got to articulate a pretty detailed moral principle, right, as part of any effort to censor. But I think you're right, John, that people kind of need to grow thicker skin sometimes, maybe oftentimes. Let's get the lady in the green scarf up here.
Yeah, I love this conversation.
Name, rank, and serial number.
Heather Bartz. I am no longer in academia. I'm in biotech, but I'm a lover of science, and that's why I'm here. One of the things that I keep thinking when I talk or I hear all of this discussion of harm around, the censorship of studies or funding or lack of professional advancement in the sciences and academia around potential or perceived harms to the population or various populations. I keep thinking about, the object of science, in theory, is supposed to be following the evidence wherever it leads. It's not supposed to be what we think the world ought to be. It's about the way the world is. And I don't see, ages ago, somebody could have written a scientific article about how to make a hammer. And it could be used for all these useful things. It could also be used to kill someone. It's information, and it should be viewed in that context. And how people use it, how they distort it, how they envision it being harmful, that's a different matter. Those are different questions. But the scientific questions are supposed to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And I think that is immensely valuable.
One of the only areas where I'm sympathetic to the view that certain ideas should be censored would be like something like gain-of-function research or weapons of mass destruction or the development of artificial general intelligence, all of which, there's a whole group of people called accelerationists who think that we should just try and make artificial general intelligence as quickly as possible and let the chips fall where they may. I think that's sort of a nihilistic position, and I don't think people here would necessarily endorse that. So it is a tricky situation because I understand, sympathetically, that for somebody like the average social scientist, they think that hereditarianism is like telling people how to grow, build a dirty bomb in their basement. And I disagree with them, but they have their power is ebbing at the moment, but they have been ascendant until very recently.
Let's see over here. I'm trying to see someone maybe who hasn't. How about this gentleman in the center here with the beard?
I see you're trying to maximize the diversity of.
Am I?
Yeah, because you're just getting people.
So I'm representing the Cornell Free Speech Alliance and the Harvard Alumni for Free Speech. But,
And your name, sir?
Carl Noyce. I live here in Southern California. This is a very general question, but it's one that I'm plagued with. We have this issue for a healthy society, right? We need shared values, right? We need shared beliefs at some fundamental level. At the same time, in Western tradition, we need maximum freedom of thought, which can lead to sort of social anarchy. And we have this tension here between these two things. And I presume censorship is intended to try to build the shared values. Unfortunately, some of the shared values are maybe the wrong values. But how do you, in the academic world, how do you navigate those two tensions between, yes, we should have shared values. On the other hand, the total opposite is we should have maximum independent thought. So any thoughts on that as being a core problem and how that translates?
Yeah, so, I think in the academic context, it's not, I guess sometimes get a little frustrated by the emphasis on free speech in academic contexts because, if I'm in a linear algebra class and we're calculating determinants, I don't want to hear my colleagues or my professor's hot takes on Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's like, teach me how to compute the determinant to this matrix, right? So academia is a very special context. Now, there is this important concept of academic freedom where, you should have the freedom to research and to teach and, in the American context, at least extramural utterance on whatever matters you want to talk about. But, academia is about disciplined, normed inquiry and learning, right? And so there are certain, I think, shared values, or there ought to be, about things like following the evidence, be open-minded to different perspectives, be intellectually humble, right? Be curious about, look for weak spots in your own position, steel man your opponents, and really look for weaknesses in your own. I take actually all of those to sort of constitute, at least partially, a set of shared values that scholars ought to aspire to cultivate and have pretty firm allegiance to. Now, I think that there's an open question about the extent to which there is firm allegiance among a sufficiently large number of academics to those shared values. I think, what Scott Turner used the phrase rotten to the core. I think it's an empirical question of whether or not academia is rotten to the core, but maybe one way it might be rotten to the core is where actually there isn't firm allegiance by a large enough number of academics to these kinds of shared values. And I don't know. But I think that within the academic context, that kind of stuff is really bedrock. And to the extent that it's not, then we really do have a problem. My fellow panelists want to weigh in on this.
I was interpreting your question as kind of, there are people, for example, who I'm friends with who do sex research, and conservatives are attacking them all the time on X and other places because they don't want the idea out there that a man can watch pornography in moderation, or that you can have casual sex and then end up in a monogamous long-term relationship that doesn't suffer at all from that outcome. And so I do see some people who say, yeah, I want to promote shared values, I want to promote traditional values because they are going to contribute to societal cohesiveness, right? There was a bunch of editorials a few months ago talking about people who regret having children. And certainly conservatives would say it's harmful for people to say that motherhood isn't just an unabated bliss fest because it might prevent women from having the children that we need to continue our society. So I'm also sympathetic to those views, but I think within the academy and within contexts like this, what conservatives are trying to do, if I'm going to be blunt, is to protect people who have less agency and who are unable to make decisions in a more nuanced way from making bad decisions because they want to emulate people who have luxury to beliefs.
So we maybe have time for one or two questions, depending on how long the exchange goes. How about let's get the gentleman in the middle with the hat.
Thanks. I'm Joe Manson, UCLA Anthropology, and this is mostly for William. So we hear a lot about how marginalized groups need special protection from harms and also need to be able to tell their own story. We need to foreground their voices. Well, it seems to me that just going by stigmatization and like the suffering that people are going through, you could argue that incels are a marginalized group and deserve that special treatment. And yet, so my question for you is, can that argument get you anywhere with gatekeepers, with journal editors or IRBs?
I have had one glimmer of success on that front. That's my findings that an over-representation of people of color in the incel community. So when you emphasize that point, then they become perhaps, there's a change of tone in the person speaking to you and they see the group as worthy of sympathy. So don't like to play that game, but if maybe have to. Good point though, Joe.
So we have one last question. This gentleman down here.
Thank you. I'm Ken Brzezinski, University of Illinois at Chicago, and I'm in engineering. I thought you might want to hear an engineering perspective on harm.
Love engineering.
Okay.
Huge fan.
It's been reported recently that the Russians have developed a hypersonic aircraft, which means it goes above Mach 5, and that no missile we have or any country has, and no airplane that any country has, can catch up to that aircraft, and that aircraft can bomb any city in any country in the world. That's harm. It's been reported that the Iranians have hacked into the electrical and water infrastructure of cities. They haven't successfully stopped the electricity or water, but they potentially could, which would create chaos in our cities. That's harm. The Chinese have hacked into the biological databases of our US, including 123andMe, gotten hold of DNA data, which will allow them to develop biological weapons that can be targeted to individuals with certain DNA characteristics. That's harm. The fires you see here are the result of some lack of engineering and other effects, but are catastrophic. How do these harms, especially from the Nature editor, compare to real harms that could happen within the next year or two? Aren't these all discussions of, in Henderson's words, just luxury beliefs and concerns and are really irrelevant to the potential harms that we're all ignoring for the time? Not all. I'm not ignoring it, but we're not even discussing here.
I mean, my take is, again, we kind of need to, if we want to make arguments about what harms are more important to consider, I mean, I take it that actually your point is really that the sorts of censorious activities that academics tend to engage in, they're targeting the entirely wrong kind of harms, right? And so that's a kind of argument against a certain disposition that maybe a lot of academics have. So, I mean, I guess I agree with your point, yeah.
Two things. One thing, my husband was on IRBA committee, and he talked about how they were really scrutinizing questionnaires all day long, and then somebody had a study where it involved participants picking up heavy bags of sand, and they just waved it right through because they didn't actually consider back strain as a possible harm, because they couldn't consider like a physical harm. And similarly, I worked at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and there were ethics reviews where they were going to give one group of villagers a water filtration system and another group not, which would inevitably result in the death of some people compared to others, right? And that, because you couldn't give a water filtration system to everybody, was considered kind of okay. So I think that you're right in, I don't want to use these like slangy terms like word cells. People who are just really influential, who are good at talking, like me and you. Well, you're an engineer. Not that you have more influence on the culture, and people who are actually thinking about real harms like fires and are there enough water in the fire hydrants, they're not as influential on the culture, and therefore there are more real harms actually happening. I think you're absolutely right.
So I actually misread the schedule. We don't end at 10:30, we end at 10:35. So we actually have time for one more question. One more bonus question. How about the gentleman in the maroon polo shirt back there? Name, rank, and serial number, sir.
Andrew Van Horn, postdoc at Case Western, 3XZ5948. I'm sort of wondering about the, I guess, utility of like litigating harm and how it's sort of discussed in this way. Not that these are obviously great talks, because I think that ultimately, right, the harm thing, particularly as it applies to like marginalized people and that sort of thing, is really just a way to sort of protect, for lack of a better term, like the sort of woke narrative of, and more importantly, a sort of wokest like source of truth, right? Which is this, oppression that marginalized people have faced and all that sort of thing, right? So in a sense, it's not so much that like the reasoning about harm that we're going to somehow overcome that by reasoning, well, actually, these harms are imaginary or whatever, because the reality is that they're motivated by protecting like this sort of narrative. And so the problem is more that we're reifying or lionizing these groups of people. And if we got rid of that, this whole harm system of censorship would just sort of die on the vine because there's nothing to protect anymore. So if we stop saying like, oh, these groups of people need to be protected from harm, that is to say, like our narrative of like why white supremacy and colonialism is bad needs to be protected from questioning. If we get rid of that, don't we just sort of undermine the entire notion of the harm argument, right?
I mean, I guess I don't know how you do that without trying to persuade people. Maybe I'm a dunderheaded philosopher. I'm definitely a dunderheaded philosopher, but I got into academia, I got into scholarship because I wanted to argue with people in good faith. I wanted to persuade people by the application of reason and by the presentation of evidence. And so maybe I'm naive and Pollyannish, but I really do think like I think there's a powerful case to be made that in most circumstances, these sorts of censorious endeavors are simply not justifiable. Even taking into consideration potential for harm. And so I would just exhort all of us that we should call their bluff and ask, okay, let's hash it out. What is your argument? Show me your evidence. Show me your reasons. That's my take, but that's maybe an overly naive one, I don't know.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome back. Hi, I'm Tania Gutsche. I'm the co-director for the Center for Economic and Social Research here at USC. We met, Anna, when we hosted our 10-year anniversary event, which was called The End of Enlightenment, ? Which is clearly a topic that caught her attention. And we had invited some speakers like Ed Saad with dissenting opinions, and we upset some of our own staff members, but we had a very thought-provoking day, and as we are having. So for this panel, this is organizational and institutional responses to censorship. Our speakers will highlight some of the agencies, journals, and organizations that have stepped in to address censorship and defend academic freedom. There's a link in your program to view the online address of Francesca Minerva. She's a philosopher from the University of Milan and one of the editors of the Journal of Controversial Ideas. And in this video, she explains her unique, truly open access journal. No one pays to submit and no one pays to read the articles. It's a peer-reviewed journal that also gives authors the option to publish under a pseudonym, either temporarily until they get tenure, feel less scrutinized, or permanently. And Francesca also speaks about the duty of academics to raise the bar of what is considered controversial. So watch the video if you can, and this is also the journal that will be publishing our conference proceedings. So we have 8 brief talks, and discussion will have to be over lunch because this session's really packed. So first, I would like to invite to the podium Barry Honig, a biophysicist from Columbia, who will be speaking on the American Academy of Sciences and Letters.
So I'm going to be speaking about the American Academy of Sciences and Letters, and
It's a new academy, and we already have a few. So I'd like to say a few words about how we got there and why, and make some personal statements about why I think it's important. The slide shows some of our focus, rededication to academic excellence, contributions marked by intellectual courage, traditional merit-based values. And as I go through some of the slides, I'll try to give you a sense of how that's playing out. But I do want to start with a few personal statements and sort of explain how I sort of became involved in this. So I always wanted to be a college professor. I didn't know what field, but I thought being an academic was a great thing to be, maybe because that way I wouldn't have a boss if I got tenure. And eventually that worked out for me. And I was pleased with being part of academia, but over the years, for many of the reasons that we've heard about yesterday and today, my attachment to academia became weaker. I'm not necessarily ashamed to be an academic, but I'm not necessarily proud of it either. The same response sort of tracked my involvement in National Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. When I was elected to the National Academy, I was proud of it. You know, deans like it, my kids liked it, I guess I liked it too. But over time, instead of doing what I thought it should do, which was be a beacon for the values that I thought we all shared, it's more become a reflection of academia at large. There was some exchange yesterday between Lawrence Krauss and Marcia McNutt, and I won't go into the exchange in itself, but there's no question that the National Academy of Sciences has a woke nature to it. It has DEI initiatives. Election is to some extent dependent on DEI values. The details of how that works out is another thing. Marcia assures me that some things are changing, and I'm delighted about that. But it certainly impacted my own relationship to the National Academy because it wasn't doing what I thought it should be doing, and I think it was focusing on the wrong problems. I'm still involved in it in some ways with PNAS, but when I was invited to become one of the first members of the American Academy of Arts and not Arts and Sciences, that's really woke. That makes the National Academy look conservative. But let me get it right, the American Sciences and Letters. The executive director is sitting here, and I'm sure I'll be canceled because of this. I was very pleased, and I want to explain to you what it does. It's very new and where I think it's going. So if I could have the next slide, please. Do I push something here?
You can.
Oh, I'm happy to.
Green button.
Green button, okay. This is the Board of Trustees. A lot of my talk will just be showing you pictures and names, but it's supposed to tell a story. There are people from different areas, mathematicians, physicians, chemists, law professors, economists, etc. And one thing I noticed in preparing and seeing the slides that Greg Forster, who we'll be talking to, gave me about the Academy, at least the pictures, was it's heavily weighted with Ivy League professors. And I don't know what to say about that, but it's starting, and people who know people elect people. So we're in the process of broadening. So, but it is a bit, well, shocking. One of the ways, so we're new, and we'd like more visibility, and we'd like to expand our community and make a statement of who we are. And one of the ways we do that is to award prizes or medals. And one of the medals we give is the Robert Zimmer Medal. Robert Zimmer was the president of the University of Chicago. The Chicago principals were sort of supported by him, and he's become an icon of institutional neutrality. Unfortunately, he's deceased, but we do have a medal named after him. And we've had 2 investiture ceremonies in the Library of Congress, which has really a wonderful site. It's a wonderful site. And the first was given to Sir Salman Rushdie. So we got visibility to everybody. I heard a wow, and that's I feel the same. I even got to sit across from him at a dinner table. And one thing I learned about him is he's very funny, which I didn't expect, but he's a really funny guy. I don't think I have to say much more about him, but we're proud to have him as a member. And I want to emphasize it's sciences and letters, so we have people from the sciences and non-professors, the legal, certainly Salman Rushdie is not a professor, but people from the arts and everything, really. This year, so we have this ceremony, we gave it to Jay Bhattacharya, and I think many of you are aware that he was probably the leading scholar in releasing the Great Barrington Document, which, and it's been mentioned, I think, a bit earlier, questioned the closing of schools during COVID, pushed for herd immunity. And, you know, I've sort of looked at some of the arguments, and I think it's clear they had a point about closing schools, for example, but I think one can argue both sides. I've heard people argue both sides. But the main point is that he was canceled. And he was canceled for expressing, I think, a valid scientific point. I think the Stanford faculty censored him. He was the subject of cancellation originating in the Department of Justice as they pressured Facebook. And he's, one way or another, he's now going to be the head of the NIH. So there's sort of ironic justice in that, but we'll see how it plays out. He's very angry, but as a recipient of NIH funding, I hope he's not too angry. We also give a Barry Prize, and I'd like everyone to believe it's named after me, but there's a John and Daria Barry Foundation that fund this prize, and we give it to people who've made distinct, important academic contributions, and with an emphasis on people who have some intellectual courage. And some of the people here you'll recognize: Steve Koonin on the left, who talked yesterday. Oh my God, Ruth Akadiji, who's a law professor at Harvard. Jonathan Haidt, I think you'll all recommend. And this is Karen Oberg, an astrophysicist at Harvard. So we have a range of people, and Karen is there to show that we even have a range of ages. I am unfortunately at the other end. These are some of the Barry Prize winners. I can't actually see the names from this angle, but I'll let you read through it. Just to give a sense of the people and the diversity of interest of our Barry Prize winners, who then become members of the Academy. And this should be the second list. It's easier for me to see this list. And again, there'll be names that you recognize, and many of them, not all of them, have the same political views, but they're people who we basically agree on principles of academic quality, of merit, et cetera, et cetera. These are some other members. The first person there is a MacArthur Prize winner, Jennifer Doudna, recently won the Nobel Prize for her work on CRISPR-Cas9. And I can't see again, but Neil Ferguson is there. Cass Sunstein. We're very pleased to have people, again, with diverse backgrounds, diverse ways of thinking. And we're trying to create a community. And I think we're getting there. The next slide, 1 minute left. 1 minute, good. I have 1 slide left. So it all works. This is just to remind you of what I said at the beginning. For me personally, the emphasis on merit and meritocracy is crucial. We're creating a community of people with different backgrounds. I've said it a few times. And I'm excited to be a member of this academy. I hope it grows, and I hope you'll all be aware of it. And their member, Anna Krylov's a member. We're trying to spread out and hopefully even leave the Ivy League more extensively in future years. So thank you for your attention.
Next up is Lee Jussim, the man in the black hat. There he comes. Social scientist from Rutgers, whose IRB horror stories top mine. He'll speak on the Society for Open Inquiry.
The Society for Open Inquiry in the Behavioral Sciences, SOIBS for short, was launched as an effort in 2020, 2021, as an attempt to be an island embracing, protecting, and advancing a depoliticized social science and as a haven for those who run afoul of censorious academics. I think before I go on, there's a whole bunch of the SOIBS founders here. So if Bob, Sally, Corey, Nate, if I missed any, would you just stand up for a second? Mike Bailey was here. You stand up and see. So there's a whole bunch of us here. So yeah, okay. Remember them because I'm going to have a request for you about them later. Okay, so I'm just going to read our about page. We are scholars and practitioners in the behavioral sciences, so it's open to practitioners. It's actually open to anyone. You can be a STEM faculty or non-academic if you have interests in the behavioral science. So if you've ever published a blog criticizing DEI, you are sufficiently behavioral scientist to join us. Okay. Okay, so back to here. In healthy scientific fields, ideas are debunked rather than censored, and their proponents are debated rather than punished. We're dedicated to maintaining open inquiry, civil debate, and rigorous standards in the behavioral sciences. Our activities include hosting academic conferences, publishing an open inquiry peer-reviewed journal, JOIBS, the Journal for Open Inquiry in the Behavioral Sciences, and producing other scholarly content such as books and popular press pieces. So that's a sort of overview. We've held several, I'm not authorized to put it this way, so I'll just, in my opinion, quasi-Samizdat style conferences, which I thought were terrific. There was both very conventional social science and stuff that probably would have had a hard time being accepted at conventional social science conferences, which is sort of why we exist. The journal is thriving, having published, again, the journal publishes behavioral science. So there are fairly conventional articles, not all that different than any other social science journal. But at the same time, we also publish stuff that, people have actually had trouble getting published. And that our review board, we put it through a very conventional peer review process, has raved about. So there's something funny going on out there. I am pretty comfortable that we're succeeding at sort of contesting the sort of politicization of the social sciences. The publications include, I think I mentioned this earlier, a paper that was retracted at the hands of a mob without any evidence of having violated COPE guidelines. That was Mike Bailey's paper. He's here. You can talk to more about that. And we actually have another paper that is probably in the process of being forcibly retracted that may well get submitted. And I've looked at the paper, and my guess is we'd probably publish it if all that happens. That's not the only reason this exists, but it is a good piece of the reason this exists. Okay. Also in the pipeline is an article actually by a philosopher, a bunch of philosophers here, asking the question. I've reviewed it. He needs to do a little bit of a better job answering this, but this is just such a superb question to ask in a paper. Why did philosophers and scientists, supposedly trained in methods of skeptically vetting, especially poor ideas and empirical science, and bogus empirical claims completely abdicate their epistemic responsibilities and simply accept the value and need for things like diversity trainings, trigger warnings, microaggression trainings, and implicit bias trainings, when not only was there no evidence that any of these interventions actually accomplished their intended purposes, let alone had unintended negative side effects, the research underlying the phenomena on microaggressions, implicit bias, and itself was on such dubious grounds that it's over the last 5 to 10 years often been shown to have feet of clay. What the hell? It's just this mass abdication of scientific and professional responsibility. So we'll see what happens with that paper. We have a book about to come out. A bunch of the people you just saw were all co-editing it. It's called the Free Inquiry Papers. Should be released this spring. And I'm biased. I'm one of the editors of the thing. I have a couple of chapters in it. But I think it's a ringing collection. It's 20 essays advancing the intellectual, political, and scientific basis for free speech, academic freedom, and free inquiry. There are essays there with titles like Why Democracy Requires Free Inquiry, Why Social Justice Requires Free Inquiry, Academic Freedom and the Social Media Veto, Do No Anti-Racist Harm, Medical Education Under Threat, Lysenkoism Then and Now, Cautionary Tale of Censorious Social Norms, Fighting the Good Fight in an Age of Unreason, A New Dissident Guide. So 20 essays along those lines. Okay, so now I have a request. We need funding to do this sort of thing. Funding's been piecemeal. We've got $7,000 here, $8,000 there. FIRE, who's here, has been one of our supporters, but these are small grants. And so we end up on this treadmill, spending as much time kind of trying to fund these activities as we are doing the activities. So I will just ask for it. If there are any wealthy philanthropists out there, or anyone who knows a foundation, right? Finding foundations committed to this sort of vision of what Jonathan Rauch would call liberal science, we have found them hard to find. They're not impossible to find, but they're not easy to find. That's not usually the mission statement of these philanthropic organizations. And we've gotten small money from the Institute for Humane Studies, but they don't provide big grants. So if you know of any organization that might be a venue for us to approach, please let me or one of the other science people here know about it. This is Catherine Salmon, Bob Maranto, Nate Honeycutt, Corey Clark, Sally Sattel. Well, actually, now that I've asked them to contact us for money, would you just stand up and wave again? So if they're near you, come on, science people say, right? So if somebody is near you, near one of them, and you know of one of these avenues, please just let me or them know. Thank you.
Next up is our esteemed leader, Anna Krylov. Anna is a renowned theoretical and computational quantum chemist who is also invested in exploring the world beyond her lab, and she will speak on the Academic Freedom Alliance.
Thank you. So I am very pleased to be at this session because it's action-oriented session. And yes, we have grave problems in academia today, but we also have the agency to fight back. We can fight back, and many talks in this session illustrate what we can do. So I am very proud to present the Academic Freedom Alliance as an example of organizational response to censorship in academia. Censorship of scholars and their research capacity or in the classroom amounts to the suppression of their academic freedom. So why do we care about academic freedom? Francesca Minerva, the editor of the Journal of Controversial Ideas, explained eloquently in her address to our conference. And if you haven't seen it yet, please do. It's a great talk. She says, when academic freedom is under threat, we end up hindering the pursuit of truth. We end up with a distortion of the nature of academia. And when we do not pursue the truth, we end up failing students. Now, this is important. We also fail society at large because non-academics have an interest in benefiting in what academics have discovered when they do their job properly and without restriction. Thus, academic freedom is essential for science to operate, for students to be educated, and for society to prosper and function. As amply illustrated by our conference, academic freedom is under threat and needs to be defended. Academic Freedom Alliance is an organization created in 2021 with this explicit purpose. Its mission statement says, the Academic Freedom Alliance is an alliance of college and university faculty members who are dedicated to upholding principles that are required for scholars to fulfill their vocation as truth seekers and for colleges and universities to be faithful to their mission as truth-seeking institutions. So what is the underlying idea behind it? Robbie George, one of the founding members, described it using a colorful metaphor from the animal kingdom. He says, when zebras are attacked by a predator, they scatter and run away, making each one of them vulnerable. When elephants are attacked, they circle around the weakest and defend themselves together as a group, which makes even the most vulnerable of them safe. Traditionally, academics have acted as zebras in the face of threats to their academic freedom. The AFA is formed for academics to act as elephants. And indeed, there is safety in numbers. It's harder to denounce several hundred of academics than a single one. It's easier to fight back when you feel support of your peers. AFA provides legal support to professors who are under threat and also challenge legally universities who violated the law and their own policies. As our lawyers say about academic freedom, if we cannot celebrate it, we will litigate it. We call it sword and shield strategy. It provides counterbalance to mobbing campaigns. Without such legal action, it is easy for an administrator facing screaming mobs to throw a professor under the bus. But when he needs to weigh the rage of activists versus legal action, then things are different. Here are a few highlights. AFA was founded in March 2021 by 217 founding members, currently has more than 900 members. It is non-partisan single-cause organization. It includes members from the full range of political spectrum, and it defended them against the attacks coming from both right and left. Cases, financially, we funded legal assistance to over 30 professors who were under threat. Of those cases, the AFA achieved a clear victory in over 20 cases. Some of other cases are still on hold or on appeal. AFA also issued 34 public letters to administrators calling out threats to academic freedom. And importantly, AFA has issued 5 position statements as well as joint statement on institutional neutrality together with FIRE and Heterodox Academy. You will hear more about AFA from Howard Muncie, our director, during our sponsor lunch talks. I would like to highlight a couple of AFA actions relevant to STEM, because I am from STEM. It is my experience that STEM faculty are not fully aware of how fragile their academic freedom is. I selected 2 examples from the AFA portfolio to illustrate this. First case, Professor Maitland Jones was teaching organic chemistry at New York University. He is a distinguished educator recognized by teaching awards and author of a textbook. In 2022, students complained that he is grading too hard in his organic chemistry course. That's more than a rule, more of a rule rather than an exception. But what was different is that the university dismissed him. Supported by Academic Freedom Alliance, he sued New York University and won. Second case, Michael Joyner is professor and doctor at the Mayo Clinic. He was threatened, punished, and effectively silenced by his employer for his comments to the media about transgender athletes and concerning the bureaucratic response to COVID. AFA has assisted Professor Joyner from the very beginning of the controversy. The case made it past Maya's motions of dismissal, and it is currently in discovery, and trial is expected early next summer. AFA also issued 6 position statements on issues related to academic freedom, with the goal to help faculty on the ground to advance academic freedom in their home institutions. It is easier to argue against mandatory DI statements for hiring or funding when you can support your arguments by well-crafted statement which explains how such DI statements are at odds with the existing clause. I want to highlight our most recent statement, which is highly relevant to STEM faculty. It has to do with mandatory DI statements as a prerequisite for federal funding. The current situation is that to get funding for technical research in STEM from DOE, NSF, NASA, and NIH, the agencies require grant-seeking investigators to provide plans to advance DEI through their research, to implement it in hiring, and to dedicate time and even funds to it. This paper on the slide, which resulted from the collaboration among several AFA members, documents exactly what is happening in federal funding agencies. Here is just one example to give you an idea, a taste of how it is. To get research funding from NASA, the PI must include inclusion plan. Here is what NASA wants to see in this plan. Request time of funded work effort for team members to carry out proposal inclusion plan activities. Hire inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility experts as consultants to advise the team on the proposed DI activities. And they say consider paying them well too. Request funds to support IP activities such as training of the proposed team. Now, they also say the assessment of the inclusion plan will be based on the extent to which the inclusion plan demonstrated awareness of systemic barriers to creating inclusive working environment that are specific to the proposed team. So here is an opening statement, opening paragraph of the statement that AFA put together. The Academic Freedom Alliance urges federal agencies that fund research to desist from demanding that plans to advance DI be included in the grant proposals. Widespread requirements to such plans in STEM grant proposals have been implemented rapidly with far too little attention to their potential misuse, their effects on the quality and integrity of funded research, and the threat they represent to academic freedom. We accordingly urge that they will be discontinued for the same reasons that mandatory DI statement in hiring are being discontinued. Instead, policymakers should shift to alternative approaches to cultivating environments free of bigotry that allow participation of all individuals regardless of their identities. The statement further explains why these statements are violating academic freedom and represent political litmus test. It says, though the details of DI requirements vary across agencies and programs, common features include vagueness of their goals and lack of outcome assessments, along with the implicit expectation of allegiance to a politicized litmus test that is, in effect, compelled speech on a controversial issue in violation of academic freedom. To quote a recent editorial opposing mandatory DI statement in faculty hiring, by overreaching, by resorting to compulsion, by forcing people to toe a political line, by imposing ideological litmus test, by incentivizing insincerity, and by creating a circular mode of discourse that is seemingly impervious to self-questioning, the current DI regime is discrediting itself. As STEM researchers, I hope very much that our effort will have an effect and will help to root out DI from federal funding. So that's it. To conclude, we have agency, and we should use it to defend science from ideology. We can reform our old organizations, and we can create new ones, and acting together is essential.
Next is Sean Stevens. He'll be presenting via Zoom. He's a psychologist who looks at what factors motivate support for censorship and self-censorship, and he's now a senior research fellow in polling and analytics at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, which we've been hearing about.
All right, yeah, sorry, hi guys. So actually I'm the chief research advisor at FIRE. That happened like over a year ago. But I'm here to talk about our college free speech rankings and essentially how that's been a very effective tool for FIRE to nudge colleges to make changes to their speech policies and things that are happening on the ground. So I want to start off by just identifying something that, I mean, a lot of people at FIRE have had this experience, but I think a lot of people in the room probably have had this too. Concerns about free speech, academic freedom, censorship on college and university campuses can be met with a lot of skepticism from others. So a lot of people invested in maintaining kind of the way the university works right now. And so effectively what happens here is you can bring up examples, you could talk about individual legal cases, you could point to a student being suspended here, a professor being fired there, a speaker being shouted down, but you kind of get this, but you know, how big is this problem? These are anecdotal examples, this is anecdotal evidence. What can you show me that really convinces me that this is a widespread thing and it's not limited to a few universities? And we also typically get administrators who basically it's like, oh, well, yeah, there is a problem, but not on my campus. Okay. So enter FIRE's college free speech rankings, which we launched in 2020. And this idea came out of the frustration of FIRE's staff, FIRE's attorneys, basically having a lot of evidence that there's a problem on campus. And there's a growing problem that's been getting worse over the past decade. But without any kind of hard data, it's hard to kind of make that case, or harder data, right? Oops, sorry, I want to go back one here. And so the rankings were launched, and the way we calculate our college free speech rankings is a student survey that gets at student perceptions of what their campus climate is like. We then also factor in the outcomes of different speech controversies. So this could be the aforementioned speaker shoutdowns or disinvitation attempts. It could be attempts to get faculty sanctioned and even fired. And it could be targeting of individual students or student groups. We factor those in. Schools get bonuses for handling a controversy well and defending speech rights, and they are penalized if speech is censored, a shout down occurs, a student is expelled, a professor is fired, things like that. The severity of the penalties goes up as you know, the offense gets more severe. And then we factor in our speech policy ratings done by our policy reform team. And so these look at the speech policy schools have on the books. We give schools a green, yellow, or red light rating. Green is nothing really threatens speech. Yellow is there's one or more policies that are ambiguous that can, and red is there's at least one policy that clearly threatens freedom of speech and academic freedom. So schools lose points for being a yellow or red light school, and they gain points for having a green light. It's a very broad overview. Obviously, there's a lot more to it. There's a much more detailed methodology available on our website, but I want to get to 3 different examples that we've experienced over the past few years in terms of how colleges and universities have reacted to where they rank each year. So I'll start with Harvard, who I think everyone there knows they've been last for the past 2 years. Prior to that, they never really did that well, but they've been dead last for the past 2 years. A lot of this has to do with how speech controversies are resolved on campus, although their student perception scores from the survey aren't great either. We've gotten a mixed reaction, I'd say, a bit from Harvard. We have professors there who are on our advisory board and graduates of Harvard who are on our advisory board and that we work closely with. But we've also received a lot of pushback from other members of the Harvard community on the veracity of our methods, on the accuracy of the survey, and things like that. And so it's what's ultimately, I think, been positive is this year, and this is maybe a little bit more on the heels of our faculty survey that we just put out, that Nate Honeycutt did a great job on. There does seem to be a growing movement among the faculty at Harvard now to kind of push back against the administration and reinvigorate speech on campus. There's some skepticism of how we sampled the faculty for that survey. So they want to run their own survey, to which I say, great. That is the purpose of research. We did a study, we sampled a bunch of people from the Harvard faculty by emailing all of them. And so, yeah, it's an opt-in sample, but if Harvard wants to run a more rigorous version of this, where I would imagine they get a much higher response rate because they're contacting their own professors, I say great. And so we're happy to see that. Another well-known university, the home of the free speech movement in the 60s, Berkeley. I would say this past year, we've had some very good conversations with them where, the first one was essentially, hey, we know there's a problem on our campus. We've known about it for a while. We actually did a bunch of surveys and looking into this after the Milo Yiannopoulos event back in 2016, 2017. And so we're aware, but we're still not really sure exactly what to do. Some of the things, we're limited in some ways because we're part of a state university system. So there are things that come down from above that we can't necessarily change. But I think this is also promising because it's some very open dialogue with, I think, a university that is very important to the free speech movement. And then lastly, I'll finish with, I think, our best story that's come out of doing these rankings so far. And that's the University of South Carolina. And 2 years ago, when Harvard finished dead last for the first time, South Carolina was third last. They were almost as bad as Harvard. And this troubled their incoming chancellor and new president, who basically wasn't around when a lot of the things impacting their rankings and even the rankings survey that sampled South Carolina students that year was run. They immediately reached out to fire. They worked with our policy reform team to get a green light speech code rating. We, impressed upon them the importance of, they need to stand up for speech. Just because you've got this green light rating now, when the rubber hits the road is really what matters. Will you actually stand by these policies you've now put in writing? And I'll note that this September, early in the school year, Uncensored America on campus, on South Carolina's campus, sponsored a roast of Kamala Harris, hosted by Milo Yiannopoulos and Gavin McInnes. There were calls from students and faculty to cancel this event. There were calls from state-level politicians, local politicians, the NAACP to cancel the event. There was a petition with tens of thousands of signatures, and the university held its ground, explained to the students why they're not going to cancel the event, why it needed to go forward. And on the day of the event, it went off without a hitch. No one even tried to disrupt it. And I think that's a really positive story. And I think that comes out of our work with the University of South Carolina over the past year and a half. So I think it's just very positive. And basically the point of all this is we need data. We need data. It's far more convincing than our anecdotal stories and experiences, even though we know all those things happened. To really convince administrators and the skeptics, we need to show them numbers and we need to kind of have more systematically collected pieces of data that make our case. Thank you.
Next is Abigail Thompson, who's a distinguished professor of mathematics at UC Davis. He'll speak on the Association of Mathematical Research.
So she will speak on. I'm a woman. Just I'm clear on this. And just a trigger warning: I have not run this statement past either an institutional review board or any major editorial board for a harm analysis. So. I'm going to talk about the Association for Mathematical Research, but I want to start with a quote from Yasha Monk on his Substack in November, because it made me feel like we're not alone, which we know, but I think it's good to be reminded of it. So the topic is journalism, but it actually applies equally well to the sciences. He said, while all of us, including journalists, may have a civic obligation to fight for the preservation of our political system in our role as citizens, it's a category mistake to assume that journalists should place that aspiration at the center of their professional identity. The trust which citizens have traditionally placed in these outlets was premised on a belief that their journalists are at least striving to present events in an even-handed manner. The moment they recognize that this is no longer the case, that trust is shattered. So for us, similarly, many of our professional scientific societies have participated in shattering trust in science. Public statements on contentious political topics have abounded in the past decade. From the shutdown STEM Day of June 2020, to condemnations of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to institutional responses to the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade. These responses are part of a philosophy which dictates it's impossible to separate politics from anything. Your personal political beliefs must form an integral part of every activity in which you participate. And within this philosophy is a very poisonous idea that scientific work should be judged not just on the basis of its scientific merit, but also on the personal characteristics or beliefs of its authors. Math is probably the easiest place to say that's false. A theorem is a theorem is a theorem. And as I quoted yesterday from Marcia McNutt in her excellent article, she said, science at its most basic is apolitical. Our major professional organizations should reaffirm this simple truth and try to resist the temptation to inject politics into the fabric of our disciplines. I really hope this will happen, and there are some promising signs. But in the meantime, we decided to start a new organization, the Association for Mathematical Research. A small group of mathematicians started the AMR in 2020. We're an all-volunteer organization. We have now about 850 members. And I've just made screenshots of our various web pages. Here's our front page. It may be too small for you to read, but I want to especially point out the mission statement of the AMR, which is there in its entirety. The mission of the AMR is to support mathematical research and scholarship. This turns out to be a real red flag. When we launched, emails amongst mathematicians flew around, suggesting that joining the AMR was tantamount to declaring oneself a bigot. So here are a couple template emails. These were template emails circulating. Hi, XXX. I'd like you to reconsider your membership in AMR. It's founded on thinly veiled white supremacist principles. And dear friends, I notice that you are listed as founding member of the Association for Mathematical Research. I just want to make sure you're aware a number of people are interpreting your decision to join as a political statement, which you may or may not be intending to make. And posters on Twitter went wild. New list of racist and racist-supporting mathematicians just dropped, people not to work with or send your students to. A little disturbing, sometimes it's okay to wake up and choose violence. Right now, I feel like we're watching a new white supremacist organization being born, and my personal favorite, since in fact we started without a dime, follow the money. So sticking to our mission statement has required some effort. Over the course of the last few years, we've been asked to make statements about this contentious issue or that, condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or condemning Hamas's attacks on Israel, or condemning Israel's attacks on Hamas. But it turns out that simply by saying that is not what we are for is a great solution. So now I'm just going to spend a few minutes telling you what we are for, which is that mission statement, and what we're doing to try to move that forward. We're trying out new paradigms which are familiar to all of us for publication in books and in journals. We have 6 books at the moment. I'm just showing you one of them. We have 4 journals up already, and we expect that we will have 6 by the end of this coming year. This is our flagship journal, the Journal of the Association for Mathematical Research. We are trying to reach a very broad audience via online lectures. So we have 2 lecture series running. A lecture occurs every few months. These are all online. Distinguished lectures on recent mathematical advances and the Winberg lectures. All of our books, journals, and lectures are free. Anyone is welcome to join who supports our mission, and there is no membership fee. What we're really taking advantage of is the fact that a lot of us have been doing a lot of free work for a very, very long time, and what we really need is an organizing principle. We're trying to give some of that organizing principle. So finally, I want to say that starting an organization like this is not that hard to do. We, meaning me mostly, we think of the institutions we've known all our lives, the professional organizations, the universities, countries even, as though they had always existed and must always exist, but they began sometime in answer to some need, and this is a good time to start. Thank you.
Next is Scott Turner, the director of the National Association of Scholars and physiologist, evolutionist, and emeritus of SUNY.
Good morning. I'm actually not director of the NAS. I'm director of science programs. Peter Wood is our president, very fine gentleman. Let me just get my comments up. I'm part of the National Association of Scholars. We're the other NAS. We have a very simple URL where you can come see what we're doing. It's nas.org. Apologies to Marcia McNutt if we've kind of poached part of their URL, but there we are. You can see there our own mission statement, and just a quote from that: "We are dedicated to upholding the standards of a liberal education," and that includes the ideals that Jonathan Rauch outlined yesterday very eloquently. We're a fairly old organization comparatively. We were founded in 1987, and since then the NAS has been one of those loving critics that Jonathan spoke of, and we remain dedicated to that ideal. We believe in the inherent value of the academy to society and of the ideals that confer that value. However, we're also realists about what is driving the relentless push to undermining those values. And to be honest, our conclusion is that the outlook is not very good. In the sciences, for example, we've been veering for a long time perilously close to Lysenko territory. We're not there yet, thankfully, but the trends are there, and some of the statistics that we've seen about the demographics of the academy indicates the problem. The obstacles are formidable, and somehow we had to figure out a way to oppose them. And of course, this conference is testimony to the nature of these things. In the sciences, the important question is how do we actually turn the ship around? We're all here because we're concerned about the trajectory. We've been on this trajectory for a long time, and we've heard lots of suggestions, lots of hopeful ideas, positive ideas, and so forth. And we've come to the conclusion at the NAS that the real problem here is a hopeful experiment on the sciences, academic sciences, that was begun in 1950 when the National Science Foundation was established. And this launched the era, the present era of big science. We've heard this term already. This was mentioned yesterday. And the experiment was founded on the best of intentions. It was to fertilize the basic sciences in universities, something which the federal government had really never done before. And in short, what happened in that hopeful experiment was the establishment of the academic sciences as a public good, to use a phrase that was outlined in the first discussion this morning. Now, this was an essentially political idea. Since then, the era of big science that was launched then has mushroomed into something that we're calling the big science cartel. It's not like big feminism, but I do think there's some reality to this. When we call it the cartel, we're talking about a group of individuals or associations that work together to aggrandize their own power. And of course, we're not talking about soybeans or cocaine here. What we're talking about is a cartel that's mobilized towards garnering federal research dollars, government research dollars, and bringing them into the academic sciences. The problem there is that this has involved empowering actors and participants that have really no interest in science and discovery per se. They have no interest really in science. They've never been scientists. They've never taught, and those kinds of things. And among those players are, obviously, university administrations, Congress, funding agencies, all kinds of other players, activist groups, and so forth. Now, in the big science cartel, in that kind of arrangement, scientists are no longer the free explorers of science's endless frontier, to use Vannevar Bush's phrase. What they have become is they've been reduced to being turnkeys for spigots of research dollars, which empowers all the other actors of the big science cartel. And this has radically changed the landscape of incentives and rewards for the basic academic sciences. Stephen Turner, who's no relation to me, and Daryl Chubin have described this as a fundamental change that's been wrought in the ethical norms whereby scientists engage in science. Where once, and this is prior to the emergence of the big science regime, scientists worked under an ethic of discovery. They were rewarded for discovery. There were networks of incentives and so forth that were driven by scientists. They were formulated by scientists, and careers would be based upon discovering new things. What we have now is that we have an ethic, a very different ethic. They call it an ethic of production, where scientists aren't really rewarded for discovery anymore. What they're rewarded for is producing science, which, if you think about it, is a bit of a nonsensical concept in my mind. And we argue that most of the pathologies that afflict modern science today, including many of the concerns that have been raised here, are traceable to this shift in the ethical norms whereby scientists in the academy practice science. And the shift has been driven by the growing power of the big science cartel. Academic sciences right now is an industry that controls roughly $100 billion of revenues. This fuels a lot of self-interest of other members of the big science cartel. And their power derives largely from this aggrandizing tendency of the other members of the big science cartel. And the solution in our minds is we have to actually extract the academic sciences from the big science cartel. And that's going to be a very, very difficult conception. And we have some ideas about that. Some of them involve some fairly minor policy tweaks. There are other potentially radical solutions to the relationship of scientists to universities, to funding agencies, and so forth. I have a little card here with a QR code on the back of it that will tell you, that will direct you to a video of a presentation that I gave in June at the last Heterodox Academy conference. It outlines some of those ideas, but I'll be leaving these around like mouse droppings around here. And of course, you can come see me at lunch as well. And so, again, we think that if we're going to rescue science, which is what we all want to do, we need to do that. We need to be fairly clear about what the nature of the big science cartel is, our role in it, and how we can recover it. Finally, just a couple of things about the NAS. I'll take a leaf from Lee's talk this morning. We welcome donors, we welcome money, but we're also a member-driven organization. We have about 4,000 members, of which about a third are scientists, and if you go to our homepage, you'll find there a very helpful link to a membership application. So thank you very much.
Next is Ilya Reviakine, affiliate professor, Department of Bioengineering at the University of Washington, Seattle, who will speak on Samizdat.
Well, let me start first of all by thanking the organizers for putting the event together. It's been a great experience for me, and I've learned a lot. And also, of course, I'm grateful for being here, for being invited here to talk to you about Samizdat, which is sort of a quintessentially Soviet concept. The definition up there is a little bit dry, and I will try to put it a little bit to life as I go on through the presentation. But first I want to insist a little bit that this is not a history lesson, really. It is about what is happening today at our campuses, in our journals, in academia, and so on and so forth, okay? So you've already heard this story yesterday. In 2020, there was a very prestigious chemistry journal that accepted through the normal peer review process an article, an essay, which then promptly disappeared from its website 2 days after being published, without any explanation. There is a word missing there in the slide. Later on, people claimed that no, it never disappeared, actually. It was properly retracted, whatever that means. But I was there on January 6th, and I checked it myself, and so yes, it did actually disappear. There was a 404 error returned from the link. In the aftermath, it turned out that 2 reviewers were blacklisted, 2 editors were suspended. So it was quite a huge mess. And this, of course, brought back some very unwelcome memories. Some of the events, some of which I witnessed myself, even though I was very young when we left the Soviet Union, but mostly, of course, the Soviet history. And what happened next is something that really shocked me, which is really what led me here in the Who Am I and Why Am I Here department. When I talked to other academics about this, they started saying, well, what are you complaining about? You can find the article on the internet. And that's really not the point. I mean, we're not supposed to troll for information on the black market of ideas rejected from the free market of ideas from the official journals and so on, right? And so my response was, well, you brought Samizdat to the West, which is really not a good thing. And it turned out that many people had no idea what Samizdat was. So what is exactly Samizdat? And I will rely on the words of people who have a much better way with language than me. In this case, Vladimir Bukovsky, who was a political prisoner, a dissident, a writer, and he is famous, among other things, for bringing the information about punitive psychiatry in the Soviet Union to the West. And he, in his very poetic style, he compares Samizdat to the evolution of culture among humans. He called it the revival of culture after the plague of communism. And it started out as anecdotes and oral stories that were passed down generations and then progressed to folklore, ballads, songs, and so on. And finally, it became written word, fiction, and at the end, journalism, reports, and facts. Now, poetic definitions are good, but I have been struggling with how to bring to the audience the atmosphere that existed in the Soviet Union, partly because I was too young when I left, and maybe I did not experience all of it myself. I read about it. So here's my attempt. I don't know if it works or not, but I tried. Here is a list of organizations. The sole purpose of those organizations was to ensure that the information that reaches the Soviet citizens is consistent with the party line. The list is not complete by far. I based the selection on the ability to find these organizations in English Wikipedia, because lots of other organizations were there, but you would have to dig deeper into the Russian and Soviet literature to find them, and we don't have time or space for that. But basically everything, every type of written word, visual arts, movies, TV, radios, the kind of music we were supposed to hear, the kind of art we were supposed to see, absolutely everything was in some way controlled by the party, censored, shaped, in order for the information that reaches us to be of a specific kind, okay? And on this background, in this information bubble or information vacuum, if you will, there came to be a newspaper. It was called the Chronicle of Current Events, which for the first time presented to the Soviet citizens the reality, okay? It was produced by a group of dissidents, a small group of dissidents, each of which suffered severe consequences, the lightest of which was dismissal from a job. Some people were driven to suicide, incarcerations, punitive psychiatric commitments to psychiatric hospitals. I mean, the biographies of these people are really horrific. But they persisted, and they wrote these things, and they edited them, and they distributed them, and they had a system. And the system was this core group would write a few copies and give it to a few people who would copy, and it's like a chain letter all the way from Moscow to Vladivostok. And the information was collected back through the same channels, but part of the system was to only publish the facts they have themselves verified. And this kind of shows you the dedication you need to do journalism like that. And when one of the editors, Sergei Kovalev, was arrested, the KGB attempted to prove that it was a slanderous newspaper, and they were unable to find mistakes. So at the trial, it came out, well, no, not at the trial. In the notes about the trial, it came out that they found 7 mistakes in 7 years of issues, and none of them were deliberate. All right, so this was the little bit of history. I tried to kind of put diagrammatically one idea that I want to convey is that censorship by itself is nothing. It doesn't really exist. It is always a part of something, okay, something bigger. And it's coupled to propaganda with the idea of forcing us to believe in a reality that does not exist, in a reality that is beneficial to whoever is doing the propaganda and censorship. Now, in the Soviet Union, it was all centralized, so this picture is more the Soviet reality and alternative reality. And the reason was clear. I mean, the party was trying to present a certain message of the Soviet system, like the party and the Soviet people are one, while the reality was that the party was exterminating Soviet citizens by the hundreds of millions. Speaking of body counts, the censorship has a body count much bigger than free speech. I mean, maybe we should think about that. Now, in the West, we have now today, as I started with an example, various identity-based narratives, which are replacing concepts of merit, reality, objectivity, and intelligence. Again, trying to instill somehow in our minds a reality that does not exist. Of course, the consequences here for standing up to this are not on the same scale in the Soviet Union, as in the Soviet Union, thankfully. But the principle nevertheless remains, and that is why we're seeing the introduction of all sorts of anti-offense and blasphemy clauses in the publication guidelines. That's why we see purging of papers, sacking of editors, and so on and so forth. Now, we have heard a lot about self-censorship yesterday. There was a great talk about defining censorship and so on. And some of it is rather easy to explain. I mean, it's fear, it's desire to belong. It's my second last slide. I haven't read, but I condemn because I want to be part of a group, or I'm scared of consequences and so on. But there is another thing. So the West is not the same as the USSR, right? So there's lots of information available. So not all of this information is censored, right? I mean, you can go and read Solzhenitsyn's Archipelago, you can go and read about Lysenko. Nevertheless, people persist in believing the propaganda that Lysenko was a great scientist, so Solzhenitsyn made it all up. And the same thing happens with vaccines and the anti-vax movement and the COVID, I don't know how to call it. Misinformation is not a good word to use, fallacies. Let's use the word fallacies. It was anti-vax and anti-lockdown movement. And I don't really know, I don't really understand why it is. It's some sort of a faith-based, belief-based system, but it's a little bit more difficult, at least for me, to oppose, to fight with, because in the centralized system there is a clear enemy, the party, and here you have to deal with the individuals. So, my main thesis here is that you don't want to live in a society that relies on Samizdat, okay? It should have never been allowed to get to this stage where articles are purged from journals. I mean, it simply should not happen and should have never been allowed to happen. That is one thing. And the second point to learn from the dissidents, the Soviet dissidents, the only way really to fight this is to anchor yourself in reality and stick to the facts. It's a little bit like what was said in the very first lecture. Yesterday, the empirical reality is what matters. The moment you sever that connection is the moment you lose. Whether you do that because you want to favor with the politicians or because you think it's justified, is you're done like slow horses. You know. Thank you.
Great. Our final presenters are Jacob Mackey, Associate Professor of Comparative Studies and Literature and Culture at Occidental, and Michael Bowen, a data engineer, and they're both founding members of In Defense of Free Black Thought.
Thank you, guys. It's good to be here. I've enjoyed all the discussions that I've had with you folks, and although we have a short period of time, I hope we can impress you with the mission and some of the things that Free Black Thought is doing. I'm here with my partner, Jake, who is our super spreader. A lot of you know Jake. Everywhere I go, people know Jake. So I'll start off. Free Black Thought is one of those things that are a pain in the butt because we have to say Jewish space lasers didn't cause this fire. The earth isn't flat, and black people are individuals. So, since I don't have a lot of time, let's do the bottom line up front. You're not immune. Everybody in this room, whether or not you were born in America, America sees you as a member of a race. You didn't choose that. Only thing you can choose is how seriously to take that definition, which you are not in charge of. Okay? So the best thing you can do is be an individual, which is why scientific and independent research is a best defense. So try not to get caught. But that's not so easy. Because if you go to the National Mall and the National African American History Museum, you will see these facts. That these concepts, that these parts of your character are actually defined by race, which is a complete reversal of what brought us together in 1964. We go a step beyond that because we think the very idea that some say was reality in 1619 is a bad idea for lots of reasons. I wish I could go into all of these, but I'm sure you know a lot of them. So Free Black Thought exists as a foundation. We're going into our fourth fiscal year here, and people come to us and say, this is how I have been discriminated against, or these are the presumptions about DEI that I have to fight. And these would be science professors of all sorts. And so we have in our Voices section scores of people who have come to us and said, people think they know who black people are supposed to be. They think they've got the formula. And you can hear in all of our institutions very detailed, critical ways of saying this is how we avoid harm, which actually puts us into a bucket of not of our choosing. I want to highlight Dr. Lee, who many of you may have seen interviewed. She was a DEI officer here in California, and she asked questions like, why do we believe this? Or why is this policy here? And she was ceremoniously drummed out. The foundation takes up several projects. Our most successful is the Journal of Free Black Thought. Many of you may see us on Substack. We have over 9,000 subscribers. The FBT podcast, we're going into our third season now, hosted by Connie Morgan, who is great. She was a military intelligence officer, and she's still doing her job. The compendium was one of our original documents, which is about 300 pages of black authors, writers, poets, artists, on every topic. So it's an annotated bibliography of a wide variety of sources, except for the 7 or 8 that you will see on the major news networks. Free Black Moms is our newest project, and then we have several others. I'm working to advise on Chat FBT and the hybrid homeschool project, because we think education, we're just hoping the next generation doesn't screw up as badly. What's wonderful about being part of this organization is that we have lots of friends and people who have told us, you guys are saying the right things, you guys are doing the right things, and so it's lovely to have all of these friends. It would be even better to have that many funders, but we think we're worthy. Our message is simple. If there's a slogan you could take, Black Lives Matter. We get many images, obviously, that individual organizations can't combat mass media, and things are believed about black people that are patently false. And so Connie's starting this one to talk about the value of family. And you would think people wouldn't scratch their heads if black people said, let's pay attention to family values. But quite simply, we're about Black American diversity. 50 million of us, which I don't know. I checked in LLM and they said that's bigger than Spain. I don't know. But we'd be in the top 30 countries. So think of the intellectual diversity of a country. Not necessarily a country within a country, but your friends, your brothers. We can do this together.
So I'm in the awkward position that I can't be entirely against DEI because I'm part of Free Black Thought as a kind of diversity initiative. How did I get involved in Free Black Thought? I should, by the way, give a shout out to our president, Eric Smith, standing at the top in the back there. We were glad you could join us. He was supposed to be testifying in a DEI-related trial, but he's here today instead. Okay, so I got involved in free black thought as a result of my experience as a professor at Occidental College here in Los Angeles. I became concerned about the messages students were getting from my colleagues and the administration. Now, I didn't witness overt direct censorship, but rather censorship by omission, as well as self-censorship, especially around race. I was particularly concerned about these forms of censorship because I'm the father of black or mixed kids. And so every time my college issued some tendentious pronouncement about blackness and declined to admit the possibility of any alternative perspective, my children flashed before my eye, and I thought how it would impact them psychologically to hear disempowering messages like the ones my college gave out. So I got involved in FBT in order to help counter censorship by omission and to amplify black voices that were not self-censoring or dissenting. But rather dissenting. So 2 examples. In the spring of 2019, it emerged that a member of Oxy's Board of Trustees had worn blackface in 1984 while a student at Oxy. So a photo of her surfaced dressed as, how do we make this thing? Where's that? There it is. Okay, got it. Dressed as Tito of the Jackson 5. She apologized, resigned from the board. In response, the college selected for its common readings for incoming first-year students a set of readings focused on, quote, race, racism, white supremacy, and intersecting forms of oppression, end quote. This included Brent Staples' New York Times column, How Blackface Feeds White Supremacy, and Kimberly Crenshaw's TED Talk on the urgency of intersectionality, among others. Staples' article concludes that segregation and eugenics form, quote, the historical backdrop against which blackface photographs deserve to be seen. Now, I knew there had to be more to blackface than white supremacy, although that's part of it. And I thought we owed it to our students not just to pimp intersectionality and other fashionable theories, but to present a variety of views. Now, I'd read John McWhirter's 2019 article, Are all instances of blackface alike, in which he notes that, quote, there's a difference between blacking up to mock black people and blacking up in affectionate imitation of a black person. I thought it would have served our students to have had that perspective to chew on as they pondered the disgraced trustee who'd blacked up to resemble an admired musician. So I created an alternative summer reading list, so an alternative to the college's reading list, which included the McWhirter article and others, and I called it the Summer Uncommon Readings. The point wasn't to defend blackface, but simply to provide some counterpoint and diversity of view. And this exercise here was the germ of what later became the Compendium of Free Black Thought, and there's an image of the top of the Compendium of Free Black Thought. So then came George Floyd. You can find this on our website, by the way. Then came George Floyd. Many departments at my college shared statements. One of them said, share these with the campus. One of them said over and over and over, black students say, Oxy is killing me. Now, I realized that if my college, if academia as a whole, were left to its own devices, it would create a set of norms and understandings around being black that would cripple any young black person who internalized even a fraction of them. And I saw it happen. A black student of mine, a handsome, brilliant, popular freshman from a wealthy Florida suburb, he came to me halfway through his first semester at Oxy and said, Professor, I've never met people so liberal in all my life. And I said, look, you're going to hear a lot of unusual perspectives. It's college, and my door's always open. Come talk about them with me. And I thought, okay, he'll be all right. Well, 2 semesters later, he wrote a piece in the campus paper talking about how isolating it was to be black at Oxy and how many microaggressions black students experience. In 2 semesters, he went from being shocked at how liberal the campus was to being wounded by campus microaggressions. And I spoke with black colleagues of mine who were very unhappy about this fact and unhappy about the situation on campus, but who self-censored, refusing to say anything publicly for a variety of defendable reasons. And so I decided that if my college was going to censor by omission, exposing students only to perspectives on race that ranged from far left to completely insane, and if everyone on my campus was going to be self-censoring, not speaking out despite their own disagreements, then I needed to find a way to promote black voices that offered diverse visions of what it meant to be black in America. And that's why I joined FBT, with its mission to uncensor heterodox black voices. So there you go.
So hey everybody, I'm Misha Teplitskiy. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Information at the University of Michigan, and I'm really excited. Hope you guys enjoyed your lunch, and I'm excited to kick this off with Stephen Ceci. Distinguished careers have come with long titles, so let me make sure I get this right. Stephen Ceci is the Helen L. Carr Chaired Professor of Developmental Psych and SUNY Distinguished Professor at Cornell. So he's an expert on a variety of topics, including theories of intelligence, children and the law, and other topics, cited a bajillion times and seems like has won every award in psych. But the reason I think he's here today is one of his other major topics is about scientific institutions, and in particular, women in science, where I think he does some of the most kind of non-ideological work. So please help me welcome Stephen. Hopefully he's up there somewhere.
I'm delighted to be here today. This is a presentation that I prepared with Wendy Williams. Wendy, unfortunately, can't be here today. She has surgery scheduled Monday morning at 6:30 a.m., and she's not feeling well. But anyway, what I'm about to say is really the result of both of our minds. And I want to talk about women in science and really make 5 points. And the 5 points are the dominant socio-political narrative regarding gender bias, the domains in which the narrative is and is not supported by scientific research. I want to focus on one domain because of time constraints, the domain of tenure-track hiring. That's the most important domain. That's where most of the research is done. And if there's bias at that level, all the other things are irrelevant. How often you get your work accepted by journals, your grants funded by the NSF and NIH, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to focus on the domain of tenure-track hiring and whether the dominant narrative, in fact, is supported. And then I'll conclude with some negative fallout from challenging the dominant narrative. The dominant narrative is one of pervasive gender bias in virtually every domain in the tenure-track academy that has been studied. So the narrative says that there's bias against women in the way letters are written for them when they apply for tenure-track jobs, the hiring itself, tenure rates and promotion, grant reviews, journal reviews, salaries, prestigious awards, teaching evaluations, citations, authorship credit, et cetera. The dominant narrative is that there's omnipresent bias against women in all tenure-track domains. The elite science media is really replete with claims that reinforce this dominant narrative. And I'm just going to race through 15 of them that I threw up here. I could easily have 30 or 50. And I'm not going to give you enough time to actually read these, but I just want you to get a sense of the caliber of the journals that are making this claim about omnipresent gender bias. So you'll be able to judge for yourselves whether or not these are, in fact, the elite science media. So I'm going to start with just racing through it. Don't worry that you can't read it all. We just don't have enough time to do that. And here you can see from Shen in 2013, she reports that women are, less likely to get the grants funded, and when they do get funded, the budgets are smaller than the grants funded for men. And at the very bottom, you see that she's repeating a very frequent claim that crops up over and over again, which is that women only earn 82 cents for every dollar that a male professor earns. So anyway, that's kind of in a nutshell the dominant narrative, omnipresent bias against women in virtually every domain that has been studied. In many domains, however, the dominant narrative is not supported by the totality of evidence. And for example, men are not, in fact, preferentially hired over identically accomplished women. They're not, in fact, making a dollar for every 82 cents that women are making when you exert controls. Their grants are not rated higher than a female PI's grants are rated. Men are not bestowed more prestigious awards than comparably accomplished women. Letters written for men don't contain more superlative language than women's letters. Manuscripts submitted by men are not more likely to lead to favorable reviews than the same manuscript when it's submitted by a woman. And then I just put in red here an area that's sort of in flux. When my colleagues and I last analyzed this area in 2023, with weak confidence, we felt that women's teaching evaluations were downrated compared to men's. It was a small effect, and our confidence was weak. Since then, there's been some new work, and our confidence is even weaker. But at any rate, let's talk about the first domain, the most important one, which is the claim that women are penalized in tenure-track hiring. I don't obviously have time today in a half an hour to go through all the evidence for this, but in 2023, along with Shulamit Khan, who's an economist at Boston University, and Wendy Williams at Cornell, we published the results of a 5-year adversarial collaboration between the three of us. And it was adversarial because Shu Khan had been publishing for many decades work showing, very good work, by the way, showing that women were discriminated against in the tenure-track academy. And simultaneously, Wendy Williams and I were publishing work that often, not always, but often, women were not biased against. And so we agreed to come together, and it took us 5 years, 5 hard years of back and forth, challenging each other, introducing new data, and so on. So finally, after 5 years, we agreed on a set of conclusions. And I'll just very briefly show you those conclusions later. But it was published. It's an open access article. You're welcome to download it at your leisure. You can see it's 59 journal pages long, so it's a really, really large sucker. And in addition, there are 2 sets of meta-analyses that are archived online. So we're talking about 100 pages of journal pages. So obviously, I can't go through all that evidence. So I'm just going to skim the surface and show you how the dominant narrative fails in one of the domains, which is, again, hiring. So let's talk about hiring. There's 3 kinds of evidence that one can look for evidence of gender discrimination in hiring. One are matched CV experiments, and most of you know what I mean by this. Faculty are given a CV. They're asked to rate the CV on how hireable the person would be in their department, how strong the CV is, how much money they would, starting salary for the person, whether they'd be willing to mentor the person, and so on. So that's the basic idea. Some faculty get the CV with a woman's name on it. Some get it, same CV with a man's name on it. And there have been 6 matched CV experiments. And in addition, there's large-scale statistical analysis of actual hiring, not experiments, but actual tenure track hiring. And finally, there's institutional hiring records for things like affirmative action. So let's talk about the matched experimental evidence, the matched CV studies. So of the 6 studies that have been done, 5 of them have documented that CVs with a woman's name on it are more preferential. They're more likely to be hired. They're considered stronger, more competent, offered higher salaries, more mentoring, and so on. 5 of the 6. The outlier is the Stein-Price et al. One, and it's also, as you can see, the smallest of the studies. And when that study came out, it generated a tremendous amount of excitement, in some quarters at least. It's been cited heavily. And no one, to my knowledge, criticized it for low external validity. However, when the other studies started coming out and reversed the findings, showing that women were their CVs were actually preferred over the identical CV with a man's name on it, one began to see a lot of criticisms about the external validity of matched CV studies. People said and wrote, well, that's not how we hire people. We don't hire them simply by looking at their CV. We bring them in, they give a talk, we might meet with them privately. Importantly, the entire faculty sits down and discusses it. And the matched CV studies don't have those components, so therefore they're invalid. That's the message. But again, those criticisms were not raised when the Stein-Price data showed that women, in fact, were disadvantaged compared to men. But be that as it may, as I said, the evidence from the matched CV studies was overwhelmingly in favor of women, not men. So I'll just give you a couple examples of this. So here's one from Carlson et al. And as you can see there, these are all statistically significant differences. A CV with a woman's name on it was rated as stronger, more competent, and more hireable. And this surprised Carlson et al. Because in their pre-registration, they had predicted the opposite. In their words, they said, we expected our experiment to reveal a male advantage. We also expected female candidates to have a lower return to children and strong CVs than males. Contrary to our hypothesis, female candidates are perceived as both more competent and hireable compared to equally qualified male candidates. I'll just give you one more example, and it's from a paper Wendy and I published in 2015. And we looked at 4 different fields, engineering, biology, psychology, and economics. And if you just look here at the orange and red bars, these are how women's CVs were rated in the different disciplines. And as you can see, in all but one case, the same CV with a woman's name on it was rated as stronger and more hireable than when it was given with a man's name on it. And that led Wendy and I to conclude in our article, contrary to prevailing assumptions, men and women faculty from all 4 fields preferred female applicants 2 to 1 over identically qualified males, except male economists who showed no gender preference. So that's the, that's the bottom line for the matched CV experiments. 5 of the 6 studies done showed this. And the advantage for the female name on the CV was substantial. I think the smallest advantage was something like 58% choosing the female. The largest was Henningsen and her colleagues, and they showed a 3 to 1 advantage. So these are not trivial differences. But again, the sole exception was the Stein-Price. It was the smallest study. It's been cited a lot more than all the other studies combined, almost twice as often. So as I said, there were these concerns about, well, all these matched CV studies, all except the Stein-Price one, I assume, have low external validity. So we looked in our 2023 article at large-scale statistical analyses, and we ourselves ran a number of large-scale statistical analyses on actual hiring data. So there's nothing experimental about this. These are real tenure track applications, who did and who did not get hired. And here's an analysis from our 2023 paper. And if you look at the two green lines at the bottom, these are the fields in which women are underrepresented. We call them GEMP fields, GEMP, for geoscience, engineering, economics, mathematics, computer science, and physical science. So, women may get, on average about a quarter of the PhDs in those fields, but they get hired into about a quarter of the tenure track positions in those fields. So you might say, well, okay, that seems like there's gender equity, but it doesn't show, like the Match CV studies, that women are advantaged over men. But in fact, it does, because the denominator in these data isn't the number of women who applied and got the jobs. It's the total number of women who got PhDs and the total number of women who got tenure track jobs. So it excludes all the women who got PhDs and did not apply for tenure track jobs. And that's a substantial number. In every study, lots of studies all around the world, you'll find that of the cohort that gets a PhD, fewer women vie for a tenure track job than men who get PhDs. And there are a lot of reasons that some women choose not to apply for tenure track jobs, family formation being one of them. And for however regrettable you regard that, it's not discrimination against hiring women, because this is what you find. These are National Research Council data from 1999 to 2003, a 5-year period. They looked at virtually all the tenure track hires at what used to be called R1 research-intensive universities. And in every field, you can see that if women applied for the job, and that's the dark green bar, they were more likely to be hired on tenure track. And that's the light colored green bar. And that was true in every STEM field that the NRC examined. And here's the actual data from the National Research Council on this. So, pick your field. So, for example, in biology, in that time period, 45% of the PhDs went to women, but only 26% of them were applying for tenure track jobs. However, of those 26% who applied, 34% of the tenure track hires were women. And that's true in every field, that if women applied, they were more likely than men to be hired. So why is the dominant narrative that there's this omnipresent bias against women so popular and appears in all the top journals and legacy media? How is it so out of sync with the actual empirical findings? And I've only shown you a small sampling of the empirical findings. I could show you a lot more large-scale statistical analyses, and every one that we've looked at, every one shows the same thing that the NRC data shows, which is if women apply, they are more likely than men. They get more interviews, and they're more likely to get tenure track offers. So, coupled with the experimental Match CV data, how is it that so many people are harboring, this belief in gender discrimination in tenure track hiring, when in fact the data don't support that at all? Is it the case that people are just unfamiliar with the data? I don't think that's the answer. At least it's not the full answer, because there's a growing body of evidence showing that even when you provide people with the evidence, many of them won't accept the evidence. They resist it. Sometimes it's an unconscious resistance, but they resist it. And a lot of studies show this. I'll just give you a couple examples of this. So, for example, Steve Stewart Williams and his colleagues reported a couple experiments. And in one of the experiments, half the sample is given a research finding. And, there's a description of the methodology and the findings. So the findings might be a pro-female finding. It might say in the study that it was shown that women have higher IQs than men. And other participants in the study get the same study, but the sign is changed so that men have higher IQs than women. So it's pretty straightforward. But people's reaction and willingness to accept the findings and their judgment of the quality of the research and so on differs greatly depending on their gender commitment, their commitment to gender equality. So here's some of the Stewart Williams findings, and we just put a couple ovals here to focus you on some of the so you can see in the leftmost oval that people who were given the study that said that men had higher IQs than women, that research was rated as offensive, harmful, upsetting, and sexist. And if you move to the right, the rightmost oval shows that research, people feel it should not be made public. You shouldn't be informing your students of it. The media shouldn't amplify it. And it's simply not responsible research conduct. So this is what I mean. There are studies like this where people are actually made familiar with the finding, but that doesn't mean that they accept, internalize that finding. And as I said, there was right above here, I said there's a number of studies, and here's just a few of them that make that same point. So I'll just pass through this. It's not important. So a number of studies, starting with Gial and her colleagues in France, showed that one's moral commitment to gender equality modulates their interpretation of gender bias findings. And in fact, anytime you get sex differences, she ran 7 experiments, and anytime there were sex differences, those sex differences were completely explained by people's moral commitment to gender equality. It's a simple 3 item scale. It's an 11-point scale from 0 to 10. And, it just asks people, is achieving gender equality an absolute moral imperative? Do we need to fight for equality? Is that fight central to your identity? Should it be the government's utmost priority? And so on. And depending on people's position on that, that explains a whole lot about their willingness to accept contrary findings. This wouldn't be a problem if the Academy was more diverse than it is. But as you know from especially yesterday's presentations, which I was attending over Zoom, the faculty isn't as sociopolitically diverse as it might be. Jonathan Rauch's presentation, as well as April's and Nate Honeycutt's data, all showed that faculty are not as diverse, students are not as diverse, and I would add to that, journalists who write about our science are not as diverse. I was really heartened to see Jesse Singal in the audience because he's one of the few that I think have not closed the door on considering other possibilities. So, given the lack of diversity, would adversarial collaborations help? It did with the paper we published in 2023, but as I said, it was really hard. It took us 5 years, and we described that in the introduction to the article, that here's why it's adversarial, and we list the publications that, for example, Shu Khan published saying that there was bias, and the ones that we published saying that we didn't find as much bias. And then we battled with each other. And as I said, it took 5 years. So it's not easy to do adversarial collaborations, but it may be the best that we can accomplish given the asymmetry in the faculty. But I'll say more about that at the very end. I'm going to just skirt through this because yesterday, prior speakers, I think, did a really good job. But here's some data from Mitch Langbert in 2018, and it just shows you what others have talked about. If you look at the field of engineering, there are 1.6 faculty who are registered Democrats for every faculty member registered Republican. And, that doesn't seem terribly balanced to me, but in fact, it's the most balanced of any of the disciplines. My own discipline, psychology, as you can see, there are 16.8 Democrats for every Republican. And in some disciplines like communications, it's hard to find any Republican in the entire body that was surveyed and checked against voting registration records. Survey came out at Yale University in September this past year of the faculty's political positions and concluded that there were 28 Democrats for every one Republican, 28-1. That's over the entire university. If you look at social science and humanities, it's much more imbalanced. Here, they reported that it's a 78
and Stephen, sorry to interrupt, but we're starting to run pretty low on time.
Oh,
so if
okay.
you could, try to wrap up pretty quick here.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll just scoot. I'm going to pass these because I think, again, yesterday. So let me just conclude with the price you can pay when you oppose the dominant narrative or even question it. And here, Wendy and I have been the object. I'm sort of laughing because it's not really laughable, but I think we did laugh off a lot of these. Bloggers referred to us as two crustaceans for claiming that women have an advantage in these match CV studies, saying that psychology is not a science, we don't know how to analyze data, et cetera, et cetera. Sociologists referred to us as white patriarchal fantasizers. In the Chronicle of Higher Ed, two scholars said that we were not serious scholars ourselves. People said in places like slate.com, don't believe our data. We were, told that we own the journal that we publish our data in, which was news to us. That's why I say it's sort of, some of this is laughable. Two philosophers of science likened us to climate deniers by denying that there was sexism in tenure track hiring. They went on to say that our findings really posed an epistemic threat, and that in fact we should really be retracted. Our paper should be retracted. And they went on to acknowledge that this could be concerning for some people to censor people's data, to silence attitudes that you disagree with. But they went on to say, but it's more of a problem if you allow it to appear. It's like the tobacco industry. It resulted in killing millions of people worldwide. So, we've been elevated to the status of publishing nicotine is good for you research. And there are a bunch of others. I'm just going to go through that. So finally, I'll conclude by saying that although our studies have been published in good journals, we've encountered incessant obstacles. They often take us years to get the article accepted. Our PNAS 2015 had 7 reviewers, and during that period, the mean number of reviewers was 2, and the editor wrote an 8th review. And it took us a very long time to do new analyses and data gathering and so on. And that's pretty much the story that we've confronted whenever we've examined the dominant narrative. Lots of reviewers, lots of time, very prestigious journal, I won't mention the name, accepted our paper after having 5 reviews, and then at some point, when we asked, when is this going to come out, because it had been many months, we were told that they were hiring a statistician and they wanted our raw data, and the statistician was going to analyze it. And so we happily provided the data, and the statistician confirmed all of our findings. And we thought, okay, that's the end of it. We kept waiting and waiting, and it never came out. And finally, we started writing to the editor, and we asked her, when is it coming out? And without ever giving us a reason or an excuse, she says, I'm sorry, we've changed our mind. It's not coming out. So the elite science media, like Nature and Science and so on, have seen fit not to describe our data, like they do these weekly roundups of scientific findings, and you would think that they might
Stephen,
have...
sorry to interrupt again, but we're pretty much out of time. If
Okay.
you want to just, maybe
Okay, thanks. I'll just end it there and say thanks.
All right, thanks so much for an awesome discussion. Maybe we got time for one question. Let's go. I think I saw that hand first over there.
Hi, there's some really cool work by David Lubinsky looking at mathematically precocious youth and looking at the differences between men and women and what men and women find important in life, and generally women find spending time with their family, their health, exercise, those kinds of pursuits more important than their work. If you ask men and women, would you work more than 40 hours a week at your ideal job? Men and women give very different results. And April Bleske-Rechek has also done some stuff on like the specialization of labor in the home, that actually women do more work in the home around childcare because they want to, not because any patriarchy is forcing them to. So one piece of viewpoint diversity that I think we don't necessarily account for, and one reason that this work is controversial, is that the women who are pronouncing on this are women who either don't have children or who don't really want to hang out with their children very much, no offense to them. And so that is, it's a fine choice if you want to make that. And so I think that's one thing I'm curious about is, do you see a difference in women who either don't have children or don't have these same priorities that on average women in our society have at a much greater percentage than among the elites?
Yeah, thank you. I'm familiar with both David and April's research, and it's exactly, you summarized it exactly right. I feel the way you do. If a woman doesn't want to get involved in family formation, that's totally fine. The data show that they do the lion's share of the domestic work, the child care, elder care, and so on. Some people refer to this as a cultural default or a masculine default. Be that as it may, it has nothing to do with demonstrating discrimination against hiring a woman. If a woman is interested in working on tenure track, her chances are, if anything, better than a comparable male's.
I have an amazing group of people to introduce. Michael Shermer, Abigail Thompson, and John K. Wilson. And probably so you remember it, I'll introduce them just before they talk. So we will start with Michael Shermer, a native Los Angelino, competitive cyclist who gave his name to a medical condition, Shermer's neck. I had to throw that in. PhD in history of science from Claremont, author of numerous books, done a lot of other media, including TV. And most importantly, the co-founder of the Skeptic Society and editor-in-chief of Skeptic, a wonderful magazine, which Wilfred Riley, is he out there? He and I have a piece in now on, essentially why Black Lives Matter probably ended up killing people and how we could do a whole lot better. But without further ado, let me introduce you, Michael Shermer.
I have a copy for you.
All right. Excellent. Oh, thanks so much.
That's right. Here's our latest issue, Crime and Punishment. Yes, a century from now, the only thing I'll be remembered for is my neck. Really, like that Alzheimer guy. Who was he again?
I'll give you a mark in 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Okay, good. I'll use my experiences at Scientific American as a case study in how wokeness poisons science, and in this case, science journalism. I started my monthly column there in April of 2001. My goal was to do 300 consecutive monthly columns so I could tie the great Stephen Jay Gould and his 300 consecutive monthly columns in Natural History magazine. He was first a mentor and then a friend. I know that's not a big selling point in this audience. But I take the Jeffersonian principle of let friends be wrong. Of course, said friends don't think they're wrong. They think you're wrong, so you have to kind of deal with that. In any case, I did 214 consecutive monthly columns. I had no pushback for anything. I wrote about anything, especially pretty critical of religion, until I got to column number 212, which I called the fallacy of excluded exceptions. And I started off with just kind of a fun story about this documentary film that I was in about cursed horror films, like The Exorcist and The Omen, where bad things happen on the set, bad things happen to the actors, and so on. There must be some link between a horror film and it being cursed. Anyway, so my explanation on camera was, just picture the 2x2 matrix with the 4 cells, and one of them is the cursed horror films. What about the non-cursed horror films, It and The Shining, where nothing bad happened? And what about the non-horror films that were cursed, like Superman and Apocalypse Now and so on? And I'll never forget, the producers are like, oh my God, well, we don't really have a film, but they included that anyway. But that's just a lighthearted story. Each column I try to have a deeper message. So I talked about, as another example of this, abusive parents who were themselves abused as children. So this is a hypothesis to explain causality. And I said, okay, what about the abusive parents who were not abused as children? What about abused children who grew up to be loving parents? How come they're not abusive parents? Anyway, so my editor said, I'm afraid we're going to have to ask for a revision on this column. We're unwilling to publish a piece that suggests sexual harassment and the phenomenon of abused children growing up to be abusers are less of a problem than most people imagine. I never said it wasn't a problem or that it's nothing to worry about. I just said we want to understand the cause of it, right? Heuristics are all very well, but unlike with spooky deaths related to horror movies, these involve real harm to real people. So I think that's a hint of what's going on here that I'll come back to in a minute. This concern about harm and how our sensitivities have been finer tuned to ever smaller kinds of harm, but we're still morally engaged in that. Anyway, the next column, number 213, was Dreams Deferred, in which I recounted Dr. Martin Luther King's dream and that how much progress we'd made since his time. And then there was a series of books out, Pinker's books and others, recounting this with data. And then I said, but since 2015 or so, when my book The Moral Arc came out and Pinker's Enlightenment Now in 2018, and a few others, that things had shifted. It seemed like people were saying things have never been so bad for people of color and minorities and so on. And that are we deferring the dream of Martin Luther King that we can get there because look at the progress. Anyway, I'm afraid I'm going to have to reject your column entirely. You say essentially that things are better, especially for minorities of various kinds, than ever in history. Your evidence being basically, you can look it up. Well, I only got 700 words, and Pinker had 700 pages, so you can't, I can just refer to the book. To say simply blithely that Steven Pinker says everything is wonderful and everyone should stop whining doesn't really work. Okay, Pinker never said everything's great and it's perfect and people should quit whining. No one's saying that. Anyway, right after that, I got my walking papers and I was allowed to write one more column. And then about 6 months after that, they hired the deeply woke editor-in-chief, Laura Helmuth. And then she left, she resigned 4 years later after she had a paroxysm the day after Trump's victory in November, in which she said, she apologized to younger voters that my generation is so full of fucking fascists and upbraided her high school classmates for celebrating Trump's win, fuck them to the moon and back, and called her home state of Indiana a bunch of racists and sexists. This was on Blue Sky, not on Twitter. And if you go to Blue Sky, I never even heard of it, and I went over there to check it out, like, oh my God, this is really bad. Anyways, shortly after that, she resigned to take some time to think about what comes next and go bird watching. Bird watching. This is like a politician that says, I need to spend more time with my family. Oh, I wonder what that means. Okay. Anyway, then the president of Scientific American, Kimberly Lau, released a statement thanking Laura Helmuth for her leadership and wishing her very well for her future. So I wrote this. By the way, I continue the Skeptic column on Substack. It's just called Skeptic. Imagine what would have happened if the editor-in-chief of Scientific American had spoken about or published articles on the average difference in IQ scores between black and white Americans and argued that the gap might be partially due to genetics. Or alternatively, if she had correctly stated that, on average, women score higher than men in trait neuroticism on the Big Five personality scale, and suggested that maybe this is why there are fewer female than male Fortune 500 company CEOs. She would surely have been summarily fired and publicly denounced, and we would have been told that such comments or articles do not reflect the positions or policies of Scientific American or its governing board or staff. We apologize to all who have been harmed by them. I'm just making that up, that this is what they would have said, right? She almost certainly would not have been thanked for her years of loyal service and offered good wishes for her future. So after my tenure there, here was just a sampling of some of the articles published in Scientific American. July of 2021, excuse me, denial of evolution is a form of white supremacy. So creationists are no longer religious extremists, they are white supremacists. Well, this would come to surprise to the creationists because I know most of them, and that's not the problem, it's religion. Anyway, August 2021 article, Modern Mathematics Confronts Its White Patriarchal Past. Contrary to all available evidence, accused an entire profession of both misogyny and racism while simultaneously ignoring the other field. Again, this is the counterfactual examples, excluded exceptions there, in which women outnumber men in graduate degrees such as health and medical sciences, 71%, social and behavioral sciences, 61%, and biological sciences, 51.5%, and all the others you've seen in talks here. So are we to believe that patriarchy and misogyny exist only in the fields in which men outnumber women? I mean, Picker himself is a linguist and points out that, women far outnumber men in linguistics, and he doesn't feel like he's being discriminated against for that. Then there was the December 2021 article, infuriating, The Complicated Legacy of E.O. Wilson. Oh, turns out Ed was a massive racist and a eugenicist. And so that led to, I wrote a long article in my Skeptic Substack, basically interviewing all his colleagues and graduate students and so on, and all the evidence that he was anything but a racist and a eugenicist. Then in November 2023, they published an article called The Theory That Men Evolved to Hunt and Women Evolved to Gather is Wrong. And they claim that, according to anthropological data, women hunt just as much as men. Anyway, then people analyzed that data and showed why it was wrong and so on. But the quote that's in there that I pulled out was, their conclusion from this is that inequity between male and female athletes is a result not of inherent biological differences between the sexes, but of biases in how they are treated in sports. To which I then cited Serena Williams' own comment that she couldn't beat even the 500th ranked male tennis player. And that, this is all due to her upbringing or the culture? Okay. And then finally, a peak wokeness hit in September 2021 when they published an article, mind you, again, this is in Scientific American. Why the term Jedi is problematic for describing programs that promote justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Jedi. They were using this like the Jedi warriors. Yeah, we're going to get out there and fight like the Jedi warriors. This is now problematic because examples include Star Wars characters who were too white, toxically masculine, religious, ableist, eugenicists, and worst of all, they resolve their conflicts through duels with phallic lightsabers. I don't know what these people are watching online, but okay. Just a couple thoughts. I think two reasons for this. One is that we have made so much moral progress, and that we do have a deep sense of moral justice and injustice and right and wrong, and that most of the big ones have been taken: abolition of slavery and torture, cruel and unusual punishment, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, animal rights, and so on. That to the mind of a young activist that wants to get engaged, I want to get out there and I want to make the world a better place. What's left? Well, there's those microaggressions, and they misgendered people, and they, this little thing and that little thing here. So I think that's part of the problem. But the progress happens over a decadal rate. It's hard to see. And so it just feels like it's as bad as it was in the 1950s, and people's sense of history is not too good on that. And then the last one is, I think, the kind of that blank slate vision. I think Thomas Sowell's book, Conflict of Visions, of his idea of the constrained versus unconstrained visions of human nature, and then Pinker's tragic vision versus utopian vision. Woke people have a utopian, unconstrained vision of human nature. Therefore, we're all equal in everything, and therefore, if there are any inequalities, it can only be due to social injustices, political bias, bigotry, racism, and so on. And therefore, we can engineer out of these inequalities just through legislation and so on, as if we are just blank slates. Okay, thank you.
Should have had Michael last. It's a tough act to follow. Let me introduce Abigail Thompson, who's been here a few times before, who PhD from Rutgers, professor of mathematics and department chair at UC Davis, former vice president of the American Mathematical Society, an activist for improving the teaching of K-12 math, who won the ACTA Award for her 2019 Wall Street Journal op-ed critical of required diversity statements. I think we'll put that up there, right? So, Abigail, I'll give you a warning at 2 minutes.
That's not my statement. So the title of this panel was, "Is Compelled Speech a Form of Censorship?" And they made me give a talk in the panel, so you decide. I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about my story and this incident in particular. So I'm no longer the chair of the Department of Mathematics, but I wasn't fired. But in 2019, I was the chair. And I got very concerned. Chairs have a lot to do with faculty hiring. I became very concerned about the way diversity statements were being used in the faculty hiring process. They had gone from just like a nice bonus in a faculty applicant's file, something that would be reasonable to consider and take into account, to something that was perhaps its most important element. And in fact, in 2019, there was an administrative push to use DEI statements alone to make a first cut of job applicants before their research and teaching records could even be viewed by search committees. A couple campuses, including UC Davis and also more famously UC Berkeley, proposed a detailed scoring system for these diversity statements. The scoring system was highly skewed to a very progressive view of what diversity meant and what it should entail for a faculty member. For example, a candidate who said that they believed, as I believe, that people should be treated as individuals rather than as members of groups would score very low and they would be eliminated from the pool. I was also at that time a vice president of the American Mathematical Society, and they had a policy at the time of publishing very short opinion pieces from newly elected officers. So I was asked to write a word from column. And I thought this was a good chance to say what I thought. So I did, and was a page and a half long. And then something new happened. I'm not a very social media kind of person, and I had my own Twitter mob. And it had a particularly venomous mathematician instigating this Twitter mob, and I want you to keep this venomous instigator in mind because he will reappear later. My opinions were regarded as so far beyond the pale. The instigator called for a good old public shaming. He exhorted his friends and followers to contact my university, my dean, my chancellor, and say that I should be fired. This evolved into a letter to the notices who had published my original piece with more than 600 signatures. Fortunately for me, 2 counter letters appeared with far more signatures from, I will just say it, far more distinguished mathematicians. So I was very grateful for that. This had blown up to such an extent that a few weeks later, the Wall Street Journal contacted me and asked me if I wanted to write about the experience, which I did. Again, that's not what you're seeing. So I just described what had happened to me, but I also included my views on diversity statements, and this provoked a letter to the Wall Street Journal from my chancellor and the vice chancellor for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's what you see up there. And I'm sure that you can't read it, but let me just read for you. We disagree strongly. It's at once illogical and rhetorically inflammatory and reminiscent of historical attempts. I can't even read it. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I hope you read that loudly enough. In other words, essentially, I was standing in the schoolhouse door. It compounds the problem that both my chancellor and the vice chancellor for diversity, equity, and inclusion are African American. As an unexpected benefit of all of this, my invitations to serve on important campus committees fell off sharply. That was great. So Berkeley posted a lot more information on its pilot program than Davis did, but ours was just as bad. We just kept it undercover better. Probably we weren't as good at posting. So by now the Berkeley program is pretty well known, but I wanted to just let you know really what they did. And this is the demographics of what they posted very proudly. So you can see this was a search in the life sciences. The applicants were filtered on the basis of diversity statements. And you can see what happened to the applicant pool between the pool and the shortlist. So for example, if we look at the pool for Hispanics, you'll see the pool was 13% and the shortlist was 59%. It was pretty dramatic. And they were very proud of it. This was publicly posted on their website. And so in their future plans, which has now been removed from the website, they said, in the coming year, participating departments will adhere to the interventions developed in the initiative, and several will be experimenting with additional methods to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion. And note that the measure of the plan's success was not some wildly successful programs the faculty members had developed or were going to develop at Berkeley for outreach to underrepresented minorities. It was the simple demographics of the hires. That was the success. So many of you know this verbal sleight of hand. A candidate's diversity statement is read and considered by a hiring committee, but then the question is whether the candidate will contribute to the campus's diversity, i.e., are they a member of an appropriate group? So this is, of course, why we find diversity statements. I'm going to put up two different kinds. These first two are examples taken from sample statements from UC San Diego. These are recommended diversity statements. As a Latino immigrant who lived in X, Y, and Z in the United States, I'm sensitive to the challenges. That's the beginning of the diversity statement. The second one, as a woman in chemistry. This is the beginning of the diversity statement. So this is a crucial piece of information that must be included in diversity statements. And another key piece of information is represented by the second two lines. I'm committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in higher education, and I'm deeply committed, this one's deeply committed, to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I won't tell you where those are from because it's too embarrassing. So, but they're real quotes. So, ChatGPT has arrived in the nick of time to save people from the horrible task of writing these. And these are, I just plugged in, write me a diversity statement. And they're good, they're better than the other ones, right? I want to point out the second one because it's more disturbing. So in my research, I've made a concerted effort to explore topics related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. My work on insert specific research project or area here has addressed issues such as briefly explain your diversity-related research focus. That is, it's actually directing you to focus your research on these topics. So to summarize, they're bad. Actually, I have a whole list, but I'm just going to say they're bad. And I would like to add, they also make people lie a lot, right? Which is extremely bad as a habit for scientists to cultivate. In a New York Times article, Daniel Sargent, who's a professor at Berkeley, put it much more elegantly. He said, quote, "We're institutionalizing performative dishonesty." Is requiring them a form of censorship? Not directly, but indirectly, because these are the kinds of emails I got after all of this. So you can see, someday I too hope to speak out on this issue, but it is simply too dangerous at present. I have to say, I've recently gotten a very similar email from a colleague over a similarly contentious topic. 2 minutes? Oh, cool. You're not alone. People in precarious positions are afraid to speak out. I would say people in any academic position seem to be afraid to speak out, which is a problem. So, diversity statements have very stout and well-organized and funded defenders. One of them is from my own campus. This is a quote from law professor Brian Suchek that appeared in the New York Times. He specifically defended the Berkeley search that I mentioned before. People criticized Berkeley afterward that Berkeley didn't even consider the applicant's credentials. He said, but I would say that DEI statements are credentials. It's a direct quote. And even more frankly, again, from the New York Times, from a different article, Professor Suchek said ideological diversity is not the point. It's our job to make sure people of all identities flourish. Here, he said, it's not our job to make sure that all viewpoints flourish. So that's clear, at least. And so this is true. We don't want to have departments of astrology. But I'm pretty sure that astronomers can weed these out. In case you think things are improving, I'd say, I hope we've hit peak woke, but I am not so sure. We still have our work cut out for us. I want to remind you of that venomous instigator that I started with at the beginning, the one that organized the cancel campaign against me, trying to get me, a female mathematician, fired, that one. So this week, probably as we speak, he's being awarded the Mary and Alfie Gray Award for Social Justice from the Association for Women in Mathematics. So, thank you.
Batting cleanup, although we'll have a little time for back and forth. John K. Wilson was a 2019-20 fellow at the University of California National Center for Free Speech and Civic Engagement, writer for AAUP's academic blog, author of 8 books, including The Myth of Political Correctness. And this fall, out of Routledge, you will have coming out The Attack on Academia, which I'm looking forward to seeing. So John K. Wilson. I'll give you a 2-minute moment.
Thanks very much. Can people hear me okay? I'm going to argue here and talk about diversity statements and compelled speech, and I'm going to argue against many kinds of diversity statements, but I also think some arguments and actions against diversity statements are deeply flawed, and that diversity statements should be neither compelled nor forbidden by politicians or administrators. Instead, faculty should make the decisions about using diversity statements, and we should persuade faculty not to use diversity statements. Now, in terms of the subject of compelled speech, I do want to mention that compelled speech is not always censorship. Compelled speech is perfectly normal in academia. For example, we compel students to take tests and to write papers. That's all compelling them to speak. What we're really objecting to is compelled viewpoints. But again here, compelled viewpoints are also in some cases legitimate. If you're an evolutionary biology department hiring someone, you discriminate, you compel speech by refusing to hire people who deny evolution and who believe the Earth was created 3,500 years ago. And that's perfectly appropriate because it's about the scientific qualifications. The issue is when the compelled speech or the compelled viewpoints are about issues that are unrelated to scientific or academic qualifications. And there's also an issue, even within things that are related to scientific qualifications, that we want to make sure that there is room for dissent, that there's room for people to think differently from the status quo. So it gets complicated because compelled viewpoints are a great danger to academic freedom. They're also an essential part of science and academia. Now, there are also, in my view, illegitimate forms of kind of compelled viewpoints, the most notable of which is the loyalty oath, and diversity statements have been compared to loyalty oaths. I think this is an inaccurate statement. I oppose any kind of oath in academia. We have several hundred religious colleges that impose faith statements as an oath, compelling people what to think. But diversity statements are not an oath. An oath is a pre-scripted statement you are obliged to agree with as a condition of employment. And diversity statements, personalized statements in response to a question, simply don't meet the characterization of an oath. That's not sufficient, of course, because there are many terrible things that we need to stop of viewpoint discrimination that are not an oath. The allegation, of course, the comparison, I think, of the loyalty oath, that diversity statements are like patriotism statements. They are just as illegitimate. I think that's wrong because patriotism is not a legitimate academic criteria. Universities are international, global institutions. We judge people based on academic merit, not based on nationalism. Diversity, on the other hand, I think there is the potential, at least, for legitimate uses of diversity. One is non-discrimination. In judging people by academic merit, we're saying they should not be discriminated against based on their identity. The other reason has to do with intellectual diversity, the idea that we should have a broad range of different kinds of viewpoints. Those are the theoretical justifications for diversity. Now, the question is that what we're really looking at when we talk about diversity statements? And I think there are many very bad diversity statements. We heard about one of them. I want to talk a little bit more about the UC Berkeley Life Sciences hire in 2018, which is the one we have all of this data about that I think is very interesting. And what was terrible about the Berkeley diversity statement, it was imposed by the administration. It was used as an initial screening test rather than as an overall evaluation. It was evaluated with a prefabricated rubric imposed by the administration that included these issues of political viewpoints, and it used a narrow definition of diversity, contrary to the University of California system's definition that was restricted to underrepresented minorities. And as a progressive, I think progressives who call for diversity should strongly oppose the Berkeley type of diversity statements. They violate the first principle of affirmative action, which is that you should cast a wide net. In the case at Berkeley, you had 78% of the candidates being knocked out and not even considered based on their diversity statement. Another part that was incredibly problematic, I don't think has gotten enough attention about the Berkeley diversity statement, is the disparate impact on Asians. 19.8% of the white applicants at Berkeley passed the diversity test, only 13.8% of the Asian applicants. And I think a hiring process where the white applicants are 43% more likely than the Asian applicants to advance should disturb anyone who's actually concerned about racial equality and diversity. But do diversity statements in general have to follow this Berkeley approach? Here I want to quote Greg Lukianoff, who has argued that diversity statements are, quote, unavoidably political litmus tests, end quote. And I think that that's a problematic standard. Unavoidably is an extremely high standard. Basically, you'd have to show that all diversity statements are being used as political litmus tests, and there's no other way to use them. And I think there are, in fact, examples of legitimate uses of diversity statements. One that was very interesting was revealed in an Inside Higher Ed op-ed last year by Suzanne Penil, who's a history professor at University of South Carolina, Lancaster, who talked about what happened when her department decided to ask for a standalone diversity statement for applicants. Although she was initially skeptical of this, she didn't like the idea, she realized they could be very valuable, and she explained that they were less generic than statements of teaching philosophy, and they revealed how candidates dealt with students from different backgrounds. And that's not a political litmus test. That seems like a fairly legitimate way of dealing with a faculty hiring approach. Now, she also revealed something very interesting that is a political litmus test that they used, which is that her faculty would have excluded extreme left-wing advocates of diversity because, quote, we weren't looking for ideologues. For one thing, they're a pain in the ass at faculty meetings, end quote. And I think that should surprise some people that diversity statements are in some cases being used to discriminate against left-wing advocates of diversity. So I don't think we can say they are unilaterally political litmus tests in all of these cases. Now, I oppose these efforts to ban diversity statements. And I think that's one thing we should focus on is how do we then react to diversity statements if we don't like them? I think we need to reject the notion that all we have to do is conceive of an ideal way of faculty hiring and then impose it on the faculty by any means necessary. That is precisely the kind of logic that got us diversity statements when administrators decided we want more diverse hiring, so we're just going to force these diversity statements down your throat. And I think a ban on diversity statements is an equally flawed approach, whether it comes from the administration or from politicians. And I think many of these approaches to ban diversity statements are giving politicians dangerous control over decisions that should be made by faculty. One proposed bill would even ban all federal funding for any college that has a diversity statement, even if faculty members chose to use it. And I also want to criticize FIRE for one of their proposed model legislation acts, the Intellectual Freedom Protection Act. And I think this is particularly dangerous because under FIRE's model act, which has already been enacted in Kansas last year, not only would diversity statements at public colleges be explicitly banned by politicians, but if a candidate makes any kind of, quote, statement regarding diversity, equity, inclusion, patriotism, or related topics, end quote, then that statement cannot be used by the faculty in the hiring process. It cannot be considered in any way or you would be breaking the law. And I think one unintended consequence of such a law is it effectively bans consideration and support for work supporting intellectual diversity. I think intellectual diversity is a kind of diversity. It's at very least related topic to diversity. And I very much fear that bans on diversity cannot be conducted in any way without also banning intellectual diversity as a consideration. And that's a good reason why we shouldn't encourage legislators to dictate faculty hiring practices. I think instead what we need to do is follow what the recent much maligned AUP statement on diversity statements did, which I think is right in 3 key points. First, that diversity and criterion is not inherently contrary to academic freedom. It has the potential for legitimate academic use, and therefore it should not be banned. Second, faculty should be the ones determining the criteria for faculty hiring. And third, and I think also important, the AUP argues that there should not be separate diversity statements, that where, I'll quote them, meaningful DEI faculty work should be evaluated as part of the core faculty duties of teaching, research, and professional service, rather than tacked on as a separate criterion of evaluation, end quote. So I think the AUP is on target for this. And instead of calling for faculty power to be reduced, for administrators to exert control or politicians over faculty, we should return power to the faculty. And we should let the faculty decide these issues about diversity statements. And we should do that even though the faculty might get it wrong, whatever you think wrong is. But the alternative of letting administrators control faculty hiring, of letting politicians control faculty hiring, is far more dangerous to our academic freedom and to the process of returning control to faculty. For that reason, I think we need to make diversity statements the subject of faculty debates rather than administrative commands and political laws. Thank you.
I want to make sure there's time for the audience, but I want to ask the panelists, do you have any quick back and forth, 1-2 minutes for Any of you, or should we go to the audience questions? Have any final statements before we bring in the audience?
Oh, is it on?
Yeah, it's on, yeah.
That I have to say was the best defense of diversity statements I've heard, probably, but I still don't buy it. I feel that it's sort of like saying it's true that socialism so far hasn't gone well, but if we just implement it correctly, it's going to be fine, and I can't say I buy it. And I would also like to say, I think in many respects, their diversity statements are worse than political litmus tests. So I'm one of the people that said this is very similar to the loyalty oath of the McCarthy era, because it not only requires you to attest to that you subscribe to this, I firmly believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, it requires you to demonstrate, to have done stuff. It's not just, I have never been a member of the Communist Party. It's also, I have actively worked against the Communist Party, and I intend to continue to work against the Communist Party. So they're, in some sense, worse than those loyalty oaths.
John, quick thought.
Well, I think that, again, I'm not trying to defend socialism or diversity statements. I'm trying to defend the right of people to make that part of the faculty hiring criteria, or to make socialism something they advocate. I think you can recognize the bad things about them and still see that, and this is partly, I think, a philosophical argument about how you get rid of diversity statements. It is, and I generally think that would actually be a very good thing, but you do it by convincing faculty to do it. For one thing, even if you get rid of diversity statements, faculty can still use diversity. They're still going to be making these potentially disturbing ways of faculty hiring unless you persuade them to do otherwise. The statements don't actually do a lot. At Berkeley, for example, it wasn't the statement that reduced those numbers of white applicants down so far. It was the regular faculty hiring process after the diversity statement. There's still a 48% of the applicants were white after the diversity statement. It was the regular process that actually ended up doing it. So whether you like the diverse hiring pressure or not, and I'm very sympathetic to your side on this, the diversity statements are neither the problem nor the solution, whichever side you're on. But what we shouldn't do is create this precedent of letting the administration decide what the faculty are going to do, or worse yet, letting the politicians decide what the faculty are going to do.
Michael, you have a quick thought?
Yeah, I had Chris Rufo on my podcast, and we were talking about this, and I made the case of like what you're arguing. Let's do it from the bottom up, changing the norms. Heterodox Academy, fire Pinker at Harvard, and Yasha Monk and his Substack, and all that. And he said, "You guys lost that battle. Wokeism has taken over. It's time." And in this case, he was working with Ron DeSantis in Florida. We pass laws and do it from the top down. Well, I'm a libertarian, so that doesn't sound like a great solution to me. But sometimes you do have to do that. If it's violating like a civil rights act or law or something like that, if it's discriminatory.
John, I love the argument. I think you're making this argument really well. I'm going to give you a final word before we go to the audience.
Well, I think the way you approach this does matter a lot. That this whole, that we do need to persuade people to do this. That trying to force this down people's force, whether you're banning diversity statements or compelling them. And tactically, strategically, I think this is the answer. It's a lot easier to get faculty on board if you tell them we are trying to restore faculty power and faculty authority than if you tell them we are going to ban diversity statements, whether you like it or not. I think if you're looking to get faculty on your side, strategically, morally, philosophically, politically, I think that is the better way to go.
Okay, we have a lot of hands up. I shouldn't do this, but Greg, do you have any words before I turn off, since you've already been mentioned? Okay, very good. There's a gentleman in the middle who had his hand up really early, in black. Do you want to?
I don't agree with the moderator. I thought Johnson was an obtuse, terrible argument. It does not at all account for the reality of where we are. So we've done some whistleblowing exposures at Cornell on this very subject, but the reality is that faculty are to turn academic freedom back to faculty. The arts and sciences now at Cornell is 98-1 in one political camp, okay? The administrators are significantly more balanced than that, and the students are even more balanced than that. So and not only that, the purpose of the university has gone from merit and academic excellence to political action and political mission. That's the primary mission. So what John is suggesting is we give the power back to a group of people, faculty, who are 98% of one political persuasion, who have adopted and been hired to advance a political mission. So how are you going to get back to balance with that kind of mentality? And they're using the DEI statements for exactly the purposes that Greg Lukianoff has said, and we whistleblowers have shown that at Cornell.
I love that, but it's not a question. But let me ask John. Do you have a quick response?
Well, I plead not guilty to obtuseness, but I recognize there can be problems out there. All I'm saying is that trying to destroy academic freedom is not the solution. Trying to destroy faculty power is not the solution to these problems.
Okay, so there's a lot of hands. Can I go to Greg? All right, go ahead, Greg.
Diversity statements are. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, diversity statements are unavoidably political litmus tests, and here's why. Thomas Sowell applies to your school. He says, I think this requirement is bullshit. He is not getting that job. Basically, if you disagree with this as a principle, it's going to be used against you. You have to pretend that you agree with it. It is unavoidably a political litmus test, and I was so profoundly ashamed of the American Association of University Professors being apologists for political litmus tests. So yeah, I don't have a lot of patience for this argument.
It's happened before in our history. It may happen again. So
I just want to say I'm glad that you took John's mic away, but then you just gave it back. So.
Let me. I should make a rule. Let me go to Musa, and then we'll. Oh, I'm sorry. No, somebody in the back. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So I just wanted to follow up.
And who are you? Just say.
Oh, sorry. I'm Carol Hooven.
Oh my gosh.
I'm at American Enterprise Institute, and recently had my long career teaching at Harvard in human evolutionary biology ended recently. Okay, so the guy who said that you had a terrible argument, John, what's your name? Carl. Okay, so I was going to make Carl's point, which I feel very strongly about, but one element that I think you're not appreciating, so you have a lot of faith in the ability of this university monoculture to be able to fairly debate these complex and very emotional issues. And that depends on the idea that there is some minority of people who disagree with whatever the status quo is. But that minority, those are the people who will not speak up because they can lose their reputations and careers. So I have a lot of sympathy with your point of view. It's sort of scary to think about the legislature imposing these kinds of standards on universities. But I don't think, I'm not sure why you believe in the ability of faculty debate, given everything everyone has talked about so far. I don't see what the solution is. I agree getting the legislature involved is scary, but I don't see the solution. So I just basically wanted to agree.
Let me quickly respond to that. I think that there is a lot more diversity and openness of thought in academia than maybe you think in this selective group. I would cite FIRE's own faculty survey, which showed a huge number of faculty oppose diversity statements and think they are a bad idea. But I think there is that potential out there to persuade them and to get them to act in that way. So I think there is a lot of diversity thought.
All right,
Okay. I just want to say real quick, it was 90% of conservatives oppose diversity statements. 54% of overall oppose them. Somewhat less than 50%, but close to 50% of liberal professors oppose them. But 23% of people who answered, and they were all on the left, not only thought that they were political litmus tests, but that they were totally appropriate. So, I just want to make sure we're actually presenting the data right.
There's another problem, I think, in that if I were, say, to look at 1950s Alabama, which I used to study a little bit, and I think most black people wanted to vote, but they were not publicly saying it for obvious reasons. There's a lot of fear out there for not crazy reasons. Let me get somebody up there, and then really to this side. Okay, good.
I already have the mic, and I'm not going to relinquish it. Yeah. So I've been in this a bunch of events with Brian, going back and forth about this stuff. I think an underappreciated point from the AAUP document. So I'm going to steel man. Was the third point you mentioned, that actually the best way to evaluate people's ability to deal with students from across different backgrounds and stuff like that is not to do standalone things like diversity statements, but rather to incorporate considerations like these into their teaching and statements and things like this. Actually, there's a lot of research that shows, for instance, diversity training, one of the ways they go awry is making it the standalone thing that's separate from people's jobs. And if you where avoiding nepotism, avoiding bias and stuff like that is actually just part of being a good manager or being a, right? And if you incorporate these kinds of things into like more normal training instead of just being some separate, weird, niche political thing on its own, one, it tends to be less political and less, people have less blowback to it. But two, it tends to be more effective. It's more effective to use this thing than to evaluate what you actually want, which are these people going to be good employees. So I think this third point about how actually, from the AAUP's perspective, that actually it shouldn't be standalone statements, but that you can consider people's ability to deal with diverse audiences in using some of the existing materials that we already have, like teaching statements, research statement. I think that's an underappreciated point of their thing that I think is actually well validated by some of the empirical evidence we have about things like diversity training and other things like that as well. So just wanted to throw that out there to steel man the case that's unpopular in this room.
Miss, that's a great point. Nobody over here has asked any questions. We should go to at least
can I interrupt for a moment?
Yeah.
No, over here. Here, Bob, up, over here. I wanted to follow up on something that Carol said and Michael said about Chris Rufo. I think a critical question is, this also addresses John's point, have we already gone too far for the kind of discussion that you're interested in to even take place on campus? And I would argue that we have, that the overwhelming feeling on campus is so opposed to an actual rational discussion of this that it cannot take place. And since I've tried to have discussions like this in our current academic senate, I can tell you it's just not going to happen. People are not willing to jeopardize their jobs in order to cross what is in fact an administrative fiat. It's come from above, and there's not much you can do about it. But you know, the rot is all the way at the center, I'm afraid. So I think some kind of external pressure to get rid of this is absolutely crucial.
I mean, nobody over there, that side, I think it's talking. Want to grab somebody?
From the start over here.
Good. Okay. Eric Smith.
Thank you very much. My issue with diversity statements is that they're not diverse, right? There's one right answer, and you better get it, right? And I mean, Frederick Douglass's diversity statement would be rejected, right? Zora Neale Hurston's would be rejected, right? And they liked being black. So I'm thinking maybe we're taking too big of a leap, or trying to take too big of a leap. Maybe a baby step would be to kind of keep the diversity statement, but make it, you know, to tolerate other viewpoints within that diversity statement. And perhaps we can deal with that low-hanging fruit instead of trying to leap and bound into getting rid of them altogether, right? And I also want to say I appreciate the viewpoint diversity in this room right now, right? Nobody's dropped to their knees and started crying, right? This is how it should be.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We have time for two more, I think, two or three. Yeah.
Thank you. John Chisholm, MIT. I'm not a faculty. I was on the corporation and president and chair of the Alumni Association. Advocates for DEI purposely use the word diversity ambiguously so that the goodwill associated with the good forms of diversity, namely cognitive and intellectual, are associated with and ascribed to racial and ethnic diversity. When I say cognitive and intellectual diversity, I mean, is someone an abstract or concrete thinker? Are they risk averse or more risk neutral? Do they have a long-term or short-term time horizon in their thinking and decision making? All of these things make teams, work groups, boards, committees, better decision makers. So that's a good form of diversity. That's hard to assess. That takes time to determine whether someone is a long-term or short-term thinker, abstract, concrete, and so forth. Racial and ethnic diversity can be assessed immediately just by looking. It doesn't require any effort, and it is not at all indicative of one's cognitive and intellectual diversity. In fact, striving for racial and ethnic diversity often reduces cognitive and intellectual diversity. So it seems to me we should never use the word diversity all by itself. We should be specific about what type of diversity we're talking about. In this case here, primarily racial diversity rather than cognitive or intellectual. If we mean the latter, we should say the latter and insist that the people we're talking to are also make that distinction. Thanks.
Any comments from the panelists? Or we'll go?
I would just say I think intellectual diversity is something that should be added to diversity statements, diversity criteria in general, even though I don't think there should be diversity statements separate at all, but I think it is a way of improving and reforming diversity. It's not a cure, and it's not necessarily ideal, but I think one way to make diversity better is by making clear that intellectual diversity should be a part of it.
I'm not, any question over there, or jump here, I'm not sure. Let's see, why don't we go over here? Yeah. Although I'm short-sighting you guys.
Who do we got? Okay.
I think you pick one.
Which one? Come on, guys.
I want geographic diversity across the room.
Right.
Okay.
So to slightly go to a more diverse topic for the panel, the discussion of how shall we say, an uncollegial colleague can attack a member of the community for simply disagreeing with them and is now being rewarded for this with a diversity award. I have seen this repeatedly in my career. My question for the panel and for everyone else, what can be done about this, and what frankly does that say about the faculty of our universities? I mean, that's like saying we want to reward David Duke as our choice politician.
One of my big questions is I don't think we can make progress until we start canceling the counselors, until people start losing their jobs for doing that kind of unprofessional behavior. But I think we're a very long way from that happening, would be my answer.
I would strongly disagree with that. I think the people who engage in that kind of horrible criticism should not be canceled. They shouldn't be banned. You shouldn't obviously be canceled or banned. Nobody should be canceled or banned, even if they advocate for canceling or banning others. We should instead judge people based on their academic merit, not whether they've led a mob or not.
There's a bold statement. Let's go. I think either of you two guys, I think all three of you have been waiting a while. So.
Thanks very much. I have a question for John. So you just said that you think that they shouldn't be canceled. So I mean, I love the idea that there's something really important about faculty autonomy, and that there is something bad about people stepping in and usurping that. However, the question is whether this is so sacred that it never gets overruled. So so here's my question. Suppose you have three options. Option number one, you purge the people who aren't ready to engage in inquiry so that you can have faculty who will listen to reason. Option two, you stick with the people as they are, but you don't allow them to use diversity statements. Option three, you stick with the people as they are, you do allow them to use diversity statements, and the result in certain areas is that they will only hire people, they won't listen to any arguments, they will keep hiring people who will stop their discipline and their department from actually engaging in inquiry. Which of those three do you select, and why?
I don't think I'm going to agree with your way of analyzing things. I think I'm going to say that we should try and avoid criteria that distract us away from academic criteria, which include diversity statements, which include collegiality judgments about whether someone is a nice person or whether they've been mean to someone, even when they've been horrible to someone and aren't open-minded. I think intellectual diversity can be a legitimate criteria to think about and try and encourage hiring of more faculty that are open to hearing different ideas. But I think ultimately the system of faculty hiring is a terrible process. It's incredibly flawed. It leads to groupthink. It does all of these things, and it is much, much better than any of the possible alternatives out there, such as administrative control, political control.
We're going off to coffee in a second, but I know a couple people have had their hands raised for a while. Let me ask Jonathan if you want to jump in, and that'll be our last question or statement, and then we'll break for coffee. But we can keep talking through coffee.
Yeah, amazing discussion. Thank you all. This is for anyone on the panel, or for that matter, Greg Lukianoff or Bob. To what extent does this problem go away if we start rigorously enforcing anti-discrimination laws that are currently on the books that prohibit discrimination on the base of race, ethnicity, religion, and so on? Doesn't that strip away the element in which diversity statements become a hiring criterion? And so might not the answer simply be to enforce anti-discrimination law as it already exists?
Yeah, that's Rufo's argument, in which he's just saying you don't have to invent new laws, just enforce the ones we have on the books.
But California has you absolutely you need a plaintiff. This turns out to be an enormous problem. And California, for example, has had Prop 209 on the books for many years, and the universities have an army of lawyers whose job is to figure out how to get around that. So
Let's not get the Justice Department more involved.
Hold your thought. Hold that thought.
Let me just say on anti-discrimination, the problem is that faculty hiring is subjective and judgmental. And so you can't just say, oh, well, we know if someone gets hired, that it's been an act of discrimination. It's also secretive. We know who's been hired, therefore it's an act of discrimination. You can't really assess that very well unless someone confesses to it. And with faculty hiring, lots of people can conceal their motives and their reasons. And so that's why ultimately you have to persuade people and change the culture. And not rely on the government.
This is a really great discussion, which we should continue over coffee. Let's thank all the panelists.
All right, I know that we want to hear from Mike, so I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm Jennifer Richmond. I am one of the co-founders of the Institute for Liberal Values, and I'm also its executive director. It is my honor to introduce Mike Weber. He's a professor of philosophy at East Carolina University. He's the author of Tell Me Something I Don't Know, and his talk today is on pseudo-defense of free speech on campus and how they undermine open inquiry. One of my friends told me yesterday that he was the most interesting person that he talked to last night. So I'm going to give the floor to him. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. I'm going to pick a few fights on my own side of the fence here and contend that some well-known and often celebrated defenses of campus free speech, open inquiry, all that stuff are not what they're cracked up to be. In fact, they're the opposite. So I'll begin with the perfunctory quotation from Mill. I think this defines the free speech position as I understand it. So Mill has this point where he says that suppression of contrarian speech will rob us of the clearer perception and livelier impression of the truth produced by its collision with error. And the point is that even if you know that some position is certainly false or morally abhorrent, you can still benefit from engaging with arguments for it and figuring out exactly where the position goes wrong. This should be, but isn't, obvious to everybody in philosophy because we have all kinds of crazy arguments for all kinds of crazy claims for which there's epistemic benefit to looking into. Famously, you probably heard of Zeno's famous arguments against motion. So we all know that stuff moves, but if you could figure out where Zeno goes wrong, well, you've learned something fundamental about the universe. Mill presents this as a dilemma, and this is one horn of the dilemma. I prefer to think of it as a deduction. So if you start here, that even the craziest stuff can be worth engaging with, I knew I would get shouted down by the baby. No one else, though. If you accept that even the craziest stuff can be epistemically beneficial to engage with, well then of course in the cases where it's not really clear what the right answer is and there's disagreements and so forth, that you should allow those kinds of positions to be defended, and not only that, you should engage with them. That's the heart of the position as I see it anyway. Now, I'm going to discuss a bunch of cases which will be familiar to all of us. I'll go through these quickly. Some of us will be very, very intimately familiar with some of these cases. I'll start off with this one from an anthropology conference where there was a panel on biological sex that got scuttled. The justification given was this. From the organizers of the conference, you can see it there. A lot going on here. Further scrutiny is a nice euphemism for deleted. I had to look at this like 5 times to make sure I wasn't copying it down wrong. Who is it that's harmed here? It's the trans, no. It's the members. Oh no, wait. It's the members represented by of the community and of the other community. What? Note also the lovely redundancy there, trans and. At least I hope that's a redundancy. Otherwise, I have no idea what these letters. Stand for anymore, and that makes me feel old and out of touch. Now, the erstwhile panelists respond with an open letter and posted it online, as one does, and said quite correctly that rejecting the talk after it had passed peer review constitutes an undue political intrusion into science. They go on to talk about the people on the panel, and they say that this was an international panel. It included a diverse group of women, all of whom were concerned about the erasure of women. In other words, and they sort of go through the details of the talks, and they basically say, I would sum it up by saying, well, they're interested in biological sex from a sort of feminist point of view. Now, if somebody is out to get you, or claiming that you've harmed people you haven't harmed, or accusing you of being someone you're not, or holding views you don't hold, the desire to set the record straight, of course, understandable and necessary, but I still want to make some criticisms. And my criticism is going to be grounded in presupposition and conversational implicature, some resources from philosophy of language here. So there's the stuff you say explicitly, and then there's the stuff you kind of convey without saying explicitly, and that's what we in the business call implicature. Here's a nice example from the literature. Suppose Anne says, did George get into a top university? And Bud's responds by saying, his father is a very wealthy man. Right? So naturally, you see the background presupposition, of course, very familiar with that around here. Right? Maybe little Georgie can get on the water polo team despite not knowing how to swim. Common model of conversation says that conversations are these cooperative enterprises governed by implicit maxims. An important one is the maxim of relevance, which says, well, make what you say relevant. That gives you a nice way to understand how these presuppositions get introduced, right? What Bud says is relevant only if we agree on this background assumption that having a lot of money can get you into a top school. And then it becomes what people in the field call common ground. So you can think of common ground of the conversation in 2 ways. It could be that both Anne and Bud understand how the world really works, and so they both know that each of them knows that having a rich parent can get you into a good school. It could also be, however, that Anne is some kind of naive parent, but knows that Bud is an expert on these things, right? And so introducing something into a conversation by way of presupposition in this way can actually be a way of persuading someone that it's true. So Anne might here thereby come to know the presupposed fact. This is something that advertisers have known well for a long time. Are you tired of paying too much for car insurance? I didn't even know I had a car, but you put it that way, yeah. Another interesting thing about presuppositions, which sort of shows their power, is that they aren't the target of direct sentential negation. Right? Suppose Anne decides to stick a knot in front of what Bud just says and says something like this, right? Notice here that Anne is not rejecting the presupposition by rejecting what Bud says. In fact, she's effectively signing off on it. And this is how presuppositions come to define the parameters of the conversation. Right? And you're familiar with this from the first time you heard the old "have you stopped beating your wife" thing. They're really clear how to answer. An even better one is an old town hall with John McCain when he was running against Obama. You can look this up online. A woman has the microphone and she says, "I'm terrified of Obama being president. He's an Arab." And McCain grabs the mic out of her hand and says, "No, he's not. He's a decent family man and a citizen." Now, to appreciate, the kind of problem that causes, imagine they take it over to you. How do you weigh in on this issue of Obama? Is he a decent human being or an Arab? Right? You have to go back and kind of reset the terms of the debate, which can be hard to do, and I'm going to contend that this is going on in a lot of these kinds of conversations. So take it back to the controversy we just talked about. Imagine Bud is the Canadian Epistemologist Society president or whatever, and he says, "Your panel on biological sex is hereby deleted from the program," and Anne responds this way: "That's outrageous. Our panel is composed of a diverse group of international women, including one lesbian." That was also in the letter. I left that out, but kind of the best part. Okay, let's play what's the presupposition here, right? Assuming that Anne is obeying the maxim of relevance, she's assuming that whether or not you should be allowed to talk about this sort of stuff depends on your sex or your sexual identity or whatever, and that is not a pro-free speech position. In fact, that is the opposite of that. Alternatively, suppose she says something like this: "That's outrageous. The panelists are all defending feminist positions." Well, there again, what we're presupposing here is whether or not you should talk about this sort of stuff or be allowed to present arguments for it depends on whether it qualifies as feminist. Now, to note the point made earlier about negating what the other person said without attacking the presupposition, imagine Bud responds this way. And says that's not feminism. Now look at what just happened, right? What started off as a conversation about, freedom of speech and freedom of inquiry and all that interesting stuff, then becomes a debate about the definition of an ism. And that's how you get essays like this. You can read the headline there. Now, this isn't directly addressing the controversy I mentioned, but it is the same conversation. That some people are saying some stuff about trans stuff and they're calling themselves feminists, and these other feminists don't like that, so they say that's not feminism, this is feminism. It's all very confusing since some of those people also call the other people TERFs, and the F in TERF stands for feminist, which makes the position contradictory, but never mind that. Again, what's happened is what at least ought to be an interesting discussion or debate about this important issue ends up being a conceptual proxy war over the true meaning of feminism. And that happens because this faulty presupposition has worked its way into the debate and effectively defined it. Now, here's another example. You might be familiar with this case where a woman at Hamlin University was fired for showing that painting in class. That's a depiction of Muhammad. The painting, the professor, the act of showing it were all deemed Islamophobic, and she was fired for that reason. A colleague of hers, who was the chair of the religion department, steps in and comes to her defense and explains that the people who are bent out of shape and upset about this are morons. That's my paraphrase. The idea is, well, look, this comes from a tradition of Islam according to which it's not blasphemous to show depictions of Muhammad. In fact, the painting was commissioned by a Muslim king to honor Muhammad, and therefore, and this is the upshot of the response, it's not Islamophobic. There's nothing Islamophobic about this. So let's take our Bud and Ann model. This is a species of response I will call phobophobia. This happens a lot in these kinds of debates. As someone says something and gets accused of being, trans or Islamo or homo or et cetera phobic, and the instinctive reaction is to deny the charge, right? So imagine Anne responds this way and says, no, she should not be fired because neither the painting nor the act of showing it is Islamophobic. Here again, what's the presupposition? Well, the presupposition is, well, if it were Islamophobic, then yeah, get her out of here. Once again, that's a problem. It's a problem for a couple of reasons. Somebody in an earlier talk noted, these phobic terms don't seem to have any really clear meaning. I don't know if that's true or not. There is one scholarly effort to define this concept. The guy sort of goes through the history of the term, and in chapter 12, he lands on a definition of Islamophobia, which is this monster. I don't mean the definition is like in there. That's the definition. I'm not going to read that to you because I would have had to started this on Tuesday. Suffice it to say, this is not a clear concept. But, even an unclear concept can have clear cases. So I think this is the more important point. If this term has meaning, take something like, Trump's line that we need to stop allowing immigrants from Muslim countries until we can figure out what's going on. For the people that think this term is meaningful, that qualifies if anything does. What is the pro-free speech position on that? Well, it's obviously if a faculty member said that, he should be fired. No, it's the opposite. It's let's hear the argument. All right, so if the idea is that, no, someone shouldn't be fired because what they said was not Islamophobic, period, and that's all that gets said, well, now we have another anti-free speech, anti-open inquiry presupposition at work. And the same kind of point applies to display of imagery, which is what this case concerns. I can imagine plenty of academic contexts in which it would be entirely appropriate for an instructor to require students to gaze upon and discuss this famous Danish cartoon. And again, that qualifies as Islamophobic if anything does, but certainly in a course on, art or freedom of speech or whatever, there you go. It ought to be allowed. I can remember when I was in college, I took a class where we were required to watch this. Okay. I knew there was going to be a screen of some kind in here. I didn't know it was going to be a triple mega jumbotron right above my head. I walked in the back yesterday morning and I saw that. I thought of my slides. I thought, oh, this is perfect. Finally, a venue befitting of my important work. That, if you don't know, is a shot from Leni Riefenstahl's Triumph of the Will. Now, to appreciate my point here, imagine the parallel phobophobic response in this case if someone complains that this is being displayed. Yeah, okay, it's a Nazi propaganda film, but it's not anti-Semitic. Sure, there's a tradition of Nazism according to which it would be interpreted that way, but some of them maybe take a more allegorical approach to Mein Kampf. You get the point. Now I want to move on to a cancel culture classic from back before we even had the term. I'm talking about the time when Lawrence Summers was president of Harvard and floated this hypothesis that maybe the relatively low number of women in the sciences is due to some biologically determined cognitive difference. Steven Pinker comes to his defense and says this, among other things: it is crucial to distinguish the moral proposition that people should not be discriminated against on account of their sex which I take to be the core of feminism, and the empirical claim that males and females are biologically indistinguishable. They are not the same thing. Indeed, distinguishing them is essential to protecting the core of feminism. The truth cannot be sexist. Whatever the facts may turn out to be, they should not be taken to compromise the core of feminism. Yeah, here we go again. What ought to be a discussion about free speech, etc., ends up being somebody's essay on what feminism means to me. And now you know why that happens. But there's something more interesting going on here, too. Pinker is doing what I'll call ising and oughting. David Hume once said you cannot derive an ought from an is, the point being that purely descriptive facts will never entail anything about what's good or what ought to be the case or what we should be doing or anything like that. And so the point is to say, well, Summers wasn't saying that women should be treated differently. He was just, doing empirical science. A couple problems with that. One is, the idea that you can't derive an ought from an is controversial among ethical theorists. Even if it's true that you can't outright derive an ought from an is, your is's will have plenty of implications for your oughts depending on what your background principles happen to be. More importantly, the other problem I think is revealed if we go back to the Bud-Nan model. Suppose Ann says, should Summers have been fired for saying that stuff about women in science? And Bud says, no. He was offering an empirical hypothesis about how things are, not a moral claim about how we ought to treat people. Well, here again, what's the presupposition? Something like, if he were saying something about how people ought to be treated, well, then get him out of here, right? Sorry. I'm looking at like 4 different things here. My bad. Thank you. Yeah. I'll read it again. No, he was offering an empirical hypothesis about how things are, not a moral claim about how people ought to be treated. Here's the problem. Look, the basic position on free speech and open inquiry, etc., applies just as well to oughts as it does to is's. And so if this is all that gets said, once again, we're not really defending open inquiry and freedom of speech. What we're actually doing is defining the conversation around assumptions that run counter to that. And in that sense, that's why I think these are all kind of fake defenses of freedom of speech on campus. Now, moving on to another sort of version of this, I want to allow a word from our sponsor, Heterodox Academy. I didn't know about this organization until I read an article in the Chronicle of Higher Ed, where Jason Stanley, the famous Yale philosophy professor, was reported as having said that Heterodox Academy is a, quote, scaremongering rage machine. I know, I said, hold on. How do I join? Turns out you join by going online, and the first thing you have to do is take this loyalty oath. Anyway, I thought, well, this is weird. We're familiar with loyalty oaths in academia, especially California had the one back in the McCarthy era where you had to swear you're not a communist in order to keep your job. Mando diversity statements, we've been complaining about that for a while. There's also the petitions and pledges that showed up in everybody's inboxes during the George Floyd thing where you were asked or required to swear that you're not a racist. And those always included something weird about words and how words can hurt and so forth. So, it's kind of their move. It's weird that you're doing it, but I don't know, maybe you're repurposing it somehow. Do I agree with this? I don't know. It depends on what you mean by that stuff. Thankfully, that's explained in this other thing called the heterodox way, which depending on what you want to do with this organization, you might be required to swear that you agree with this stuff too. This one lists even more stuff. So now I'm even less sure whether I agree or want to sign this or not. Because I need to know what's meant by these terms. Thankfully, that's explained further in the document. Let's focus in on number 4, be constructive. So this, again, you were all encouraged to read this. before the conference. I don't know if you did. So let's read it together. And let's try to have an open mind. The objective of most intellectual exchanges should not be to win, but rather to have all parties come away from an encounter with it. Okay, already I hate this. When I see a philosophical argument, I want to see people trying to win. I like my argumentation confrontational, adversarial, and even hostile. Devaluing the value of winning, that's what losers do. Because that's the only way they can win. And this is a hot one in my field because there is this sort of ancient philosophical tradition going back at least to Socrates where you try to eviscerate the speaker. And some people contend that that sort of tradition that goes on in philosophy is one of the reasons why so few women want to go into the field. They see these guys arguing like this and they go off and major in nursing. I think that's the sexist attitude. Right? I think that, look at it this way. Philosophical argumentation of the epistemically violent sort is the only combat blood sport where the women can, and regularly do, dominate the men. So I think we all have an obligation to protect and preserve it because that's what feminism means to me. Now, look at the bottom here. Do not analogize people to Stalin, Hitler, the Nazis, etc. I was immediately reminded of an incident in the philosophy department where the back then dean came and had all these ideas about what we needed to be doing and made it clear that if we didn't go along with it, we'd be in trouble. One of my colleagues says, this is like something Ceausescu would do. You're just like Ceausescu. Not long after that, several faculty positions were eliminated from the philosophy department, which I'm sure is just a coincidence. But Ceausescu, brutal Romanian dictator, didn't make the list. So I thought, wow, okay, I wish I had seen this. Oh, wait a minute, there's an etc. at the end. And, I think that's an important point that goes back to John Stuart Mill. If you want to protect and preserve open inquiry, what you really need is an open-ended and therefore infinite and therefore infinitely abusable list of prohibited words and phrases. I just ran afoul of the prohibition on sarcasm. Oops. But also, notice here down at the end, I'm impressed by this. They've translated into several other languages. So this is saying, look, this isn't some local thing. This is a global movement. We're coming. We got a way of doing things the way. That logo, you're going to see that in places, okay? And I thought, that kind of reminds me of something. What was it another logo? Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. It's this. This is a little document from back in '33 that if you were teaching in the German system at any level, you were made to sign or suffer the consequences. If your German, like mine, is a bit spotty, you'll notice that they've translated it into several other languages, which I'm sure is just a coincidence. But this is the vow of allegiance of the German professors and high school teachers to Adolf Hitler and the German socialistic state. My point is, making all the members of your society swear not to draw unfavorable comparisons between their intellectual opponents and Nazis is like something a Nazi would do. Thank you.
And now I know why my friend said that his conversation last night with Mike was one of the most fascinating. I'm sure you all have many questions. Let's get started with the few minutes we have left.
Okay, first, my name is Ki San, and I used to be a professor at Central Washington University, and currently just teach a workshop at University of Oregon. And my question is, since you raised the issue of eat versus out, quite philosophical, but I think I talk about the issue, the research on the issue. One of the issue probably, because you're a philosopher, but I want to know the solution, okay? Current so-called DEI or any political correctness, of course, is based on out. Out is based on political interpretations, individual limitations. And so it's certainly it's not about is. Is not current knowledge. Is a science that is based on falsification. ought cannot be falsified. So how do you address this issue?
Yeah, when you say ought can't be falsified, I don't agree. Here's another, I'll throw another philosophical slogan at you. This one comes from Kant. Ought implies can. So to say that you should do something means you're capable of doing it, and therefore if you're not capable of doing it, it's not the case that you ought to do it. Well, okay, so there's one way in principle an ought statement can be falsified. Secondly, one of the things that goes on in ethics, there are people that think ethical claims are ultimately empirical in nature somehow. Like I said, some people think that you can get oughts out of ises. This is a complicated debate in ethical theory. Even aside from that, to say that it can't be empirically falsified doesn't mean you can't get good reasons to think that it's not true. At least I hope that's the case. Jared from Subway ought not to have done that. You can't falsify that. Really? I hope you can.
Mike, I want to get a question from Heterodox Academy.
Terrific.
Right up here.
I guess I am Heterodox Academy all of a sudden. This is actually just sort of a minor clarifying point. Alex Arnold, Heterodox Academy. Identity. The first part of your argument, you weren't, I just want to clarify, you thought that the conversational moves being there in some way undermined the stated commitments of the conversation, of one side of that conversation to the values of free speech and such. I disagree. I think you're wrong. I think that oftentimes we're trying to accomplish a particular goal in conversation, and sometimes we adopt different rhetorical strategies in order to accomplish that goal, and we don't bring all of our values to bear in trying to achieve those goals, right? And so, what say you?
Yeah, good. Says me a couple of things. One is that might be okay as long as you're consciously aware that you're doing that. And it's not clear to me that everybody is when these things are happening. So that's one problem. A second problem is that if you talk that way and endorse the underlying presupposition, well, now you're on record as having endorsed it. So this comes up in the DEI debates too. I've seen people who I know don't like the DEI stuff, but are more than happy to brag about it if their preferred job candidate happens to be from one of the relevant groups, right? So if you're going around saying that to the dean or whatever, then when it comes time, and there may come a time when you have to object to it, well, it's a little bit harder to do, right? Because now you open yourself up to somebody saying, well, look, you didn't mind when, it was your candidate. You were okay with it. Look, you just said it right there, right? So maybe I think a better way to handle it, and this goes back to the theoretical stuff about presuppositions and conversational implicature generally, is that these kinds of things are, the word is cancelable, but it's not cancelable in the free speech sense. What's meant is a standard example, take the logical operator and conjunction. So suppose I say, I had a drink and I had dinner. So in a lot of contexts, this will imply a kind of temporal order, even though logically speaking it doesn't. It just means those two things happen. So I can correct for that by saying I had a drink and then I had dinner, but not in that order, right? And that's fine. So in these kinds of cases, one easy fix is to cancel out the objectionable presupposition with a but. This is something I think it's nice in FIRE's press releases. They do a good job of this, at least the ones I see, where there's one of these cases where somebody gets canned for saying something they didn't say or for holding a view that they don't hold, and they tend to go through and say, well, that's not really what the guy said in this case, but even if he did, it's still okay. Right? That second part is crucially important to keep the basic principles alive. And these things can creep in to your mind without you even knowing it. And then when that happens, you're really in trouble, as the McCain thing nicely demonstrates, right?
Should we go with we're out of time, but let's take it from the first person.
Thank you. My name is Azadeh Katibi. You kind of talked about my question, but let me just ask it anyway. How then, if we are going to create organizations that hopefully will elevate us above something that any one of us does, or actually will create something, do we come to agreement about what is acceptable and not acceptable in doing that. Like if you're a professor of philosophy and you accept a job and you're joining an organization, you're kind of expected to show up, do the research, teach the classes. It's an expectation. So that's part of the expectation of the organization. How do we have other organizations like Heterodox Academy, et cetera, without having understandings that everybody agrees into before joining the organization, so we can have actually achieving the goals of the organization and actually creating something?
Yeah, I don't think you need a loyalty oath to do that. I go, I'm a regular at the FIRE Faculty Network conferences, no loyalty oath. Guess what? The conversation's fine, and you just roll with it and see what happens, right? And so you get the right people, you'll be fine. What's the problem? Yeah.
We're out of time, but as a great conversationalist, I'm sure you'll be able to talk to him in the future.
All right, my name is Megan Daum. I'm here to introduce Corey Clark. Corey is a professor of psychology at the University of Pennsylvania. She's a behavioral scientist interested in how social motivations influence human judgment and empirical beliefs. She was the lead author on a seminal paper called Pro-Social Motives Underlie Scientific Censorship by Scientists, a Perspective and Research Agenda, published in PNAS. You stole my title because I was going to call something that, so no, I'm kidding. No. I'm not an academic. I forgot to introduce myself properly. I haven't been following any of this, what's going on today. It's going right over my head. So nonetheless, I am very excited for this presentation. All right, so she's going to speak, and then we'll hopefully have some time for questions afterwards. So Corey, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for warming up the crowd for me. I am sorry to say that when I've discussed this topic on podcasts, the YouTube commenters say things like, "This is depressing," or "disturbing," or "It caused me to lose all hope for the future of humanity." So sorry. There's the door if you're riding high and want to keep that good feeling going. So I'm here to talk about a hypothesis. I have a hypothesis. I'm not sure it's right, but I think it is. You guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong. And that hypothesis is that many of the cultural changes that we've been talking about and fighting about for the past 10 to 20 years are the very predictable consequences of the rise of women in science and society. So, woo! So in order to explain my hypothesis, I have to give you a quick and dirty little intro into evolved psychological sex differences. Men and women achieve reproductive success in slightly different ways, and therefore men and women have slightly different values, preferences, and priorities. In order to be reproductively successful, women had to live a really long time. They had to live 9 whole entire months during their pregnancy, and given how terrible children are at keeping themselves alive, they really had to continue to stay alive for like 3 or 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years. And so in order for women to be reproductively successful, they had to have characteristics that help them avoid risks and help them care for vulnerable others. So women are more risk averse than men. They prefer to befriend highly trustworthy and equal status others. They want to surround themselves only by the most morally pure and trustworthy people. And they have high concern for protecting vulnerable others. Men, on the other hand, in order to be reproductively successful, they needed to gain access to women. And the way they did that was by competing in status-based hierarchies, climbing those status hierarchies to gain deference from other men and access to women, but they also had to cooperate within these large coalitions of men so that they could beat other groups of men and get access to their women too. So men benefited from demonstrating their merit to their peers so that they could build and climb these merit-based hierarchies. They wanted to identify competent others and cooperate with them, and they benefit from having maximally large groups. This is important. Men are trying to build these maximally large groups. Women are trying to purify and pare down to a group of trustworthy others. Okay. A very intuitive and memorable framework for these differences. My favorite is Joyce Benenson's Men as Warriors and Women as Warriors. And she has studied sex differences between infants, children, adolescents and young adults. Just to give you a little sample of some of her findings. Males prefer groups. They have larger networks. They affiliate more with peers. They're more tolerant of genetically unrelated peers. They dominate their peers to gain status. They affiliate more after conflicts and competition. So if two men get into some kind of conflict, it establishes who's higher in the status hierarchy, but they continue to be friends afterward. They affiliate more with peers of different ranks, so they're happy to work with people above them and people below them. They prefer friends with status potential, people who are competent and high in merit, and they're more hierarchical and meritocratic. Females relatively prefer dyads. They're more likely to terminate friendships, exclude allies, eliminate competition, hold grudges, pare down large groups via ostracism. They prefer performing the same as their peers, the logic here being people who are above you are potentially posing a threat, but people below you that might cause them to be jealous, and that poses a threat to you too. So better we're all the same. They're more empathic and they're more helpful toward victims. They self-protect more. They prefer loyal friends, and they're more egalitarian. The cutest demonstration of this in one of her papers, this was a study with, I think these were like 3 to 5-year-old boys and girls. And she gave these little boys and girls stickers to distribute to these 2 different colorings. One you can see is a pretty nice coloring, the other one is more scribbles. Boys were more likely to give more stickers to the good coloring, and little girls were more likely to distribute the stickers equally to the 2 colorings. Okay, why is this relevant at a conference on censorship? Well, many institutions, most institutions even, were created by men, for men. Men participated in them first for a long time, including academia. This is true across countries. Women joined academia much later. They weren't allowed to participate, but nonetheless, they weren't there. And so the status quo in many institutions should reflect male preferences and priorities. So in academia, we do have these large merit-based hierarchies. We have direct competition for publications, for grants, for awards, for jobs. These are more male-oriented values. However, very recently, very recently, only in the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years, women have started to dominate academia. This top graph, so these are both the US, but similar patterns are true in other like Western countries. The top one is PhDs, and so you can see starting around, I don't know, like 2009-ish, I think, women started to earn the majority of PhDs. The bottom graph is faculty at higher education institutions. And I think around 2019, women officially also are the majority of professors. This shift, women being a very small minority of participants in an institution to being the majority participants in an institution, have some predictable consequences. These predictable consequences that I'll talk about are increased preference for equity over merit-based hierarchies, increased harm avoidance, and increased ostracism as like the preferred strategy for dealing with conflict. Okay, so first I'm gonna go over some like anecdotes that demonstrate these things have happened, and then I'll get into some data from various scholars who've looked at actual self-reports of men and women and what their values are, what their stated values are. Okay, equity over merit-based hierarchy. Many universities eliminated standardized testing. This is a measure of merit in order to make sure we're putting the top students at the top schools and in the top programs. A lot of universities decided to get rid of those. We have a problem with grade inflation, which is true K through 12, but also in colleges as well. What is the, Luana? The average GPA, what is it these days? 3.9. I hope you're lying. It's 3.9? Oh, good God. Okay. Yeah, grade inflation. And then you might be like, well, these are just like the most talented kids ever. But actually, they're performing terribly on the standardized testing. So this 3.9 GPA, I don't think is smartest kids ever. I think it's equal distribution of the stickers. Everybody gets an A. The introduction of diversity, equity, and inclusion committees. Conveniently, they put the word equity right in there, so preference for equity. Tens, hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on these programs across the US. Increased preference for harm avoidance. Many universities have started putting trigger warnings on books that had been taught for decades. Now the students can't handle them and they have to they're too psychologically upsetting for students and they need these trigger warnings. The introduction of safe spaces, often targeted at groups that are perceived as vulnerable and in need of this extra protection. The introduction of anonymous reporting systems at schools where anybody can report anybody for saying anything and then an investigation will happen. This is all trying to minimize potential risks and potential harms. Increased incidences of scholars being targeted for their teaching and research. If you read through these cases, the vast majority of them seem to have something to do with professors said something that could be perceived as harmful, and especially perceived as harmful to groups that are perceived as vulnerable. I made this slide before Ivan's talk, so maybe this is a bad piece of evidence. I agree that the vast majority of retractions are for legitimate reasons like errors and fraud. Nonetheless, it's very obvious that many retracted papers are retracted on the basis of harm concerns about the conclusions and especially that they could harm vulnerable groups. The introduction of explicit policies that are harm-based policies, indicating that papers might be rejected or retracted on the basis of harm concerns, and again, usually to groups perceived as vulnerable. Ostracism as the conflict resolution strategy, that is the cancel culture strategy. When men get into a conflict, or a man does something wrong, his status takes a hit, he gets kicked down the hierarchy, he has to prove himself and earn his way back up, but he's not kicked out of the group altogether, because we can't just afford to be kicking people out left and right when, maximally large groups are more competitive. We want to make sure we're taking advantage of everybody's skills. In contrast, for women, the solution would be, if you've shown me that you're a risky person, you're a person who's posing risks of harm to others, I don't give a shit what you can contribute or do in the future. You're out forever and you're never welcome back. That is a more female-oriented strategy, and it is also the strategy that we see in cancel culture. Okay, how you guys doing? Okay. I will be at the end of this. So actually this is a good time to get to the data, because last year tendency is to say women don't really have these values and priorities. Well, they will tell you to your face that they do. If you talk to them, if you interview them, if you survey them, they will tell you that they do have these different priorities. So there have been several surveys. I'm just going to present, maybe 5 of them. This is a 2017 YouGov survey. They found that a majority of men felt that colleges should not protect students from offensive ideas. They supported controversial speakers' right to speak on campus. They reported that colleges should not disinvite speakers if students threaten violent protest. And they opposed confidential reporting systems for offensive comments. For all of those, the majority of women felt the opposite. A 2018 Knight Foundation survey of college students found that a majority of men felt that protecting free speech is more important than promoting an inclusive society, and that it's never acceptable to shout down speakers. For both of those, the majority of women held the opposite views. So again, these are both about minimizing harms. 2021 CSPI, that's the Center for the Study of something. I think is involved, maybe, yeah, of over 3,700 academics and PhD students, found that 66 to 75% of men support intellectually foundational texts above diversity quotas on reading lists. 44 to 66% of women support diversity quotas above foundational texts. That is an example of a preference for equity. Everybody's ideas are represented equally on the reading list, regardless of which ideas are potentially more influential or important. Female academics are more supportive of dismissal campaigns against colleagues who reach controversial conclusions. So this is ostracism of people who say things that are potentially harmful. Rausch and colleagues had over 570, I guess, undergrads, grad, and PhD students, and he asked them to allocate 100 points to 5 different academic priorities. And men allocated relatively more points toward academic freedom and advancing knowledge than women. And women allocated more points toward social justice and emotional well-being than men. Again, so trying to prevent potential harms to vulnerable people. Survey of psych professors that I ran. This is a response to the question, should scholars be completely free to pursue research questions without fear of institutional punishment for their conclusions? Majority of men say yes. Fewer say it's complicated, almost none say no. Among women, almost none say no, but the majority say it's complicated, and fewer say yes. So women are willing to negotiate the pursuit of truth with the possibility that some people might need to be punished or kicked out if they come to a conclusion that's potentially harmful. Responses to the question, if pursuit of truth and social equity goals appear to come into conflict, which should scientists prioritize? Majority of men say truth, fewer say it's complicated. Majority of women say it's complicated, fewer say truth. So women are more willing to negotiate the pursuit of truth with equity, a moral goal. This is support for various actions against scholars who forward biological explanations for group differences. Reason it's that is the category of conclusion in the behavioral sciences that's the most taboo and gets you in the most trouble. You can say things are caused by discrimination, oppression. You can't say it's caused by biology or evolution or genes. No differences between male and female psychology professors in support for normal scientific criticism. Both of them support that highly. But women are more supportive of socially ostracizing them, of publicly labeling them pejorative terms such as bigot, racist, sexist, disinviting them from talks, refusing to publish their work regardless of its merits, not hiring or promoting them even if they meet typical standards. No differences for stigmatizing grad students. I think that's because it's perceived as a vulnerable group. But more supportive of firing them, more supportive of shaming them on social media, and removing them from leadership positions. So all of this is kind of ostracism of people who are perceived as posing potential harms. I had the time, so I wanted to throw out a few other wild speculations about the cultural rise of women, because I think the cultural rise of women has affected probably just about everything that's been happening. But just for a few fun ones, I think the rapid increase in approval of same-sex marriage is probably in some substantial portion the result of the participation of women in culture and intellectual culture. Men are more opposed to homosexuality than women. The explanation for this is that men are looking for indicators of masculinity and formidability in other men. And so men who indicate, or rather signal signs of femininity, are off-putting to other men, whereas women don't give a fuck. We're like, gay people are great, it's really fun, what's the big deal? And so women are more supportive of same-sex marriage. I think it's no coincidence that many of the heroes of the gay community have been these powerful, influential women who used their status and influence to advocate for the gay community. So I think that potentially wouldn't have happened so fast if women weren't participating, or it might not have happened at all, actually. Increased concern for animal welfare. Women are more opposed to animal testing. They eat more plant-based diets. They have more empathy for animals. And one thing that's happened in academia is we've phased out a lot of animal testing that was being done with dogs and monkeys in particular. And I do know women they're more against animal testing. I don't know for sure like the whole history of phasing out dogs and monkeys. But I can imagine that women got into the lab and saw what men were doing to dogs and monkeys, often for no obvious scientific benefit some of the time, and were probably horrified and contributed to phasing out that research. Increased mental health diagnoses. Women care more about invisible harms. The potential explanation for this is that women had to be concerned with nonverbal infants. If the infant's acting like something's wrong, the assumption is something is wrong. And so women care more about potential mental health problems. I have a little study I ran just the other day. Women are more likely to say that everybody should see a mental health therapist. They're more likely to agree that everybody needs considerable time for self-care. And so I think this has caused us to increase our diagnoses of existing mental health problems, but probably also has incentivized people to develop mental health problems to get certain benefits. So both the true and maybe not so true part of that. And the fall of competent but criminal men. I think because men care so much about competence, that if they have a leader who's a good leader and that leader is helping the coalition, they're willing to look the other way if that person is up to some shady business. In a survey I ran just the other day, I see that men are more supportive of leaders who break the rules. They're more supportive of keeping a leader in position, even if a lot of people are reporting that the leader's up to no good. And they also have a higher prioritization of competence over morality. And so I think as organizations brought in more women, and there were potentially these very high status, very competent, very successful men around, who everybody knew like that person was a shady individual, women would be more not okay with that and more likely to call it out. Okay, so the psychological tendencies, the values and preferences and priorities that women have that got them labeled the warriors, the things that make them excellent caregivers, those manifest in organizations and institutions in a way that women look more like the warriors for social justice. I used to kind of say that and say like this is a descriptive account. I'm not here to solve problems, I'm here to tell you what's going on. But I actually think, not only do I think that there's a fine way of dealing with this problem, I think that it's already happening and it'll keep happening. And that's that there probably were some untested assumptions. People were more on board with the way things were going. They shared the same values and priorities, so they didn't have to question, they didn't have to test, they didn't have to challenge those norms and those policies. And now that a new group has entered and they're starting to challenge those norms and policies, those norms and policies now need to be justified, and they need to be justified with data. This is already happening. So a lot of people have looked at terrible consequences of eliminating standardized testing, and a lot of universities have put them back in place in the past year or two. People have studied how trigger warnings often backfire and make people have even more psychological discomfort, and a lot of people have gotten rid of those trigger warnings. I've looked at intuitions about how science is going to cause harm and find that people tend to exaggerate that and overestimate how much a scientific finding could cause harm. If you're going to claim that a scientific finding is going to cause harm, well, show us the evidence if that's your reason for being against it. And so I do think it's maybe going to be a little bit more work, but there's knowledge to be gained from checking our intuitions about what was working, and then we can take the good and the bad. And I think women have brought good things and they've brought bad things, and we just need to figure out what those things are, and then we can really appeal to the values and priorities that we all share. And I think that is the advancement of student science and society. And if we can get good evidence on what best advances those things, then maybe we will be able to agree a little bit, or rather at least come to some kind of agreement about what our norms and policies should be, even if we have slightly different values. That is all.
We're going to take questions, but I actually want to ask a question. I forgot to say, I'm the host of the Unspeakable podcast. I'd love to ask questions, so I can't. I need to ask the first question. I absolutely love this presentation. You've done amazing work here, and one of the things I love most about it is that you are young and you are an actual academic working now, and you are talking about this stuff. We're used to hearing about it from like feminists of yore, Christina Hoff Sommers, Camille Paglia, people like that. So what is it like for you in your day-to-day life, professionally and personally, as somebody who talks about this stuff?
This is the first time I've been in a room with this many people where nobody wanted to push me down an elevator shaft.
Wow.
So far as I know, I don't know if you don't.
It's only the first day of the conference. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's good and bad. Some people hate me. I'm glad to know who hates me. I don't go to social psychology conferences anymore. I don't think I'm really welcome there. But I've found people that I get along with better, and it's these peeps. So yeah, so it's pretty fun.
Do your students love you? Do you have like have a cult following of students?
No, right now I only like mentor students for like independent research, and they all like me. And my students are like always very chill. I don't think it's the students a lot of the time. I think it's the professors that are the problem. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, we'll take questions.
Thank you. Leslie Beenan, formerly in the School of Public Health at OHSU, but not anymore. I have a question. How are you accounting for, I would like to push you down an elevator shaft, actually.
One is good. One is good.
I feel it's very unfair to blame women on a biological basis for these enormous changes that have happened in our world. And I'm wondering, how do you account for the fact that, like, which came first for, social media and all these things that changed? Because if you look at professions like K-12 teaching, they were always incredibly dominated by women for 100 years, and they didn't have great inflation. They weren't canceling people. Things were going pretty well until fairly recently. And similarly, nursing. I don't think nursing, which is highly dominated by women, suffers from the same problems that academia does. So, there's some pretty big counterfactuals to what you're saying. How are you dealing with this bidirectional causality?
Yeah, first I would say I wouldn't blame women. Like, women are the way they are for very good reasons, and I wouldn't blame them. I think that this is an explanation for what's been happening. To your other questions, K-12 actually is increasingly female. You're right that it's been more female for longer, but it has become more female. Nursing, I think, is also a little bit different because it's a caregiving area, which it taps into the things that women are really good at. There are, of course, other confounding variables. You mentioned social media, and that one I don't know about. That one is hard because that changed a lot about how we argue with each other. But another one that other people at this conference have brought up several times is age. And then there's also ideology. So women are more left-leaning and women are younger because they entered organizations later. And young people are more this way, and liberal, further left-leaning people are more this way. But I actually have another hypothesis, which maybe you will push me down an elevator shaft, which is that I think because men are so good at navigating status hierarchies and learning the rules to gain status, that as women define those rules, men have become more feminine as well. And so I think young men, and in fact in some of my data I see that young women are the most supportive of censorship, I guess up here, and then here is older women and young men, and then here's older men. And so I actually think it's possible that men have come to embrace female values. That doesn't really answer your question. I think it's complicated. I don't know about social media, and I certainly don't think women are the only explanation for any of the things I talked about. Nonetheless, I think the consistency of the patterns across so many of these changes and how consistent they are with female values suggests that it's a likely potential contributor. Yeah, but I could be wrong.
Who do you, gentleman over here in the black shirt? Sure, go ahead.
I'm Matt Morelli from Southern Oregon University, and I was wondering if some of the characteristics, female characteristics that you described early on in the strategies, are those more representative or less representative or representative of women in general in academia? Or are they more or less? And then maybe more or less in administrative roles?
That I don't know. Of those survey results I presented, some of them were with everyday people, some were with professors, some were with undergrads, grad students, and the patterns are similar. It's a different question of whether they're bigger in one domain or another, and that I do not know. I mean, one thing is that women who are like participating in the status competition world that is academia probably are more masculine women on average, and so you would think then that they would have slightly more masculine values. But now that so many women are in academia and they're making up the majority, that should be shifting toward the female mean over time and going more that way. So yeah, I'm not sure, but it's possible, yeah.
We probably have time for about 2 more questions. I don't want to run 2 over, so sure.
So I'm Dean Musavi, an unaffiliated scholar. I have seen much the same pattern that you're describing here. I'm not sure I attribute it to biology, though, to enculturation. Because what I see emerging, and you see it in the development of codes of conduct and how they're imposed in professional societies, is going from a admittedly flawed but basically merit-based system where people are judged by their ideas and their contributions to more like Sweet Valley High, the science version, where we are returning to a very petty, selfish, well, you offended me and my values, therefore I'm going to punish you type approach. It's not about protecting vulnerable populations, it's about protecting one's own agenda and one's own advancement. Is this perhaps maybe not so much a biological issue as a cultural issue?
Well, women self-protect themselves more and vulnerable people and organisms more. To whether it's biology, I mean, I guess, are you proposing an alternative? Because why has the change happened if not? Like, what is the alternate explanation that would change this culture? This culture shift would happen for no apparent reason. Well, feminism is also a consequence of the rise of women too. So yeah, I mean, there's a chicken or egg problem, and I do think these feed back into each other. So yeah, as women's values become more popular, their values are also going to self-select for those values, and so things will snowball and continue to increase. I think that this is the most like parsimonious explanation given the consistency, but yeah, could be wrong. Yeah.
Oh boy. You probably do want us to wrap up, so we're going to take one. The woman in the red here.
Hi, I'm Julia Mason. I'm here with the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, but I'm a pediatrician. And you are reminding me of advice that I give to parents of like middle schoolers who are taking a stimulant to help them with their ADHD. If it's a girl, I say it's more advisable to take it 7 days a week because girl society is far more unforgiving than boy society. If you impulsively say the thing that pops into your head to the queen bee and you piss her off, you might need to change schools. Like, you're done.
Yeah.
And whereas, like you said, boys can have a fight, they can have a fist fight, and once they decide who's on top and who's next, then they're good and they move on. So I guess that's just a supporting point from the children, from what I see in the children.
Yes, that is consistent. Yeah, that's an interesting case.
Okay, let's take one more that is a question, and Corey can answer it, and then we can wrap up. I'm trying to think of somebody who didn't already ask a question. Okay, everyone's pointing at somebody over there. Okay, great.
Hi. Yeah, so my question kind of picks up on the first question.
Mm-hmm.
Here there is an interesting historical argument. In one of your slides, you pointed out about anonymous reporting, right?
Sorry?
Anonymous reporting
Yeah.
on campuses, and there is an entire culture that has been based on anonymous reporting in the USSR. I don't think anybody can accuse Stalin or Lenin of being women. Moreover, there were only like 2 or 3 women in high-level Politburo. So I was wondering, what was your explanation for that? Is that a deviation?
No, I was actually thinking about that during your talk. I think this is my understanding what's happening in the West. I don't know what the dynamics are like in other countries, and certainly women are, I think, probably generally less authoritarian than men. I think men probably try to control speech and other people for like a different set of motivations than women. And so absolutely you can get, and you do get, some of the strictest like regimes of censorship are countries that are dominated by men, and women are excluded entirely from participating. So that happens too. Here, this is specifically referring to that culture change in Western cultures and how that change has co-occurred with women joining. So yeah, that's maybe a lame answer, but that's my answer.
Okay, and John, you're going to have the final word. Is that what you're saying? You just okay, appropriately.
I just wanted to support Corey's point from the male side. So watch this.
What? Do I get some free swag? Oh, you're giving I think I know where this is going. Well, what the hell, man?
Okay. All right. Corey, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek Saha. I'm a professor of mathematics at Queen Mary University of London and a founder member of the London University's Council for Academic Freedom. It's my distinct honor today to introduce our next speaker, Jacob Mchangama, an internationally recognized advocate for freedom of expression and one of the most compelling voices in contemporary debates on free speech. Jacob is a Danish lawyer by training. He is the founder and executive director of the Future of Free Speech, an independent, nonpartisan think tank based at Vanderbilt University that seeks to restore a resilient global culture of free speech in the digital age. He is also a research professor at Vanderbilt and a senior fellow at FIRE. Beyond his work as a legal expert and human rights advocate, Jacob has established himself as a leading public intellectual on the history and future of free speech. He is the creator and host of the podcast Clear and Present Danger, which traces the rich and complex history of free expression from ancient Athens to the modern day. This podcast laid the groundwork for his extraordinary and masterful book, Free Speech, A History from Socrates to Social Media, published in 2022, which I had the joy to read recently, and I recommend to everyone here in the strongest terms. Despite my own reading, extensive reading on free speech, I found myself learning something new on every page. I don't think there is any other book that I know of that combines the history of the idea and practice of free speech together with the philosophy of free speech. What struck me most while reading the book is how the debates surrounding free speech and academic freedom that we face today are far from new. The history of free speech may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. To give an example, the arguments for gatekeeping of speech that we often hear in debates on the limits of free speech and academic freedom echo the eternal divide between what Jacob calls the egalitarian and elitist conceptions of free speech. Another recurring theme in the book is the selective and unprincipled defense of free speech for me but not for thee, which has afflicted, unfortunately, many advocates for free speech over the centuries, and which we often see today. The book also reminds us that the struggle for free speech is a constant, marked by setbacks and triumphs. As someone who has been deeply involved in the UK to campaign to implement the UK Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act, I've seen this personally myself. The right to freedom of speech must be fought for, justified, and elucidated with each new generation. So today, Jacob will talk about the free speech recession and share the lessons from history for reversing it. At a time when debates around censorship, misinformation, and hate speech dominate the public discourse, his insights could not be more urgent or more enlightening. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Jacob Mchangama.
Thank you so much for that introduction. It's a real honor to be here. It's always good to be in the company of people who are smarter than yourselves, and that is certainly true for me today. I will deviate somewhat off the topic today. I will not be talking about academic freedom or censorship in the sciences. I will be talking about free speech more generally, and as was mentioned, specifically about what I call the global free speech recession and maybe some historical lessons that we can use to better understand and, who knows, maybe even reverse it. But before doing so, I want to start off with some hopefully easy questions to you all in the audience. So, by a show of hands, how many of you support democracy? How many of you support same-sex marriage? How many of you are in favor of equality before the law, regardless of sex or race or religion? Great, so we have universal acceptance of these values and principles, at least in this room, and we take them for granted, but we forget that these values were won by champions who paid a price, sometimes the highest price, along the way, so that we can enjoy them today. And their most powerful weapon was, most of the time, not guns or political power, because they didn't have it. It was speech, it was words. But unfortunately today, free speech is under attack. The lines between free and unfree societies are blurring. And to understand what's at stake, I want to start with two stories of two dissidents, one who triumphed and one who didn't. So I want to start in 1990, where Václav Havel, the great Czechoslovakian dissident, stood triumphantly before the US Congress and recounted the rather incredible story of how just months ago he had been sitting in prison in a totalitarian communist state, but now he was standing as president of a country with full freedom of speech. Now, Havel had actually paved the way himself with some of his dissidents by the famous manifesto Charter 77, and the very first freedom that they called for in that charter was freedom of expression. And during those decades, free speech became a trump in a global winning streak for free speech and freedom over authoritarianism around the world. And you know, democracies started to see free speech as a competitive advantage against authoritarian states, and tyrants were on the defensive. And then something great happened in the 1990s, the World Wide Web. That gave an enormous amount of optimism that technology would supercharge free speech and essentially make the 21st century resistant to censorship and authoritarianism. But it didn't quite turn out that way. So here is Liu Xiaobo, who was a Chinese dissident who was so inspired by the Charter 77 that he and other Chinese dissidents drafted the Charter 08 in 2008. And that called for democracy and free speech in China. But unlike Havel, Liu Xiaobo did not live to see his vision realized. He was arrested and he died in prison. And of course, the Chinese Communist power is firmly in power today in China. And I think these two stories reveal the stark contrast between societies that are built on free and open inquiry and those that are built on censorship and control. And fast forward today, and authoritarianism, unfortunately, is on the march. A lot of the gains that were made during the so-called third wave of democratization have, as you can see on this time lapse, been eliminated. There was, you see, if we start back in 1994, you see more and more countries becoming lighter, indicating less respect for free speech. In 2023, you saw quite alarming tendencies globally. And one of the most alarming things, I think, is that open democracies who used to see free speech as a competitive advantage now increasingly have this tendency to view free speech in the digital age as sort of a Trojan horse, as more of a threat than the foundation to democratic governance. So, in other words, the golden age of free speech is in retreat and has given way to a free speech recession. And so I'll try to provide 5 lessons from history that can sort of try to explain this and maybe even, as I said, provide hints on how to reverse it. So the first lesson is elite panic. And to understand what I mean by that, we have to go back to the birthplace of democracy in the ancient world. So the ancient Athenian democracy, some 2,500 years ago, had two conceptions actually of free speech. One of them called isegoria, meaning equality of speech. Every freeborn male citizen had a right to participate directly in democratic deliberation. And they also had parousia, meaning fearless speech. That was what Socrates practiced in the marketplace when he was roasting his fellow Athenians. The Athenian model was essentially a very egalitarian, bottom-up conception of free speech. Relatively speaking, not compared to our days, they did have slaves, they didn't allow women to speak and so on, but for its time, it was radically egalitarian. The Roman Republic, on the other hand, was very different. The Romans cherished their free speech, but it was to be exercised by the wealthy, well-educated elite, people like Cicero and Cato. So if you went to a Roman assembly, the ordinary citizen did not have a right to speak. They were addressed by the magistrate, and they had a right to vote yes or no. So essentially, the Roman conception of free speech was top-down, elitist. So we have these two conceptions, egalitarian and elitist free speech. And those two conceptions of free speech are constantly in tension with each other. And that's where elite panic sets in. So every time the public sphere is expanded through new technology or giving a voice to previously marginalized, shut-off groups, the institutional gatekeepers fret about the consequences. What will happen when we give a voice to the unwashed mobs? Women, African Americans, non-Protestants, and so on and so on. And we've seen this again and again throughout history. So obviously a huge game changer is the printing press. And the great humanist scholar Erasmus of Rotterdam was one of the most prolific publishers. He wrote many a treatise and a book, and initially he hailed the printing press. But then an honorary monk in Germany decided to upend history and splinter Christendom with his Reformation, Martin Luther. And he used the printing press more effectively than probably anyone else in human history. If he was on Twitter today, he would have more followers than Elon Musk, and all of it grown organic. But you can see Erasmus of Rotterdam completely changes his mind. Suddenly, the printing press that had been this instrument for good is now libelous, mad, impious, and subversive. And then came the transatlantic telegraph. Suddenly, you could send information across continents in a matter of minutes rather than weeks or months. Now, that didn't go well, down too well at the New York Times because, you know, it's too superficial, sudden, unsifted for the truth telegraphic intelligence. Why do you need to have information in minutes when you can wait for weeks? And you can basically change the word telegraph, insert social media, internet, and you can find probably 5 op-eds printed today that make the same argument. But we also see it in our digital age. So here's the junior senator from Illinois making the case that the internet is great. He can say what he wants without censorship. And Obama probably is the one who revolutionizes the use of the internet and social media to connect with younger voters, to circumvent the traditional elites in his party, and he wins the so-called Facebook generation. Very interesting to read about the relationship between Silicon Valley and Obama at the time. It was a different narrative than the one surrounding the relationship between Donald Trump and Silicon Valley today. But fast forward to 2020, after the election, after Donald Trump goes off with his lies and conspiracy theories, and Obama, the statesman, finds that the internet and social media, online disinformation, is the greatest threat to democracy. Essentially, the same infrastructure that helped bring him to power is now a threat. In the age of AI, we see this a lot. 2024 was famously the super election year, and there have been endless warnings about how AI would supercharge disinformation and drown the elections of 2 billion people around the world in disinformation. In EU, the World Economic Forum named it the greatest short-term threat to humanity, nonetheless. What happened, of course, was that none of these global elections were drowned by disinformation or AI. There's certainly stuff out there that's bad and false, but we have not seen sort of evidence of this impacting elections as was threatened. So this is a good example of how elite panic, which can be, it can be born out of real concerns. The printing press did not lead to instant stability. There were religious wars. Social media today can certainly fuel polarization, but very often what we see with elite panic is that the cure becomes worse than the disease, and there's a tendency to wildly exaggerate the danger and adopt solutions that are illiberal and that where the institutional gatekeepers, to use a term that is often used in a different context, punches down on the population below, the unwashed mob. So lesson number 2 is what I call Milton's curse. Now, why would I call a name a curse after John Milton? He is, after all, the author of Areopagitica from 1644, a great and timeless defense of press freedom, which is eloquently written, eminently quotable even today. Many of the arguments are timeless. But when you read John Milton more closely, so Areopagitica is basically written as a protest against Parliament's reintroduction of censorship in England. But when you read it more closely, you find that John Milton is not in favor of press freedom for all. If you're Catholic, you need not apply. If you're seditious, you need not apply. Essentially, John Milton means press freedom for mainline Protestant sects to discuss their issues. And the ultimate irony, of course, is that John Milton ends up serving as a censor under the military dictatorship of Oliver Cromwell, albeit he was supposedly a mild censor. So Milton's curse is this recurrent phenomenon that we see again and again, where even champions of free speech have a selective, unprincipled commitment to free speech. Free speech for me, but not for thee. And all human beings are prone to that, and we have a canny ability to come up and rationalize arguments for why, in this particular case, free speech should not be extended to a particular group. If you start making those arguments, check yourself for whether you've been afflicted by Milton's curse. Milton's curse is also alive today. So this is Texas Governor Greg Abbott. In 2019, he was concerned about some of the same things that you people in the room were concerned about. Cancel culture, wokeism run amok, and so he signed a law to strengthen free speech on college campuses in Texas. So far, so good. October 7 happens. Abbott goes out, signs a sweeping executive order that I think the good people at FIRE have challenged, which essentially adopted an extremely broad and vague definition of anti-Semitism that universities had to crack down on. So free speech was good before, in 2019, something that we want to challenge. We want to crack down on the wokist leftist lunatics who have taken over the asylum, but there also has to be limits, and Abbott was happy to define those limits. What about those on the receiving end of Abbott's ire? The Students for Justice in Palestine. Now, they were targeted by lawmakers and administrators in many cases. They And as you can see in this statement, they were outraged. This was a crackdown on political speech, an unprecedented crackdown on political speech. But the Students for Justice in Palestine have spent a lot of their time cracking down on political speech themselves, trying to actively cancel anyone who might have said anything remotely positive about Israel from college campuses. So a perfect example of Milton's curse on both the right and the left, and which ultimately serves to hollow out the principle of free speech. Neither Texas governor or the Students for Justice in Palestine have much credibility when it comes to free speech, quite frankly, because they're not willing to extend it to those that they disagree with. Here's another prominent example. Elon Musk has marketed himself as the champion of free speech in the digital age, who has restored free speech to social media, and he talks about it a lot. But he's also happy to sue, the world's richest man sues nonprofits who say bad things about X. And he's also more than happy to comply with requests from foreign governments to close down accounts. This includes the Turkish President Erdogan, hardly a friend of free speech or democracy. So very shortly before the Turkish presidential election, where there was actually a chance that Erdogan could have lost, which would have been a big deal, the Turkish government called up Elon Musk and said, hey, can you close down these opposition politicians? And Elon Musk complied. And he's done that on a number of occasions, in addition to gaming his own platform to amplify his own voice and crack down on people that he don't like. So again, Milton's curse is a very, very powerful explainer for why we cannot just have free speech as human beings. I think it is probably something that we will never eliminate from human beings. I think all of us have it within us, but if we're at least aware of it, we can call it out and we can try to self-police and try to avoid the worst excesses of Milton's curse. All right, let's go to lesson number 3. It's what I call the Weimar fallacy. So a seemingly compelling reason why all mature democracies, except the US, have laws against hatred and extremism is the very understandable wish to want to avoid the horrors of Nazism that culminated in the Holocaust in Germany. After all, the Nazis came into power through democratic means. And so the argument goes, we need a militant democracy that is intolerant to the intolerant and that we should not extend speech rights to those who will take those rights away. But this skips over some rather important parts of German history of the Weimar Republic, the fragile democratic republic from 1918 to 1933. Because even though the Weimar Republic protected free speech, it also had rather serious limitations. And as it hurled towards its destruction, it adopted more and more desperate emergency laws to try and keep communists and Nazis in check. All these factions who actually fought to take over the German state, famously a democracy without Democrats, as some have said. And these laws would allow the German government to close down newspapers administratively if they spread false information, if they attacked the government. And very frequently, the Nazis were on the receiving end. So Joseph Goebbels, who would later become propaganda minister in the Third Reich, when Adolf Hitler was banned from speaking in Germany, he founded a newspaper, an anti-Semitic newspaper called Der Angriff, the attack. And he would boast proudly about how Der Angriff was the most prominently censored, the most frequently censored newspaper in Germany. So he basically used it as a propaganda tactic. And we know that from populist movement today, that if you can sort of claim the mantle of being censored, that's a very powerful rallying cry. Well, the Nazis were very good at that. Julius Streicher, the editor of Der Stürmer, probably the most anti-Semitic newspaper in history, was twice convicted under something resembling an early hate speech law, and he used that as a propaganda vehicle as well. But most perniciously was that when the Nazis came into power, they used the very laws that were supposed to protect democracy to abolish democracy. So the Weimar Republic's constitution had a provision, Article 48, which allowed the president to suspend all civil liberties in an emergency. And so Hitler leaned on President Hindenburg after the Parliament building was burned down and said, you got to suspend this. We have a threat from the communists. And that provided the pretext for the Nazis to essentially eliminate all opposition. And within a very short time period, they had created a totalitarian one-party state. So that at least should complicate this seductive idea that in order to fight totalitarianism, we need restrictions on free speech. But there's also a positive case to be made, not just one about the consequences. And that is that, I'm sure you've heard this on college campuses a lot, that free speech and equality are mutually exclusive, or at least in conflict. But in my opinion, history shows the opposite. Free speech and equality are mutually reinforcing. I would go so far as to say that free speech may be the most powerful engine of equality that our species has stumbled upon. And I've included this pantheon of great heroes and champions of equality, of freedom, of democracy, and without exception, all of them championed free speech. Take Frederick Douglass, my favorite American of all time, who said, among many things, that the right of speech is a precious one, especially for the oppressed. Or take Gandhi. Gandhi in 1921 was sentenced to 5 years in prison by the British for for sedition, for his peaceful advocacy. And he said in his trial, he said, free speech should, you should be free to criticize any idea, any person, so long as you don't advocate for violence. Now, this comes close to the current protection of the First Amendment. But when he said that, when Gandhi said that in 1921, if you're an American and you had criticized American involvement in World War I, you could go to prison for 10 years. So Gandhi was a radical. He was far beyond the extension of protection of free speech under the First Amendment at the time. Mandela, shortly before becoming president of a free multiracial democracy in South Africa, gave a speech where he said, well, free speech was absolutely essential in shining a light on the evils of apartheid, giving a voice to those who were silenced because censorship was a huge part of the apartheid regime. And he said that any restrictions on free speech is a disservice to democracy, and that free speech would be a cornerstone of South African democracy. So far from being a danger to minorities, free speech is essential for their thriving. And we can see the pernicious consequences even today. So in many European democracies where we have well-intentioned laws against hate speech. So this is an example from the UK. This is a British woman of South Asian origin who was at a demonstration. She held up a placard of the then Prime Minister, who was also of South Asian origin, and called him a coconut, essentially. Now, that might not be very progressive when you think about it, because it basically says that the color of your skin should, define your political opinions. But nonetheless, this is standard fare political criticism. But she was put on trial and charged with hate speech. She was ultimately acquitted, but other people have been convicted for similar things. We've also seen a lot of Black Britons who have been, had police show up in their apartments when they've sent gifs or memes that are sort of sarcastically racist, if you like, or where they appropriate racist terms in online debates. In Germany, Iris Hefetz is an Israeli Jew. She is very on the far left. She thinks Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. You can agree or disagree with that position, but she has been arrested at least on 4 occasions for standing in Berlin with a placard that says, "Stop the genocide in Gaza," or similar messages. So I don't know about you, but the optics of an Israeli Jew being arrested by 10 police officers in Berlin, are you doing the right thing? It's ironic at least. And many such examples, like a American author who fled to Germany a long time ago, became a cantankerous critic of COVID policies, published a book with a cover that has a barely visible swastika, published it online, and was convicted for using an anti-constitutional symbol, even though he was quite obviously not advocating for Nazism, but making a rather hyperbolic comparison between COVID policies and Nazism. So that's the state of free speech in many European countries, and I would say it's only getting worse in Europe. So lesson 4 is decentralization. So one of the theses in my book is that free speech tends to thrive when control over information and ideas is decentralized, whereas if you have centralized control, free speech tends to suffer. And we can see that in a number of ways. So take the printing press. So you can see the number of printing presses grows in a very short number of time, and the book production also increases. This has consequences for literacy around Europe. And what does that mean? That means that, as more and more people learn to read, more and more books become available. Each of them become a potential vector of new ideas that can then spread more rapidly. And the more printing presses and books you have and more people with different ideas, the more difficult it becomes to control it. So that's why a censor in the Catholic Church said, what we need is a halt to printing so that the church can catch up with this deluge of publication. So even though the Catholic Church had developed what he thought was a very rigorous system of censorship, it could not follow up with developments because printing presses were so dispersed. The Dutch Republic is a very powerful example of this. So the Dutch Republic in the late 16th century, the 17th century, and the early 18th century consisted of 7 provinces. There was no strong centralized power in the Dutch Republic. They didn't have a First Amendment. They didn't have laws protecting free speech, but they had because there was no centralized power, they became the printing house of Europe. They became a bit like a VPN. So you would go to the Dutch Republic, you'd publish books that were banned in other countries, and you'd smuggle them across borders into France, into Germany, where these things would be banned. And this had immense consequences for science, for progress. I think it would be quite difficult to imagine the Enlightenment without the central role of the Dutch Republic as sort of a vector that could spread ideas challenging the status quo on a number of central things. And that one of the reasons for that was the decentralized political nature of the Dutch Republic. Then we have the First Amendment. Now, for a very long time, the First Amendment didn't have any real legal teeth, but it still had sort of a preventive role in that. And a good example of this is in the 1830s. So in the 1830s, there's a huge concern in southern states about abolitionist material. So all southern states included draconian bans on abolitionist speech. So you would go to prison. I think Georgia actually had the death penalty. I don't know that anyone was ever executed, but if you spread abolitionist ideas in the southern states, you were in trouble. And so President Andrew Jackson said, hey, we're going to adopt a federal law that prohibits the Postal Service from distributing abolitionist materials in southern states. And Congress says, no, that would violate the First Amendment. Even southern states will sort of say, maybe we're pushing it too far because this can be abused to other things. So what this does is that it allows the states to have very different speech regimes. So someone like Frederick Douglass, having escaped the South, can set up shop, start his own newspaper in northern states, and disseminate his ideas. So that means a decentralized regime of free speech protections by the First Amendment, even though it would not actually be applied by the courts until much later. The internet speaks for itself. I want to spend a little bit of time on AI because we're, after all, living in the AI era. And I think decentralization of AI is probably more important. It's a hugely important topic, especially as generative AI is now being embedded into search, word processing, email, basically the whole way that we interact and mediate with information and ideas. And so I think there are two competing ways, because there's a lot of talk about regulation of AI, and I think there are two competing ways you can think about it. So one of them would be what we might call preventive safetyism. So that would be the idea that we need to regulate AI in such a way that we ensure that we prevent all downstream harms. So AI can help disseminate disinformation, hate speech, all kinds of other types of content that we don't like, and therefore we need powerful regulators, and we need that to be embedded, filtered, censored in the models. And you can imagine opening up your laptop, writing your paper, and then Word says, well, I can't save your file because the content violates our content policies. Or sending an email, and it says, well, Outlook says, I can't send your email because what you've written violates our content policies. Sounds science fiction, but this is entirely possible, happens already with spam, for instance. A good example of this is Google's Gemini. So if you ask Gemini whether Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been called a fascist, it refuses to generate a response. Why does it do that? Because when Gemini answered this question, factually correct, by saying, yes, some people have called Modi a fascist, the Indian government put pressure on Google and said, hey, you can't allow that. You got to censor your models because otherwise you violate Indian laws. So, this is a potentially hugely dangerous development, which threatens not only freedom of speech, access to information, but even freedom of thought. The other side of that is what we might call user empowerment, where we say that freedom of speech and access to information should be a critical part of how we govern AI. Here's another example of that. So Belarus is obviously a very brutal dictatorship. The Belarus opposition has been entirely purged. So what did they do? Well, they created an AI-generated bot that they fielded as a candidate in the tainted presidential election. And so people in Belarus could interact with a candidate which actually espoused pro-democracy views. Obviously, could not win the election, but this is a way of decentralized AI of what I call user empowerment. There are many other ways to sort of improving reliability on Wikipedia and so on. And I think, so basically the decentralization in the age that we live in now is essential. I also think it's essential for social media. I'm actually quite supportive of Meta's move towards crowdsourcing rather than official fact checkers. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it can actually work. The last lesson I want to leave you with is to give the word to one of your colleagues, if we may call him that, Albert Einstein, who talked about the importance of a culture of free speech. So he says that laws alone cannot secure freedom of expression. In order that every man may present his views without penalty, there must be a spirit of tolerance in the entire population. And I think that is your central challenge, right? If you can convince a critical mass of students, faculty, administrators, okay, not administrators, but student and faculty, that free speech and academic freedom are the most central ideals for higher education, you're likely to win the battle. If you can't, you're likely to lose. So I think that's your main challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful talk. We have time for a few questions. So, yeah, the person with the white shirt over there. Check. Okay.
Dr. Machangama, your book is fantastic. I have a question to you regarding a new phenomena we have in the modern world regarding free speech, social media. I'm very curious as to your opinion as to how we handle this technology in the modern era. I don't agree with the idea that social media like X is something like the printing press, because although it allows the dissemination of information, there's an algorithm that focuses what we can consume, and it also deranges people. On top of that, there's an argument that it's a private platform, and whoever is in charge of it can dictate the terms and how it can be used. That being said, the argument can be made that it is the quote-unquote new public square. I am partial to this view, but I'm not entirely sold on it. So with this new technology in the public eye, can these principles of decentralization be used to ensure maximum free speech while also ensuring that it doesn't clash with the other rights we enjoy in a liberal democracy?
Yeah, I think decentralization is part of the solution. So remember the time before centralized social media, like the blogosphere, for instance. No one, if you had the most successful blog in the world, no one would care about how it was moderated, right? You care about how Facebook is moderated because it's a centralized platform and the decisions they make have outsized impact on the practical exercise of free speech for literally billions of people. So if you have a more decentralized ecosystem of social media, the decisions about content moderation become less consequential. And it also allows us to have spaces where you can say, well, it's not a problem if you have a social media space that wants to have a very narrow focus, and then you can go somewhere else where you have much wider room for all kinds of debates. Another way to fuel that is to provide users more control over the type of content that they want to be confronted with. So these are essentially, you could argue, back to the roots of a more egalitarian bottom-up approach to free speech rather than a top-down approach. But I would still say I think that the printing press was far more consequential and disruptive for our species than social media. I think social media it's not inconsequential compared to the printing press, but it's far less significant. And I think we are likely to look back in 10 and 20 years and say, well, some of those debates that we had were maybe a little bit overblown. The whole idea that the 2016 election was decided by Russian propaganda is essentially now discredited by a number of papers, rigorous papers, even though that headline dominated for such a long time, right?
Next question. Just in front over there, the white shirt man. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Maybe I'll stand up. Sorry. I'm David Camper. I'm from UCLA. I think one of the points that you make about AI is that there's actually recent legislation that was vetoed by Governor Newsom recently because there was sort of a question about frontier models with AI regulation. One of those points was, well, we have to sort of consider what models and what type of tokenization techniques down the future might actually be able to, we may be able to develop AI modeling. And so there was a lot of thinking, and there is still a lot of thinking about what kind of frontier models. And one of the people who's most of the I guess the biggest proponent of considering regulation is Jeff Hinton himself, who was or is the godfather of AI, just won the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work in neural networks. And so I guess what is it to say that the most preeminent guy who more or less created AI through neural network analysis, and then plus this development of frontier modeling and fine-tuning these, which is, okay, you don't need to consider what Google, but Google can give you an API and you can sort of tinker with what you want to be able to do. There's a lot of work saying we can't let people sort of fine-tune a model because the frontier models might be a huge problem. And then you've got the biggest proponents saying we really need governments to sort of regulate frontier models. What is it one to say about the most preeminent person to
No, I think my argument is not that there should be no regulation of AI. There's a huge difference, in my opinion, between saying, oh, we want to ensure that AI cannot generate political deep fakes. Or saying, we don't want AI, we have to guard against catastrophic risks, such as, AI building chemical weapons or the likes. So that's, you also have limits on free speech even under the First Amendment. So I'm not arguing that there should be no limits whatsoever on AI. And in fact, what has surprised me is that most of the conversation around AI regulation focuses so little on free speech and access to information. They focus, with the exception of disinformation and deep fakes, they focus on a lot of other things. And I'm talking about a relatively small corner of the, all the potential harms and dangers that you can think about, especially those that are related to what you might call sort of core speech. So I'm not saying that there should be no regulation at all. I don't know. I think there are very few people who hold that position.
Okay, next person in front. Yeah.
Ben Slifka from Seattle, software guy. I just want to remind people there are almost 200 countries in the world, and any legislation we might do here, the Chinese or the Russians or et cetera can do things as well. So yeah, keep that in mind.
I wonder if you could say a little more about the cultural point you made before. And I'm just wondering how you think what cultural factors lead free speech to be taken less seriously or more seriously. We all know that if you're an academic in the US and you value free speech, you can join FIRE, you can join HXA, albeit with a draconian membership pledge. But I'm wondering, what I'm really wondering is with England, like a lot of us have been watching events in England and some of these arrests and some of this this crackdown. Has the culture there changed? Can you say something, maybe use an English case as an example, as to what kind of cultural changes what cultural factors endanger free speech, or culture of free speech, and what changes might improve
We're actually
it?
coming out with a survey on attitudes towards free speech in 30 plus countries very soon. So it's a repeat of a study that we did in 2021. And just from looking at the initial results, I think you'll see that overall attitudes have become more hesitant about free speech. And I think you see some of the tendencies that are well known, that younger generations tend to be less enamored with free speech than older ones. I don't have a perfect solution for that. One of the things that I think free speech advocates have been poor at is, free speech advocates are very good at coming up with principled arguments for why free speech is bad. I can talk for hours about, this happened, you adopt this law and this happened, and abolitionists depended on free speech and so on. And those are good. I think they're an important part of the puzzle. But there are a lot of people who are, they feel threatened. When you feel threatened, you're much more likely to compromise free speech. You see it as sort of a luxury belief because you feel that there are harms that are concrete, tangible here and now, and you're willing to sacrifice what you view as an abstract value. So one of the things that we've tried to work on a bit at the Future of Free Speech is saying, okay, how do we concretely, how do we produce something tangible where we show the benefits of free speech, not just at an abstract level? So we've developed these toolkits, for instance, on countering hate speech through counter speech. And so we've trained hundreds of people around the world, dissidents, activists, on saying, okay, rather than calling up your government or calling your social media network to try and shut down people you don't like, here are some tools empowered by free speech that you can use to counter hate speech, for instance. And I think there are many such things. There are great, something called ground news, which looks at news stories and sort of has sort of an algorithm that says, this is slanted towards the right and the left. So it gives you sort of a better information environment, empowers you to make decisions about it, rather than the sort of the heavy-handed solution of saying, oh, we need to shut down fake news or disinformation and the like. And, again, crowdsourcing, I think, is another good example. It's free speech access to information, but distributed and not centralized. And I think making those, concrete, specific products, if you like, is something that free speech advocates have to do a lot more, in addition to making the principled arguments or, Greg's red-hot winning streak of court cases. That's also important.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Yeah, over here.
John Landrum from Florida International University. It seems to me that if you think about what we see politically going on today, that there is a great deal of difference between your free speech, my free speech, and Elon Musk's free speech, or any other individual who has a high profile. It seems like there's a great deal of amplification of free speech depending upon a variety of factors, not just one factor. I mean, Elon controls X, of course, but this goes to the heart of is there really free speech? Because if your speech isn't as equitable as someone else's, then your message isn't coming across as clearly. So free speech is a hierarchy.
Yeah, well, I don't know how you saw that because, if you go to the Athenian Assembly, in principle, everyone, even the lowest born Athenian citizen had a right to speech. But in practice, there would be orators who dominated because of their eloquence or because their respectability. So I think it would be impossible to sort of have perfectly egalitarian free speech where, I don't know, you'd have like a centralized authority saying, you have 500 Facebook comments each every year. So I think that's probably an unavoidable problem, but I still think that we have better opportunity to penetrate into the public sphere today than we had before. Think about, how often would an ordinary person, in the age before the internet, you could stand on a soapbox in your neighborhood and you could speak, but otherwise you really depended on a journalist or an editor to sort of open the gates to the public sphere for you to get your message out there. So yes, there are all kinds of ways that speech can be unequal in our digital sphere, but I still think that it has opened the way for many more voices to be heard. And some of those voices are not very pleasant, but that's again, that's a feature, not a bug of free speech.
Okay, let's stop here. Let's thank Jacob again.